will be restricted to a limit of 5 minutes until everyone who wishes to speak has had an opportunity to do so. Anyone wishing to speak a second time may do so by following the same protocol of selecting the raise hand button on your computer or by pressing *3 on your phone's keypad. To submit written comments, please email them to planning@rdos.bc.ca prior to the close of this hearing. I will now ask Ben Kent, planner, to outline the specifics of the proposed bylaw. Go ahead, please, Ben.
So this public hearing is for proposed zoning and OCP amendment in electoral area A. The civic address for this property is 150 Peregrine Court. So this property is currently designated commercial and zoned general commercial. The parcel is 1 hectare in size. It currently contains a single detached dwelling, which was previously used as a sales center for the development in that area. So the C1 zoning currently does permit an accessory dwelling, but it does need to be accessory to a principal commercial use, and it would be limited to a maximum floor area of 125 meters squared. So the purpose of these amendments is to amend the official community plan from commercial to small holdings, and the reason is just to formalize the existing single detached dwelling on the property for residential use. The zoning amendment likewise will amend the zoning on the property from general commercial to small holdings 3.
Okay, thank you, Ben. I will now declare the public hearing open and ask if there is anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws. If you're online and wish to speak to it, please raise your hand or press *3 on the phone. I'll ask a second time, is there anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws? Am I missing anybody online, Danny, that you're seeing? Okay. There's nobody in the gallery here. So I'll ask for a third and final time. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws? And remind you, this is the final opportunity to submit the letters or emails to the regional district on this. Hearing none or seeing no hands, I will hereby declare this public hearing closed at 9:05. Thank you for your patience on that. We'll jump straight into committee meetings. The first committee meeting this morning is Planning and Development. So I will go to Director Knodel to chair that one. Go ahead, please, Director Knodel.
Thank you, Chair Pendergraft. I'd like to welcome you all to the Thursday, February 16th, 2023 meeting of the Planning and Development Committee. Looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved Director Taylor, second Director Roberts. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, we'll go right into the meeting. First item, Planning 101. CAO Noel, would you care to do the
Oh, okay. So as part of the ongoing orientation program following the 2022 election, what we had committed to do was to continue on and perhaps reviewing some of the processes within the regional district throughout the year. So that planning function is one of the main functions of a regional district, sort of the rationale behind how they were formed out of regional planning commissions, and still one of our prominent programs. So we've got our planning services department in this morning, Mr. Chair, and I'll introduce Evelyn Reichert, who's going to commence the process. I understand there's a quiz because I heard her talking about prizes. So I'm sure that over the first part of the morning that you'll find it very interesting. So we'll turn it over to Evelyn.
Thank you, CEO.
Yep.
Right away, please.
Thank you. This is the first time I've been here with the screen in front of me like this. Anyways, thank you very much. I think we just have over an hour and 15 minutes or something like that. So we're going to give you a crash course on Planning 101. So I just want to, the agenda, next slide. Next slide. Can I control that?
Yeah, right there.
This?
Yeah.
Just with the big button?
Side button.
Hmm?
The little side button around that. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, okay. Look at that. So we'll do quickly some agendas. We're going to be our introductions. This is going to be pretty action-packed here. And yes, there will be a quiz, but I've sent Chris off to get the PowerPoint because I wasn't included. Yes, the quiz will be done as a professional reliance exercise. So that means that you have to answer the questions and also mark yourself. And then we'll see who, and then there's some prizes for those of you who get all the answers correct. So before I start, I just want to ask, are there any burning questions that you have about planning?
Can I copy off Sabrina?
It's up to you. Okay, we'll get on with this. So I just want to introduce the staff if you haven't seen all of us. No particular order. Lori and Carrie Lynn are admin people. They're the ones that answer the planning hotline number. So that is the desk in front. So it's usually Carrie, but Lori also answers it. We have Shannon, who's a planner. We have Fiona, who works remotely as a planner. We have Ben Kent, Tim Donegan, who's our planning tech. We have Colin Martin, who's a planning tech and works part-time. We have, Chris changed his photo. And then for those of you who don't know me, I'm Evelyn Reichard. I used to be a planner here, and I retired a couple of years ago, and I seem to keep coming back for various reasons. So I'm going to talk just briefly about what is planning. There's an actual definition put out by the Planning Institute of BC. Basically, planning is sort of a holistic approach to land use and looking at, a comprehensive, holistic perspective of future land use. So it is about the physical land and also sort of other aspects of sustainability and health and well-being of urban and rural communities. Most of us in the Region District are rural. There. So the elements of planning, elements of planning are same as if you're planning for something else. If you're doing financial planning or party planning, it's generally the same. But in terms of planning department here at the RDOS, we're looking at land use as planning. So basically planning is forward thinking. Like what does this decision mean, in 5 years or 20 years or 50 years from now? So we're always thinking in the future. It's comprehensive. We try to get as much information as we can. Where a decision might be on one property, but the cumulative effect of one decision and the next decision also has to be made. So we do look at it from a comprehensive perspective, and we need to be informed in terms of planning decisions. So we try to get the best information we can, looking at the data, looking at whatever information that we can get to make an informed decision. And we do try to be collaborative with residents and with other agencies and so on to come up with, the best decision. So basically planning is a process. It's about people, it's about their communities, and it's about the environment. So it's not just a thing, it's also a process on how we get to a decision or to a recommendation. Oops. So as you can imagine, there's some challenges to come up with a recommendation, but by the time it gets to the board, some of these challenges, not limited to, is sort of the loss of habitat, the changes to agricultural land, issues of water supply and sustainability, our demographics. The Okanagan has an older population than the rest of BC, and that's, I think, is true for almost every electoral area. Issues of housing, affordable housing and attainable housing, And then we have the issues of climate change, adaptation, and resiliency, and how we work that into land use. And along with that comes hazards, floods, wildfires, drought, as you're all aware of. So how do we adapt to those and basically answer the question, where does it make sense to house people and the population, and where does that growth go? So that is it in a nutshell. And just to say that the work within the planning department is basically current planning, and that's all the applications. So that's OCP amendments, zoning amendments, development variance permits, and so on and so forth. We also do long-term planning. So those are kind of the projects that I think you're given information to every quarter. So that would be things like the housing needs assessment or the ongoing OCP reviews, the consolidated zoning bylaw, and so on. And then there's like various daily crises that have to be dealt with right away. Sometimes that's, a board crisis or a political or just somebody on the phone that has to get something done. So in terms of what the department does, the current planning has always been a priority for the department. So about approximately more or less 75% of the work is done in current planning. And the applications to the board is always given a priority to get to the board in a timely manner. So sometimes the long-term planning takes a backseat to that. And that is it. I think we had a quiz here. Do we have the other PowerPoint up there? Okay. So, so basically, oh, okay. Oh, never mind. Chris, did you change where I had questions? Oh, okay. All right. We're just ahead of ourselves then, but we'll do this. I guess that's up to me now. Okay, so we have some general regional district questions. So the amount of land, as you can see there on the slide, what is the amount of land covered by the RDOS within British Columbia? A, 1.2%, B, 5%, C, 2.2, or D, 3.7. So if you can take a pen and a pencil and mark it down, A, B, C, or D. Any guesses? A? We have an A? C? Right? So the answer is A. Woohoo! All right, one more. What is the population as of 2021 with the last census of the RDOS? A, 90,000, B, 82, C, 92, or D, 99? Any guesses?
B.
C? D? B?
B.
C, B, D. Okay, we're all over. All right, so get ready. What's the answer? A. Are you marking this correct? Okay. Okay. Can I get back to the other? Can I get back to the other presentation? Danny? Oh, because we're going to be flipping back and forth here. So, sorry, it was easy on my desk. It just like went from one to the other, but. Okay, so I have to. Sorry, this isn't going quite the way that I anticipated. Oops. Oh, we had 3 questions. Okay, so just it's still early. I'm retired. I need another cup of coffee. And then this is the last slide I wanted to talk about before we go into the other topics. Is that there's sort of a hierarchy of bylaws that planners use. We are very attached to our bylaws, and bylaws are of course approved by the board, so they're your bylaws as well. So at the very high level is the regional growth strategy. That's like way up here and sort of looking at the South Okanagan as a whole. And then we have official community plans, which are looking at electoral areas. And again, they're a guiding document as well. And then basically on the ground, we have the zoning bylaw, which provides sort of the detailed land use regulations, your height, your setbacks, things you can do, things you can't do. And then we also have the subdivision servicing bylaw, and that really gets, into the nitty gritty of servicing of a property. So we're going to go through each of those. And, oh yeah, see, these are my questions. And we have one more question. Can I get back to number 3, Danny? I know, sorry, we're going to be jumping back and forth here. Or we can just do all the questions all at once, but, all right. Okay, this is the last one as a general question. Mount Baldy Ski Hill is within which RDOS electoral area? Electoral area A, D, C, or D, none of the above? Mark your answers. Mark's been around. None of the above, all of the above. The answer is, of course, none of the above. It's outside of the RDOS. Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to Fiona to talk about the regional growth strategy. And we need the other slide, that PowerPoint again. Is Fiona online?
Should be.
And Fiona works remotely, so I assume she's online.
Hello, everyone.
There she is.
I'm Fiona. I'm one of the planners here, and I work remotely. So I'm joining you remotely, and I'm going to talk about the regional growth strategy. Or RGS, as I might refer to it throughout the presentation. So just in general, what is a regional growth strategy? It is a high-level land use planning policy document that is initiated, prepared, and enacted by a regional district with the involvement of its member municipalities. It addresses issues such as housing, transportation, environment, economic development, and more, and provides long-range 20-plus year planning direction that ensures regional sustainability and promotes regional coordination and collaboration on issues associated with growth. So the South Okanagan Sub-Regional Growth Strategy was launched in 2004 and first adopted in 2010. The participants include the municipalities of Penticton, Summerland, Oliver, and Osoyoos, as well as the South Okanagan electoral areas A, C, D, E, F, and I. The purpose of the Regional Growth Strategy under the Local Government Act is to promote human settlement and to ensure that it is socially, economically, and environmentally healthy and makes efficient use of public facilities and services, land, and other resources. Next slide, please. So the human settlement and land use goals are the parts of the RGS bylaw that we in the planning department use the most, accompanied by the growth management map, which established the primary and rural growth areas. And to the left here, you can see the original growth management map from 2010. And the RGS is an important document for the member municipalities and the participating electoral areas, as the growth areas identified in the bylaw dictate where to focus development and also where to invest in terms of infrastructure upgrades, over the next 20 years. Under the Local Government Act, all bylaws adopted and services undertaken by a regional district board after the board has adopted a regional growth strategy must be consistent with the regional growth strategy. So that means that the policies contained in the RGS lead down into policies contained in the electoral area and member municipality is other bylaws. So for example, on the next slide here, You'll see an example of a regional context statement. This one comes from the town of Osoyoos's official community plan. So this regional context statement is basically something that the member municipalities have to include in their official community plan to ensure that they are remaining consistent with the RGS policy goals and objectives. And through this regional context statement, they have to identify the relationships between the official community plan and the RGS policies and objectives, and present this to the regional district board for acceptance. Next slide, please. Under the Local Government Act, it is required that the RGS bylaw be reviewed every 5 years. The first review of the bylaw was completed in 2017 and resulted in an updated growth management map, which is the map on the left here. And 2020 marked the next required review year, and the board did opt to initiate the review and include it in the 2020 business plan. The proposal was initially a medium-level review focused on reviewing the suitability of several of the rural growth areas that had been identified as part of ongoing official community plan reviews, as well as minor updates to other sections of the bylaw. However, as work on the review progressed and based on discussions with the RGS Technical Advisory Committee, with municipal councils, and with the RDOS Board of Directors at the June 2nd, 2022 Planning and Development Committee meeting, the board did opt to expand the scope of the current review to a major amendment to the RGS bylaw. Next slide, please. The expanded scope has the aim of providing greater clarity on managing growth outside of the established growth areas through the introduction of a new growth management map and the replacement of the current primary and rural growth area classifications with a wider set of classifications, as well as a review of the energy emissions and climate change sections of the bylaw to reflect new provincial direction on climate action, and also some updates to the population and demographics section to incorporate the latest census data. A more in-depth overview of these proposed amendments will be coming in front of the board soon to an upcoming Planning and Development Committee meeting. So if you felt like that was a lot of information, don't worry. You'll hear more soon, and hopefully that will help to clarify things. And I'll pass it back, or I'll pass it over, I believe, to Shannon next, who's going to talk about official community plans.
Actually, that is me that's going to talk about official community plans.
Go ahead.
And then Shannon will be on zoning bylaws, etc. So very quickly, what is an official community plan, or OCP as we call it? So basically it is a bylaw, as I said before. It's a set of policy statements. So, there's a lot of text in an OCP. It's also a series of maps, so that land is designated in an OCP. So an OCP is a legal document. Under the local government, there are certain requirements that an OCP has to have, and then there's certain options. But the local government does set out the requirements for any local governments to have an official community plan. It's also operational, is that there's often implementation actions. So sometimes something comes up in an OCP, but during that process, it's not possible to do. So it's an implementation action. For example, in Area F, there was a lot of discussion about the West Bench and the geohazard area. So as a project that came out of the OCP was to do a review on the geohazard area up in the West Bench. It's also very aspirational, and I think this is where we collaborate with the community a lot. It sets visions and goals for what people envision their community looking like in 10, 20 years or so. So why do we have one? Well, it definitely guides decisions on planning and land use. So when we bring a decision or a recommendation, I should say, to a board, we do look at what the OCP policies are in terms of planning and potential land use. There is community involvement. As I said, there's a future vision for communities, and they need to see that, and how the board is sort of taking that into account, or how recommendations are. It also supports regional objectives. So we talked about the regional growth strategy. So an OCP also, it's not necessarily all standalone. Each electoral area is connected to other electoral areas, which is connected to the regional as a whole. And also it provides some certainty to real estate market in that, if there's, sections of land that are zoned for low density resident, or not zoned, but designated in the OCP as low density residential, then that, it provides some certainty that, industry is, potentially it could go there, but at least the direction in the future looks like that's the land that should be used for residential in the future. And how do we do this? It's not just, we don't just make it up, pull things out of the air. We actually do a fair bit of background. So we do have a technical background inventory. So we look at what's there, all the infrastructure that's there, all the background information, all the studies that have been done, any additional studies for the area. And there's often an iterative community engagement process. So there's an initial one asking, what their likes and dislikes are, what they want to see. And then we sort of, as we draft up the policies, we go back to the community and ask them what they think about that. It's also, there are planning best practices. As professionals, we, try to put in best practices along with what community wants. So it's kind of a balance sometimes. And there's also, as I said, there are legal requirements in OCP, and that includes the language. I don't know how many legal reviews we've had of OCPs where the lawyers come back and tell us to change the language to be a bit more flexible. It's not the zoning is thou shalt do this, but OCPs, it's like, well, the board encourages something or supports that. And that's because an OCP doesn't tie a future board into, anything that's stated on there. It's meant to be sort of a living document, as they say. Okay, now we have some more questions for you. Danny, get your pencils out. Okay, so what does the OCP mean? A, official council project, B, official community plan, C, official community proposed, or D, organized community plan. Come on, this is a gimme. Anybody going to tell me the answer? B. Thank you. There you go. I hope you all got that right. So what is the purpose of the South Okanagan Regional Growth Strategy? A, to create a big picture vision, B, to set common social, economic, environmental objectives, or to promote collaboration, or D, all of the above. D. Yeah, see, some of these aren't that hard, right? If you're paying attention. The answer is D. All right, one more. Keremeos is the only Similkameen municipality within the RDOS area. True or false? False? True? False? Okay, and the answer is false because it is not within the RDOS area at all. So I'm going to pass it over to, Chris for development permits. Oh, Ben's going to talk about development permits. Okay. And we'll try to stay on time here.
Okay. Can we switch over to the other PowerPoint? Okay, so I'll be talking about development permit area designations. So if you think back to that hierarchy that Evelyn mentioned at the start, going all the way from the regional growth strategy down to the on-the-ground zoning, development permits are way towards the bottom in that they're guidelines that are intended to supplement the zoning on a parcel. These guidelines are found in each of the electoral area official community plans, and the process of establishing a development permit area, first you have to designate that area, and that's done through mapping in the official community plan. And then you have to provide a justification that warrants the designation of this area. Typically, it's to address special features on a site that may require additional consideration. And then the last step is that you need to establish guidelines in your official community plan that connect that justification to that area. So a development permit, when it's issued, it can impose conditions on development, and we can get a little bit more into that in the next slides. Typically, a development permit would be triggered by any development or site alteration on a parcel that's within a development permit area, and this would typically be required before a building permit or a subdivision. Oh, actually, and you can see on the image on the right there, this is just an image on our mapping from Okanagan Falls. You can see the amount of parcels that might be subject to one or more development permit areas. All of those colored parcels would be a development permit area. So under the Local Government Act, there's a list of special conditions that warrant the creation of a development permit. So the one that I've mentioned at the bottom here, it's the most common one we see in the regional district, is protection of the natural environment, ecosystems, and biological diversity. And further to the image that I had on the previous slide, you can see that an individual parcel might be subject to multiple development permit areas at a single time. So this is another area of Okanagan Falls that would be subject to environmentally sensitive development permit area, watercourse development permit area, and multifamily development permit area. So the two most common development permit areas that I mentioned previously are the environmentally sensitive development permit area and the watercourse development permit area. Both of these are created under that section of the Local Government Act for the protection of the environment, ecosystems, and biodiversity. So just going a little bit more into the watercourse development permit area specifically, this development permit area is intended to support provincial regulation. So the regulation is the Riparian Area Protection Regulation. It was formerly known as the Fish Protection Act. And the intent of it is to protect fish habitat and fish. It applies to any development that involves residential, commercial, or industrial uses. And the process for this development permit area involves a qualified environmental professional, yes, it's another one of our planning acronyms, to go onto a parcel and conduct an assessment according to scientific standards, where they determine an area called the Streamside Protection and Enhancement Area. And the intent is to protect that sensitive area from any development pressures. So on our end, the watercourse development permit area supports this provincial regulation by mapping all lands that are within 30 meters of a stream. This development permit requires the submission of a riparian assessment report by the qualified environmental professional. It needs to be submitted to the province, and then subsequently, once the province has reviewed the report, it comes to us for review for the development permit itself. In some cases, we now have an expedited option that may not require submission to the province initially. And here you can just see a list of some of the development permit areas that we have in different electoral areas. All the electoral areas that do have a development permit area have the environmentally sensitive and watercourse development permit areas, but some electoral areas have some additional development permit areas as well. Okay, moving on to zoning bylaws.
Okay, so moving on from the official community plans then. So as mentioned before, official community plans do contain policies and objectives for various land use designations throughout the regional district. Director Roberts, did you have your hand up?
To the chair, sorry for that. I wanted to ask a quick question re the ESDPs and the WDPs, and understanding how they are versus the Right to Farm Act in regards to agricultural land. Because again, I saw or hear that there's nothing in regards to dealing with the farmland development. Is that true? Is the Right to Farm and ALR, is that exempt from the ESDPs and the WDPs? Thank you.
He's waiting on you, Mr. Chair.
I'm not sure who would answer that. I assume Ms. Rector would answer that one.
I can grab it.
Thank you,
So
Mr.
through
Chair.
the chair, yeah, Director Roberts' understanding is correct. Right to farm basically trumps most local government bylaws. So using the watercourse development permit as an example, it does apply to industrial, commercial, and residential, but it specifically excludes agriculture. And, you know, that's on the understanding that we couldn't use that DP to try to regulate how somebody's farming their land. And the way the Right to Farm Act works, it's not just lands within the ALR, it's any land that has zoning, with that zoning allowing for agriculture as a permitted use. And so if you look at our zones and the zoning bylaws, which we'll get to here in a minute, agriculture is quite common throughout most of our zones and applies to a majority of the land within the electoral area. So, you know, recognizing the limitations around right to farm and whatnot, for the most part, we don't apply our DPs to farmland. I think the one exception to that would be our actual protection of farmland, DP, which is an Area C, but that one's structured more to deal with subdivisions that come in. And I think it's based around ALR boundaries and ensuring that proper buffers and other measures are put in place at the time of subdivision to try to protect agricultural operations on the other side of that potential subdivision area.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. We'd like to carry on at this point.
Director Taylor has his hand up, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director Taylor, please.
Through the chair to staff, just going back one slide, I think. If you're in a sorry, next slide back. Yeah, if you're in a WDP, does that mean if you're going to get a development permit, you have to get a riparian assessment? So like if you want to get a development permit and your property is within an area that is prescribed as a WDP, do you have to get a riparian assessment report every time you want to do a development?
Mr. Garish, please.
So there's not an easy answer to that one. So I'll start with our development permits all have exemptions. And so there are certain acts or activities that would not require a permit. Just off the top of my head for riparian, the first one that comes to mind is crown land. And so we do have instances where, say, using headwaters, which is an Area H, and they have lease lots with the crown, it's still technically crown land. And so the thinking there with the exemption is that we didn't want to duplicate what the province should already be doing when they're issuing licenses of occupation, whether it's for residential use or utilities or whatnot. So in those situations, you wouldn't need to do one. The second category that we have, which I think was mentioned by Mr. Kent, is the expedited development permits. So we've had that in place for about 10 years now. And it was structured on the basis that, you know, especially in the regional district where we have very large parcels, you know, 20, 30, 40 hectares in area, that there might be a water course running through one of those parcels, but it's literally thousands of meters away from where the proposed development activity is occurring. And so if a property owner is able to show us that there's sufficient distance between where they're, say, putting their house or their driveway versus where their water course is at the back end of their property, we don't need an assessment because it's just quite clear that the development's not going to be impacting the water course in any which way. And then that brings us to the last category, which would be ones that are doing development within a water course area, and there's no exemption that covers them. They don't meet any of the expedited criteria, so they have to get the assessment done by a biologist, a QEP, and that does require them to submit it to the province, and then we receive notification and can issue a permit on the basis of it. So it is a bit cumbersome and time consuming, but I guess in short, there are some that do require it and there are some that don't. So.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Am I missing anyone who has a question at this point? None from the board? Thank you very much. Can we carry on then, please?
Okay, so while an official community plan does lay out the future vision of our communities, a zoning bylaw can help us implement or bring into action some of the policies and objectives that we do see in our OCPs. We do have 3 zoning bylaws that apply to lands within the RDOS, the first of which being the Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw, which was just adopted last year, and that applies to lands in electoral areas A, C, D, E, F, and I. We also have a zoning bylaw for electoral area G, although that does apply to just a fairly limited land base in area G. And we do have a zoning bylaw that applies to electoral area H. So I think Evelyn did touch on this, but the language that we see in an OCP versus zoning bylaw differs quite a bit. So the language in an OCP is quite flexible. It's a bit softer in nature. We tend to see supportive language or encouraging language, whereas a zoning bylaw tells you what is permitted and what is prohibited, as it is a regulatory bylaw in nature. So in general, a zoning bylaw tells you, based on the zone in which your property is located, what you can do, and if you would like to do one of those permitted uses, how you can do it. And it does this by laying out A, the permitted uses on the property, B, minimum parcel size, for example, if you want to subdivide your property. It also lays out the number of dwellings that you're allowed to have per parcel, and oftentimes this does tie back to the size of the parcel as well. It also lays out the setbacks that must be adhered to if you look to construct a building or structure on the property. So how far back you must be from a particular parcel line. It also outlines the maximum building height for a structure as well, and the maximum parcel coverage. So those are the ones that we typically deal with when we're reviewing building applications. Now, what do you do if you have a property owner that wants to do something on their land that is not currently permitted? There's a few avenues that they can pursue. The first of which being an amendment to the zoning bylaw. So that's a way that they can permanently change a use or density on the property. A temporary use permit, as suggested in the name, it's a temporary means of changing a use or density on the property. And lastly, there's a development variance permit, which is used to vary a provision of a regulatory bylaw. So specifically, it cannot vary use or density. With respect to the land use bylaw amendment process, I'll just quickly go over the general process that we go through here. When we receive an application, staff do a preliminary review to ensure that the application is complete and clear enough so that we can actually post the information online and move forward with agency referrals being within the RDOS as well as external, whichever agencies are seen to be potentially impacted by a development proposal. And we would send out notifications to the public as well regarding a development that may be of interest to them. After this notification period, staff are generally undertaking a more in-depth review of the proposal at hand. So this involves looking at the RGS and its alignment with the RGS if it is seen to be relevant. So this is typically for situations where someone is looking to increase density, for example, on their property. And we'd be looking for alignment with the OCP policies that apply to the particular land use designation, as well as the intent of the zoning provision that they are intending to change. Now, after this step, we would be taking the application to a public information meeting where we would allow for essentially a venue to provide information on that application to the members of the public that are interested. It acts as a way to receive questions as well from members of the public and have an applicant or the RDOS address them there. Following a public information meeting, we would be taking an application to the applicable Advisory Planning Commission. And what they would do is they consider the application and provide a recommendation to the board, either to approve or deny that application with or without conditions there for approval. After that time, the board would meet to consider the application and would choose whether or not to give first and second reading to the associated amendment bylaws. And if they do give first and second reading to that amendment bylaw, a public hearing would be scheduled in which members of the public can attend and provide their statements of support or opposition to that particular application. Following a public hearing, and this typically occurs during the same meeting, the amendment bylaw would go for third reading. And then in cases where a zoning bylaw amendment does impact lands within 800 meters of a controlled access highway, typically being Highway 97 or Highway 3 in our case, we may require sign-off from the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure. However, if Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure approval is not required, we would be able to consider adoption at the same time as third reading. And this process typically takes between 4 to 6 months, although it can take a bit longer depending on how complete of an application we do receive, or if there are any other more complex matters at hand with respect to that application.
Sorry, I just want to jump in quickly too. Just for the board's benefit, so having adopted an official community plan or a zoning bylaw, the board has to set out by bylaw a process by which a property owner can come before you and ask for you to change that, right? So this is why we have this land use process chart here. It's part of our procedures bylaw, and it explains why we're always, at least it seems to me, we're always coming before you asking you for changes to our development procedures bylaw, because it has to be by bylaw and we have to set those steps out. And so this kind of is a visual representation of that. Like this is a requirement. When people put applications in, they have to get before the board for you to consider. And so these will be the steps that we follow to get it to you to consider. So.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to the other avenues that may be pursued by a property owner if they're looking to pursue something on their property that's not typically permitted by zoning. And I'll just give a run through of the different more acronyms that we like to use here. So for a development variance permit, that being a DVP, as mentioned, that is a permit that's issued to vary provisions of a regulatory bylaw, most commonly a zoning bylaw. So in general, we tend to see requests to reduce setbacks so that someone might want to build their house closer to the road, for example. Building height, so if someone wants to build a taller building that is currently allowed, or a larger building that is that would otherwise exceed parcel coverage on the property. What a development variance permit cannot do is vary use or density. That has to be done through a TUP or a temporary use permit or a amendment bylaw. And it also cannot vary floodplain regulations. Now, a temporary use permit or a TUP is a permit that is issued to allow for a use or density on a particular property that's not ordinarily permitted. And I did just want to make a note on the density side of things. We don't tend to see temporary use permits come in to change density because oftentimes a change in density is intended to be more permanent in nature. So really the cases that we do see a change in density is for farm worker accommodations, which we do have outlined in the OCP, as well as certain cases where, for example, someone wants to bring a mobile home on their property to take care of an elderly family member for a temporary basis. And other cases that we do see temporary use permits used is for vacation rentals, which you've seen quite a few of, as well as other temporary residential and commercial uses. Now, as I mentioned before, this is a temporary change, so temporary use permits can be issued for a term of up to 3 years, and they are permitted one renewal. And just going into the varying public processes, because the Local Government Act does set out different requirements for these types of permits. In terms of the postage of a notice of development sign, we don't require this for DVPs, but we do see this with TUPs. And I will say in general for TUPs, we do have, as you can tell, quite a bit more requirements there to publicly notify. For both DVPs and TUPs, we do require notification letters to be sent out to nearby property owners, as well as the postage of application information on the RDOS website. We don't do bulletin board notices for DVP applications, but we do this for TUPs. And similarly, while external agency referrals are not required for DVPs, we do require this for temporary use permits. With respect to public information meetings, we don't see these with DVP applications, but they are now discretionary for TUP, so the board may choose to bring an application forward to a public information meeting should they decide that that would be a useful prior to a further consideration of that TUP being issued. And for both DVPs and TUPs, Advisory Planning Commission consideration is discretionary for both of those. So the applications would need to be brought forward first to the board, and the board would have to resolve to send that application to the applicable Advisory Planning Commission for consideration. There's a question. Yes.
Thanks very much. I was wondering through the chair, you said that the temporary use permit could be for up to 3 years with one renewal. What happens if it's gone the full 6 years? Is it no longer allowed? It can't be renewed? What happens?
So technically, the permit would then finish, it would end. But there's nothing in the legislation that prohibits somebody from reapplying for the exact same use again. And so in relation to vacation rentals, the board has taken a very specific policy approach saying that it is willing to consider additional applications into the future for vacation rental uses. And I believe it's also taken a similar position with farm labor accommodation. It's silent on other uses, and for those other types of uses, if a permit has already run its 6 years and somebody came back again, I suspect staff would probably be recommending to the board that it's reached its point. A decision needs to be made as to whether it's a permanent use, in which case zoning should be amended, or it needs to cease. But there's nothing in the legislation preventing the board from continuing to reconsider that or approve that use through the temporary use permit. It's really a discretionary call for the board at that point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Carry on.
Okay, wake up, everyone. More quiz. Danny, I need the others. PowerPoint. Get your pencils ready. I know we're talking fast now because we only have a couple more topics, so. Okay, we've considered Karameas. Okay, so an OCP does not contain future housing needs, B, parking regulations, C, long-term vision, or D, policies. What does it not contain? Anyone? A, B, C, or D? B? D? B. All right. You guys are paying attention. Excellent. Okay, which of the following is not contained in an RDOS zoning bylaw? Permitted uses of land, minimal parcel size, provisions for off-street parking, or development permit guidelines? C. A, B, C, or D? C, a D? All right, mark it down. The answer is D, development permit guidelines. They are contained in our OCPs. Okay, last question in this round. And this is a hard one. What is a PIM? A small endangered mammal, a public information meeting, a juice drink, or planning insider memo? All of the above. That's what I was told, but.
I need a lifeline.
And I like to think it's a small endangered mammal, but it is a public information meeting. Thank you for that. Now we're going to basically jump into processes, and Chris is going to talk about not sort of applications that are RDOS applications, but referrals that we get from different agencies. So subdivisions and Agricultural Land Commission referrals. Chris.
No? Okay. I'll just wait for the slide change over here.
Question over there.
All right, I have a question.
Thank you. Go ahead, Director Montes.
Thank you. So I guess I'm curious about PIM meetings. And with staff not going to APC meetings, will staff still be doing PIM meetings?
Garish, please.
Sure, thank you. So prior to June of last year, staff were going to PIM meetings, and they were all over the calendar in terms of scheduling. But we made, as the board is aware, a series of changes, including the attendance at APCs last year. And the other change we made was in relation to PIMs. Now, when we had first drafted the bylaw back in 2010, the expectation or the hope maybe at that time was that applicants would be able to do more of the PIMs by themselves, but the staff would be here as kind of a backstop in case they weren't familiar with planning processes, didn't know how to organize these kind of meetings. We could assist with that. Turns out our experience has been quite the opposite. We were basically organizing almost every single public information meeting that was happening. It was really only the larger developments where the proponent was hiring their own planning staff that they were also organizing their own public information meetings. But of course, as for those who were here last year, that we had that slide that we presented where we showed granted it was an atypical month, but we had something like 13 or 15 meetings, some of which were PIMs in one, I think it was February of 2022. And so one of the changes we made is that staff are still willing to help individuals, because we recognize there's a lot of people who aren't familiar with planning processes and they do need help. But it can't be open-ended. We can't just be doing it any day of the month that suits them. So we've implemented a schedule where we have set days once a month where staff will help organize a PIM, but those are online. And so we aren't doing the in-person if you want staff assistance. Now, if you are prepared to do your own meeting, I think we recently had one of these in Armada, where the applicant had their consultants do an in-person meeting at the church, then they take care of that. Staff didn't attend that one, but we got an overview of it from the applicant afterwards. So that's kind of where we're at the moment. Once a month, staff can help. It'll be an online meeting, and we need to know in advance so that we can book the person in and make arrangements and get notifications out.
Mr. Garish.
Okay, I'll jump into the slides now. So I am doing referrals, and with the exception of the ALC one, generally the board does not see these, and I can explain that in a couple of slides here. So I'll start off with the Ministry of Transportation referrals for subdivisions. So unlike our member municipalities, who are the subdivision approving authority within their municipal boundaries and take applications directly for subdivisions, we at the regional district do not. Applications, I'm getting ahead of myself here. So I'll do some more explaining in a second here, but my initial slides are just kind of giving an overview of the kind of volume and types of applications we've been receiving. And so these were slides that I've just repurposed from a previous presentation from 2021. So I haven't updated it to include 2022 stats yet. But since 2018, I think we've been averaging around 22 referrals a year from the ministry. As you can see from this pie chart, the vast majority of them are for boundary adjustments between two parcels. So they're taking a line and altering it for whatever reason on their parcel. The second most common one, again, probably not a surprise for a rural area, are the small 1 or 2 parcel referrals. So that's about 30%. And once we get above 3 or 5, it starts to get less and less. And above 11 is not that common at all. I think we only have a couple of those active at the moment, one in Naramata and one in the industrial park in OK Falls. And this next slide kind of gives a breakdown by electoral area. And again, this is 2018 to 2021, so it doesn't reflect last year's numbers yet. But you can see, at least for that board term, the majority of applications were occurring in area H, by the looks of it, the color scheme here, followed by area E, I, and D. Which is surprising to me. I would have thought area D would normally be up near the top, just given the number of parcels in that electoral area. So getting back now to the subdivisions and the referrals, and how the regional district is somewhat different than our member municipalities who deal with these applications themselves. So our approving officer is one that has been appointed by the province through Lieutenant Governor and Council, and that's all done through the Land Titles Act, and it's quite common. In fact, I think all of the regional districts in the province have their approving officer appointed in this way. There is a provision under the Act that does allow for the regional district to petition to be able to appoint its own approving officer, and I understand that some RDs in the past have explored that, but it's never been pursued that I'm aware of. And some of the nuance with these subdivision applications and just this setup with the provincial approving officer. So yes, the applications are submitted to the ministry, but it's technically not ministry staff approving the subdivision. The municipal members might be familiar with this setup within their own organizations. The approving officer is kind of a standalone statutory authority, and it's that person in that position that makes the decision. So it's not technically ministry staff, it's this appointed approving officer role that's making those. And before they make those decisions, there's a lot of steps that ministry staff will do to help support the approving officer. And one of those is refer the application out to external agencies, of which the regional district is one. Depending on the nature of the application, it may get referred to Interior Health or I think they're starting to refer more to the First Nations bands as well. But I think we are one of the more important referral agencies because we do have, as you're aware, quite a number of different land use bylaws that apply to the subdivision process. And so when we receive these referrals, the ministry's comments, and it's not dissimilar to when we get referrals from the Land Commission or the Crown, they're basically wanting to get a better understanding of what are our interests in this subdivision application and what approvals might be required by the applicant from us as an agency. And so when we get these, we'll go through our suite of land use bylaws and policies and prepare a document for the ministry's benefit to help inform what they call their preliminary layout review, which sets out all the conditions that a subdivision application has to meet before they can submit to land titles and have the parcels created. And compliance with our bylaws is a big part of that. So, thinking back to that diagram that Evelyn was running you through at the beginning of the presentation today, our hierarchy of bylaws, well, that's essentially how we approach these subdivision referrals. We'll start at the top with the official community plan bylaw, make our way down through the other ones. But, and again, thinking of what we've already told you today, because an official community plan is primarily a policy document, it's very rare that there's actual approval requirements coming out of an OCP, with the exception of the development permits. And again, as Ben was saying, the majority of the ones that get triggered are usually the environmental protection ones, watercourse development, and environmentally sensitive. And our concerns there are just ensuring that there's a suitable building envelope being provided on these proposed new parcels that isn't going to create a hardship or impede somebody's ability to develop once the parcel is created. We then move on to the zoning bylaw, and as Shannon was saying, we're looking at building envelope. And can they actually build what the zoning allows? Is there suitable width for the parcels, usable areas? If they're proposing hooks, which is where you have different parts of a parcel separated by a road, how does that all work? Is it in a floodplain? Are there hazards, et cetera? We then move down into the servicing bylaw. And our concerns there generally are based around parcel size. And, as the board is aware, there's the provincial 1 hectare policy, which is supported by the Okanagan Basin Water Board. And it's generally requiring that parcels less than 1 hectare in area don't be created unless they're connected to a community sewer system. So our servicing bylaw and actually the zoning bylaw set that out in support of those senior level positions. We'll also look for development cost charges in relation to subdivision at the servicing bylaw stage. So if you're subdividing in OK Falls, there may be a development cost charge related to the sewer system. I think we might have one in relation to the water system in Naramata. And then we get down to the last set of policies and bylaws. And these are so for instance, parkland dedication, which is arguably a provincial legislative requirement, but we do have policies that speak to, where we might be looking to acquire parkland versus cash in lieu, has suitable frontage to a highway been provided, et cetera. Now, I just put this in for interest sake for the board to kind of give you an insight into some of the challenges that we sometimes run into with the ministry and just this divided nature of the approval process. So I'll take a stab at guessing this is in a Latin term that the approving officer uses is functus officio. Don't ask me to define it verbatim, but I understand again it's refers to a person who's discharged their duty and whose office or authority is at an end. And so for the rural directors, I suspect most of you might have had a subdivision in your area where this has come up. Complaints or concerns are raised in relation to a subdivision, but the approving officer has either finished their role and doesn't have an ongoing authority in the process, or potentially hasn't even been engaged yet because the ministry staff are still doing their initial processes in terms of review and compiling information for the approving officer's consideration. But the approving officer does have legislated or issues that they need to take into consideration when they're approving a subdivision. But of course, because it's a standalone authority and a separate provincial agency, whereas here at the regional district, we're dealing with a lot of the issues that might be triggered by some of these things, such as building permits. You get this tension occurring sometimes between us and the ministry, and how best do we deal with all the concerns that might be coming out of it? And so this is where the ministry will put or seek to put covenants on property and tag the regional district with requests to help deal with whether it's land instability or the floodplain issues or some other hazard or concern that they've identified through the process. And we get into this negotiation with them over the form of the covenant and what the actual authority is and how can we help them to get to the best outcome. So it's just one of these quirks of this current setup with the approving authority at a different level of government. Now, I've got this in here just as an example as well in terms of, and I think this has come up at the board in the past too, and I just want to give a quick overview of it, the role of public consultation or feedback into the subdivision process. And I think we've advised the board previously that there isn't really a mechanism or process for public consultation at subdivision. Even though I know there's been particular subdivision proposals that have generated a lot of interest in some of the electoral area communities, and how best do you deal with that? So the example I've put up here is from Area I, and it's an actual recommendation that came out from the Area I APC. And my understanding is this was prompted by a number of subdivision proposals that came forward in the community after the sewer line referendum didn't succeed. And so people had come forward with proposals to do strata subdivisions with strata sewers, which wasn't supported by the community. Now, this is that same bylaw hierarchy again, just highlighting the consultation processes and input points. So there is no consultation per se at the subdivision application stage. So for a situation like Cleedon and the APC's concerns, unfortunately, the regional district can't influence subdivision applications. Our opportunities to influence subdivision applications occur higher up the bylaw hierarchy here, primarily in relation to OCP and zoning bylaws. So, you know, using the Cleedon example, if there's a situation where subdivisions are occurring that the board isn't happy with, our opportunity to influence those is at these other stages where the green arrows are pointing, although arguably for subdivision, it's not really an RGS question, it's more OCP and zoning bylaws. So getting back to how this was resolved, and I think, as I recall from the corporate plan discussion at a recent board meeting, because we can't deal with those existing subdivision applications that have come into the approving officer, our only option really is to do a review of the zoning and take another look at what the zones allow for in terms of parcel size and servicing. And that's my understanding, the background and what's going to be influencing the Cleedon zone review, which is tentatively on as a 2023 project, right? Are the zones in Cleedon appropriate? Are the servicing levels appropriate, or does something need to change based on the feedback that's come from the community? So that's how, if there's a situation with subdivisions that the board doesn't like, it's at the OCP and zoning stage that's the best opportunity for us to try to influence those or change it so that we can get a better outcome that the board wants to see. Now, I apologize for those who've been on the board for a while. I've used this slide a few times, but when we were doing the 50th anniversary stuff a few years ago, it was one of the better headlines that I came across. And so this is from 1968, so 55 years ago almost. And it was taken from a board meeting where a deputy minister was presenting, and the board was expressing its dissatisfaction with subdivision being at the Ministry of Transportation level and not an RD level. And so at that time, the minister's response was, well, you would get it when you grow up. And that was 55 years ago, and so nothing has happened in the interim. But it does kind of segue into this other one, and it's just more for context for the board, because I think we've referenced this one a few times over the last couple of years in terms of changes to the Local Government Act that have happened. Now, I have no special insights here. This is just me simply reading the document and seeing what it sets out, and I thought it might be of interest as part of the subdivision discussion. But as the board is aware, it's this Development Approval Process Review, DAPR, which is what influenced the changes to the Act for delegated DVPs, for not having to do newspaper notifications, and also for the possibility of waiving public hearings, although there's separate issues with those. If you continue reading the document, and granted, it sets these out as low priorities, so it remains to be seen if anything ever comes of them. But the province has identified potentially providing regional districts with their own authority to do or to appoint approving officer, and also to potentially have that approving officer, be a service that's accessible by smaller municipalities. Again, low priorities within DAPR, but it's something that's being at least discussed at the provincial level. And then interestingly as well is a review of parkland dedication legislation, and just to provide more flexibility there in terms of how cash and lieu contributions can be used, particularly in relation to existing maintenance of already dedicated parks, or potentially making it easier for local governments to dispose of parkland previously acquired through a parkland dedication process, which at the moment is very onerous. So switching gears now, Agricultural Land Commission referrals. So the board does see these referrals, and you do have, and this is by legislation, there is a mandatory requirement for board resolutions for some of these referral applications to be considered by the Land Commission. So I see we're at 10 after. I'll try to pick up the pace here. So the ALC, just some quick background, created in 1972, 5% of the province. You can see here on the map at left a snapshot of where it applies in the RDOS, which is the green shaded areas. So a lot in the valley bottoms, particularly around Princeton. And I will say that the Land Commission does rely on local governments to assist them with enforcement and kind of vetting some of these uses that are being proposed on different parcels within the reserve. And so there's two types of applications. I'm not going to spend much time on farm uses because there's nothing local governments can do in relation to something that the Land Commission has considered to be a farm use of ALR lands. But it's the non-farm use applications, which generally you do see and do require a resolution from you in order to proceed to the Commission. And just for everybody's benefit, I don't think there's too much of a surprise here. I mean, farming, what is a farm use? Obviously, it's farming and some of these ancillary ones related to it. But in terms of non-farm uses, and these are just a couple of examples that I grabbed from recent board agendas. So a non-farm use and subdivision triggers your review and resolution of support. And so we had one that actually ticked off 2 boxes in Area C, which was Mike's, I can't remember the name of it, Mike's Auto Center, just north of town. So that is a non-farm use that's occurred on ALR land without approval. And they're also seeking to do a boundary adjustment in order to formalize their encroachment. So that was 2 situations. And then the other one that you see often is the non-adhering residential use, which means somebody wants to do more than 1 house and 1 accessory dwelling. And we've structured our bylaws to allow for that because we don't want to have to force people into rezonings all the time. But the Land Commission still limits it to no more than 2 dwellings. So when somebody wants to do 3 or 4 or 5, they have to come forward for this non-adhering use application, which you then get to review and determine if you support it or not, which kind of leads into this next slide. So when we do bring these referrals forward, okay, our assessment is based on OCP's policies, but I think the key point, and we've heard this from the Commission in the past at webinars, and I think when they've also presented to the board, is that if the board is not prepared to support a proposal that might have to come back and get a land use amendment or some other kind of permit, I think the Commission's hopeful that you don't authorize it to send it forward and have them make a decision that you may not then support when they come back for your approval, right? So, and then Crown land referrals, last one, and I'll go quick. Generally, the board doesn't see these. It's for Crown land, license of occupations, sometimes mines permits, and occasionally forestry, timber cut licenses. And not dissimilar to MOT, really what the Crown is looking for from us, and I think staff can generally provide them with this, is just an overview of, do you have an interest in terms of your land use bylaws? Is an approval from your agency going to be required? How does it affect public use? And is there any zoning implications? And so we'll just generally tick off some boxes and send the comments back. And the 2 types that we see the most are utility uses, either in the form of roads or power lines that are being put through, or with the power lines, what we see a lot of is historical stuff that they're just formalizing either through a license of occupation or some other kind of legal mechanism to protect the infrastructure that's there. And then on Okanagan Lake, we do see a lot of dock applications coming forward, but of course we now have dock regulations that assist us with assessing these, so that's helpful. And that's it for me. Sorry, I think I might have monopolized some time.
Mr. Garrett, before you have one thing, we might have to step back a bit. There was no reference to Board of Variance, and I know that'll come up sooner or later. Probably Ms. Dong would be the one to answer that one.
I don't think we have Board of Variance as part of our slides, but
talk about it. You guys can talk about it later. We're sort of running out of time, so we kind of want to finish.
Sure. All I'll say for the benefit of the board and Board of Variance, and it's similar to having to have a procedures bylaw. Having adopted a zoning bylaw, you have to appoint a Board of Variance. There's no getting out of it, and they can consider things that you have maybe not seen or that you've maybe refused. They can take another crack at it. So.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Quiz time again. Get your pencils out. An ESDP is mandatory for a rezoning application to be approved. A, yes, B, no, C, maybe, D, it depends. A, B, C, or D?
C or D?
The answer is no. It's not mandatory. Okay, how many different zoning bylaws are used within the RDOS? 1, 5, 3, or 2? A, B, C, or D? C? Yeah, well, you guys are paying attention. Excellent. Because a few years ago, it was a lot more than 3. 3. So the answer is C, 3. I think we have one more. And to qualify, this is like, were you paying attention to the slide? To qualify for a home site severance, an owner must have owned the land since December 31st, 71, December 21st, 72, June 30th, 73, or December 31st, 1980. Any guesses on that? A, B, C, or D? B? B? I kind of hear general B, C, B. And the answer is B, December 21st. Oops. And so back to the regular slideshow. We're wrapping up here, so we do hope that there's time afterwards for some questions. We're going to talk about basically how people access the planning department and what happens with that. And Tim Donegan, our planning tech, is going to talk briefly about that because he's the one that gets all the queries. So I'll let Timothy.
Danny, am I able to use I just wanted to go through the website. Am I able to do that? Just to show them where.
Is there a laptop?
No laptop.
Not there.
Just show it with
Oh. Oh, I think I'm in no man's land here with the. Okay, that'll work here. Okay. Okay, so there's a number of ways people can get in touch with us here. Do I have more slides after this or just this one here? Sorry. What is it going through? Oh, I see. Okay.
This arrow right here. I think there's just.
Is just this slide maybe, perhaps?
No, but, oh, did you take the other slide out?
Just get into the website.
Oh, okay, now you're on. Oops, I don't know. I thought there was another one, but work with that.
Okay, sure, yeah. Okay, I don't need to take too much time with that. Now what happened there? Okay. So when people visit our website, at the bottom of every page, there's information on how to contact us. They can either call our general reception and be directed to whoever they need to speak to, if it's the planning department, or they can, or at the bottom of the page, there's also an email, general info email that they can send their questions to, and it'll be directed by front end staff to whoever in planning wants to answer that question or whoever it's addressed to. They can also, at the lower left there, there's also a link that takes them to how to contact us. So in planning, if they're directed to planning or if they're finding their way to planning, they can send us an email to planning@rdos.bc.ca. And if it's not addressed to anyone in particular, it'll be handled by whichever staff, planning staff are on duty for that time. So we have, we're not always on coverage answering questions. There's designated times of the day and the week for particular staff to answer questions. So they can do it that way. And also on the right-hand side there, there's that two blue ribbons at the top there. Under property and development, you'll click on that and it'll drop down to planning, and this is where you get to this what we do page, and down below there's a way to contact us, and they click on that and that'll take them through. So they're either gonna, and if there's someone in particular that they wanted to speak to, there's phone numbers for particular staff. Emails, we don't give out our emails. If they want to email a particular staff member, there's a general email page. They can type their message in there on that page, and it'll be sent to planning, and we'll see who it's addressed to. If it's addressed to me, then I'll answer it. If it's addressed to someone else, I'll answer it. And that's pretty well how people get in touch with us. Of course, other ways are when there's an application that's been provided through notification. People are aware of that application. It'll have the planner's name on there, and they can contact the planner who's handling that file. Okay, I think that's generally it.
Are there any questions from the board?
Let's take this.
Thanks, Timothy. I also know being front counter person is it's not as easy as one would like. You get all sorts of weird and wacky questions that you end up having to know a lot more than just planning related issues. Yes, so this is the next slide. So somebody asks you about building, about, does it relate to parks or community services, or is it an enforcement issue? Is it about zoning? Do people have questions about horses or chickens or neighbors or anyways? So it's quite a job to be that first sort of interface with the public. And you have to really know the regional district and whatnot. And so this is lucky question number 13. This is our last question. This is like a bonus question for those of you who maybe are lacking in score. So if we can get back to the question quiz. And this is your last question of the day. This orientation has been fantastic, informative, boring, or the best ever. Do I hear C? C? And there's no wrong answer for that. No right answer, no wrong answer. So we do have about 9 minutes or 8 minutes, and so I'll just open it up. If anybody had any questions that they didn't get answered during that presentation. Oh, yeah. And
thank you. Director Roberts, please.
Oh, and just before that, I'm going to give prizes out. So can I hear who had 12 out of 12 on the quiz? Nobody? Who had 11 out of 12? All right.
Professional reliance.
Well, maybe I shouldn't embarrass people. Who had 10 out of 12? Has somebody got their hands up? Tim Roberts? Director Roberts? Well, if you're Director Roberts, you get to choose your prize then, because you got the most points. So you get a very cool measurement thing, or you get a lip balm from RDOS.
Could I request to have it given to Director Bush since I'm not there? He can have it.
We can put it in your mailbox. Okay, so for the rest of you, you just get what you get in your mailbox. You don't get to choose. So we have 10 of each. So you'll either get lip balm and you can trade amongst yourselves. Or if you don't want it, you just leave it there and we'll give it to somebody else. Okay, questions, open floor.
Thank you. Director Roberts, please.
Thank you to the chair. My question is in regards to an area such as Area G, which at this point in time doesn't have general zoning in there other than individual properties. When we're dealing with hazard areas, as you've stated before, floodplains, rockfall areas. So from what I'm gathering from the presentation, that the minimum we'd have to have is at least a development permit. Does that create a DP would have to be in place to have that discussion with MODI in regards to subdivisions that are put in hazardous areas? Thank you.
I think they should take care of it.
Just go ahead. Okay. Sorry, I don't know how to start on DPs. DPs should be approached with caution. They are difficult tools to work with, and may not always accomplish their intended objectives. So I know generally in relation to floodplain, we don't use development permits. We rely on the zoning bylaws for that kind of protection and regulation. And for geotech concerns, and I mean, this just recently came up with the West Bench Geotech Review. One of the recommendations within that was to explore the possible use of development permits, which we dutifully did. Well, actually, this also came up with the wildfire DP as well. And, you know, in relation to the West Bench, we felt that there were other mechanisms more suitable to addressing the geotechnical concerns than a potential development permit. So I know there's been the recent rock slide in Area G, and it may be that we look at possible amendments to the official community plan to introduce updated mapping based on, I think, some of the assessments that have been done, and we can certainly put in more specific or detailed policies that relate to that, and then what the next step after that might be. I mean, we can certainly look at a development permit, but it might also be that zoning is more effective than a DP, or maybe there's some other tool that we can look at as well. So I guess what I'm saying is certainly DPs are an option, but it's not a prerequisite to doing something else for a hazard area in Area G.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Mr. Director Taylor, please.
I'm wondering if you can just give a thumbnail sketch of the sort of, I hate to use the word hierarchy, but you've talked about planners 1, planners 2, plannering techs, and yourself. So is this a sequential process, or tasks get given out to an individual who sees it all the way through, and what's the sort of different roles of these different levels?
Garish?
Sure. I think I'm being given a hook here. It's 10:30, so I'm happy to follow up via email, and I can provide that information to the board later today.
Please, sir. Thank you. With that, running out of time, I don't see any other questions at this point anyhow, so I'd like to look for a motion to move out of the Planning and Development Committee. Bush, Dr. Roberts, all in favor? Opposed? Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Director Knodel. That does bring us to the Protective Services Committee. And here comes the RCMP moving into the room. I'll go to Director Roberts to chair this one. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I'd like to call the meeting in order at 10:29 in regards to Protective Services Committee. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda? I see it from Director Pendergraft and seconded by Director Taylor. All in favor? All right, thank you. I'd like to now pass this on over to the CAO in regards to our delegation.
Hello, everyone. I'm not the CAO, although perhaps someday with some initiative I could reach those heights. My name is Bob Vadamanuk. I'm a staff sergeant at the Penticton Regional Detachment. I am on the senior management team for the RCMP. Superintendent Hunter obviously sends his regrets. He loves this stuff and would love to be here, but he was called away to some high-level police chiefs meetings. So he has delegated the honor to me. So thank you very much for entertaining us and having us present to you here today. What you'll see here are a leadership team from our various detachments. Many of you would already know them or have met them. I know some are new at the table, so I appreciate your patience, and you'll get to know these members as you evolve as a leader in your own communities. But thanks again for giving us the opportunity. I'm going to start with Penticton, if you don't mind, and just indulge me a little bit, because I'm just going to, the bulk of the conversations today will be at a quite high level. The statistics are based on yearly statistics because of some of the change management that's happened at your regional districts as well as the municipalities. We thought this is a good opportunity to just start at a foundational level and talk about yearly statistics and the trends as we progress through and have been through the pandemic and some of the implications from there. So again, I'm going to start with Penticton. I just want to talk about a little bit of a change leadership in the detachment. Right now, obviously, we have Superintendent Hunter, who's our officer in charge of the whole region, and for all intents and purposes, our chief of police. But we've got some middle management change, that being our two sergeants. So our two sergeants in Penticton often will liaise with our regional district representatives. So you were dealing with Carmen Penny and Andrew Bayless. As many as you know, Andrew was promoted to staff sergeant, is now on the senior management team. So Lori Rock, who was basically our community support service liaison and someone who was very engaged in Penticton, was promoted to sergeant. So she'll be taking Carmen Penny's role, who moved into Kelowna into an administrative role. And we have a new sergeant coming from Kelowna. His name is Paul Bentham, a very strong leader, a proven leader out of Kelowna. We expect him the end of April to be in Andrew Bayless's role. So we'll have those two sergeants in their roles by the end of April, and you can expect some communication with them with regards to your regional districts and what your community needs and your constituent needs and things like that. And just one more indulgence, if I could, is I really want to recognize a group of individuals who we rely on, especially in Penticton and the South Okanagan, who I feel as a senior manager in the RCMP that sometimes don't get enough recognition. And we've had to use this group of volunteers often, and they've never said no. And that's our search and rescue teams in the South Okanagan. Even as recent as a couple weeks ago, again, we had to rely on them and lean on them for some support for a missing person. And they never say no, and they turn up with enthusiasm and preservation of life that is unparalleled by anybody else. So I get a little bit emotional when I talk about our search and rescue teams, because sometimes I don't think they get enough recognition, and I just want to make sure that they get mentioned, because they're on the forefront of our mind just about every time we have a missing person or a call for help. So thanks for that. So we'll go into Penticton now. Our initiatives really haven't changed. Obviously, we go by fiscal year. So our initiatives for the year were crime reduction, in particular property crimes and drugs, our family and sexual violence, our homelessness, addictions, mental health, and our employee wellness, which is important. I will say, and I can say that without him in the room because he'll just get it all read, but I will say that under Superintendent Hunter's leadership, our detachment, I've been here 5 years, and it's never been this good with regards to our personnel, with regards to our morale, and our level of service. So, so he would be mad at me if I had mentioned that while he's in the room, so I'm going to say it while he's not here. One of his priorities, utmost priorities, is employee wellness, because if you have happy, motivated employees, happy and motivated members, that in turn then cascades into the community, and our level of service is greatly enhanced. So I won't spend a lot of time on Penticton Municipal. Superintendent Hunter will be glad to come to a meeting and dissect those numbers for you. But I will say overall, the RCMP is pleased with the downward trend of our crime, and shows some initiatives with regards to some of the community engagements we're having. Some obviously can be attributed to the opening up of various social services and not so many restrictions because of the pandemic. But I think those are best saved for a sociological paper from a university a few years from now. But these statistics will certainly, I'm sure these statistics will certainly come into play in those studies. But we are looking at about 10-20% decrease in overall calls for service. When we look at Penticton Rural, and what I mean by Penticton Rural is outside of the villages and townships that I'll speak to in a second. Again, we see some downward trending, And there really is, the numbers, although some are incremental, are overall down. And if they're incremental, they are fractional. You know, we look at property crime in 2022 is down quite a bit. And again, criminal code and Controlled Drugs and Substances Act calls from 914 in 2020 to 2021 at 852, and in 2022 712. So there's a lot of good things happening in that. Not to say that they won't go up, or not to say there's to be some factors that will influence this as time goes on, but we are on a positive trend. Naramata, again, the numbers are, if they are going up, they're incremental. You know, we're looking at a property crime total. We went from 2020 went from 61, and in 2022 we're down to, you know, almost half at 33. So again, just to reiterate and recapitulate, you know, when we have members who are coming to work and enjoy coming to work, the patrols increase, our level of service increases, and I'm not saying that that's why the crime trends have halved, but I think there is some influence there. And when our watches are full, it translates into a better level of service. Caledon, again, you know, Caledon's numbers are palatable. We're down to, you know, property crime again at the bottom to 41 in 2020 to 2022 at 28. Now, some of this obviously is contributed. I alluded to the pandemic, and people were at home and bored, or things weren't open, or people weren't working. And so obviously that has some influence on property crime and theft. And now that things are open, you know, I think there's some influence there to suggest that people are going back to work and earning money rather than having to resort to criminal behavior. Okanagan Falls, OK Falls, again, you know, property crime. I'll just skip right to the bottom there. Property crime down from 126 2 years ago to 108 last year. Violent crime down from 62 in 2020 to 31, exactly half in 2022. And that's all I had for the Penticton aspect of things. I know an hour seems like a long time until there's 7 of us that need to talk and questions. So I'll keep that as concise as I can, and we'll move to Summerland. And I'm not sure if you wanted to just ask questions now or if you wanted to wait to the end.
I'd like to, as chair here, I'd like, Sergeant, that may be an opportunity right now for the communities that were just recently discussed, if they have any questions. Any questions in regards to the presentation so far? Director Taylor.
Just what would you suggest we use as a metric with our community members to demonstrate trend and also demonstrate absolute risk relative to, say, a Penticton or something? You know, what metric do we use to say things are worse here than they are in the big city, or they're actually significantly less risky than in the big city?
Well, you know, speaking from an RCMP standpoint and a law enforcement agency in British Columbia, we use uniform crime reporting. So all the calls that come into the RCMP for various reasons, whether it be traffic, whether they be theft, any calls to the RCMP come in, a file is created, and they're what's called scored. That means there's a certain metrics that goes in there, and if it's a certain crime type, it goes into a scoring matrix, if you will. So each municipality or each section of rural Penticton, including Okanagan Falls or including Caledon or Naramata, have their own geographic area in that scoring model. So what would happen is, if speaking of just OK Falls, every call that comes from OK Falls, every offense that happens in OK Falls would be scored on that metric. And then we do comparative statistics or CompStat often, but it's hard to, I would imagine it would be hard for Okanagan Falls to compare themselves to, say, a Penticton because of this, the population diversity. So it's hard for the RCMP to say, go live in OK Falls, it's a lot safer, because you're comparing apples to oranges in that circumstance. Some of those, there are some metrics and the BC statistics that come out and they will extrapolate violent crime comparatively to other community of similar population sizes. So if you want to get into those deep weeds, I invite you to go to the BC government website and you can look at those statistics. I don't have them here in front of me, but oftentimes Superintendent Hunter and I do look at those statistics and try to just find out where we are on the spectrum of severity. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Sergeant. Director Taylor, that good? Okay. All right. Look, I'm not seeing any other hands in regards to this point. So, Sergeant.
Director Holmes has his hand up here.
Oh, does he? All right, Director Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. Just to Director Taylor, I can tell you what I do, if that's helpful. Is what I do is I look at what the regional trends are, and then I'll look at Summerland stats to see if they're in line with the regional trends, and if they are, then that makes sense. And if there's one of the things that's out of a line, then that's when I would ask questions. That's the way I approach it.
Thank you, Director Holmes. Very helpful. Anyone else that I may be missing? I'm looking at both online and from the screen. If not, we can just go back to the delegation. The Sergeant can carry on with his presentation. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Summerland next, and I'll introduce Sergeant Dave Preston, and he can take it from here.
Thank you, Staff Vadamenik, and to the chair and through the board. Thanks for having me. We'll go through some Summerland numbers, and 2022 was a good year in terms of call volume. We were down quite a bit. We had 2,558 calls for service. That was down 17% as compared to 2021 and down 9% compared to 2020. I was looking back, and I even went back as far as 2016 to sort of just capture sort of a better grasp on an average volume of calls. And it was just shy of 3,000, 2,984. So it's not like 2021 was abnormally high to cause the numbers to be that off. But so 2022, just in general, the call volume was down. So with that, our highest call volume still continues to be traffic-related calls, followed by a distant second and third responding to false alarms and check well-being investigations. So considering the lower call volume in 2022, our violent crime number and property crime numbers are down. Violent crime numbers down from 184 to 130, and our property crime total is down from 463 to 394. So even of note, though, those numbers are still down. Our 22 numbers are still down compared to the 2020. In looking at the numbers and trying to figure out one crime in particular stood out, and that was the mischief to property. So that we saw an increase up to 147. Looking further into the 147 files, there was 18 instances. There was a series of crimes that happened where it was TELUS and Shaw lines that were cut. We worked closely with TELUS and Shaw, and then we were able to identify a suspect. So those 18 files, which accounted for 12% of all the mischief to property, was quite significant. But I'd have to give a shout out to TELUS Corporate Security. They've gone over and above. When we identified the potential suspect, they've actually worked with the family and offered support to them. Unfortunately, the individual that we identified suffers from mental illness, and currently, I will say positively, he's receiving treatment. So that's a good story. So if you take away the 18 instances or the 12% of those files, our actual mischief to property would be lower than the previous years as well. So, and that's it. Any questions?
Thank you. Do we have questions from any of the directors who call in? Okay, not seeing any. So thank you very much. We'll carry on with the presentation.
Thank you.
So we'll just, we'll go in the order that I guess the presentation is here. We'll go to Princeton, and I'd like to introduce Sergeant Robert Hughes, and we'll go from there, and he's got lots to say. He always does.
Thank you to the board. Thank you to the chair. Thanks for having us. We do enjoy coming to this and giving our presentations. I'll try and be as quick as I can, but not rocket through too fast. Again, our annual performance plan policing priorities for last year, 2022, 2023, were substance abuse and drugs, traffic, road safety, and employee wellness. Much like kind of a page out of Superintendent Hunter's book, employee wellness is paramount for us in Princeton. My theory, or the way I try and look at it, is I can't service the community without having my members being healthy, both mentally, physically, and having a good work-life balance. So we push really hard for that, and I think we've come to a good point for that. The drugs, substance abuse, drugs, it's not that priority is not just targeting drugs. We try and keep that as round as we can, and we're going after target enforcement against the people that are in that circle of trying to steal things, sell things, selling drugs, people ODing, and the homes, what we're commonly referred to as drug houses. So that's kind of all encompassing under that one umbrella of substance abuse and drugs. I will be meeting with Mayor Coyne and Director Coyne and Director Roberts here hopefully in March to set up the next fiscal year for us, which starts in April. So going through our crime trends, or calls for service, the calls for service for 2022 are down, just over 2,100 files, calls for service for the year, which is good and bad. We want people to be calling. We want people to report. So the amount of reports shows some confidence in us as the police for the community. So we do encourage people to call at every instance. So just kind of going through the numbers, the numbers for Princeton are pretty small as a whole. So little tiny changes as far as percent change look like big changes, but there's nothing really out of control so far. The assaults common with a weapon, assaults causing bodily harm. Again, we've spoken about this before. These are mostly people that know each other. It's not, people walking down the street in Princeton at 2 o'clock in the morning and getting mugged in the dark. These are people that are well known to each other and a core group of people that are committing these offenses against each other. Sex offenses for the year are at 10. Of course, we'd like to see that at 0. That's, any number above 0 for sex offenses is concerning to us as the police as a whole. What I can say is of those 10, so that number encompasses everything that is sexual in nature. So some of those files are teenagers sending photos back and forth in school and they're caught. A couple of those, two of those files, we submitted charges to Crown and they didn't meet the threshold for charge approval. There are 2 that are still under investigation and waiting, pending charges from Crown. So the number 10, I just want to be clear that what that encompasses, and it's not so much what people think it is by reading that stat. Our uttering threats, again, it's down from 2020, 2021, it's about the same. Again, that's a core group of people that are doing that back and forth to each other. It's very uncommon that those are unknown, neighbor disputes, things like that. Total violent crime is down as a whole. Auto theft is quite concerning for for the citizens and the community. The number keeps dropping. We'd like to see that down at 0. But what I can say about that is of those 16, only 2 of those vehicles are still outstanding, and they're both trailers. 3 of those files are mysterious calls of a stolen vehicle after the vehicle's been involved either in a crash or a crime. And 5 of those theft of vehicles are one person that gets lent a vehicle by his friends and then does something. He's a prohib driver. He gets seen, and then they call it in as a stolen vehicle. So it gets investigated that way, and that's how that gets scored. Much like Staff Sergeant Vadamek was saying about the universal scoring of these files. Moving along as quickly as I can. Breaking into business, residence, and other. The numbers are kind of up and down for different types. But if you put them all together, it's the same people that are doing these break-and-enters, whether they break into a house or a store or something. So the combined numbers for 2020 were 28, and those numbers combined for 2021 and 22 are both 21 for the year, which is relatively low, less than 2 a month. Theft from vehicles is concerning. That's way up, as was theft of bicycle, but most of those are people that are coming up from the Lower Mainland into Chilliwack, or from Chilliwack into Manning Park, and stealing high-end bikes off of people. Leave their bicycles on the back of their vehicles for some reason. And these are like $2,000 to $10,000 bicycles that they're leaving with a little tiny cable on them on the back of the vehicle. They come out and 2 or 3 or 4 bikes are gone. So that's where those numbers come from this year, unfortunately. Frauds are mostly online frauds and phone frauds targeting seniors, and unfortunately they continue to be successful at that, so they keep doing that. Total calls for service, again in Princeton, one of our the APP priorities is traffic, road safety. As you'll see, traffic incidents and motor vehicle incidents, kind of put those together, and that equates to 396 files, which is about 20% of our total call volume just in traffic stuff. So that's what I have, and I would love to answer any questions that anyone has.
Thank you, Sergeant Hughes. And before I ask whether or not Director Coyne Jr. or Senior have any questions, I think it's important to, especially for a lot of the newer directors, to realize the area that you actually cover from Area G's Headley and the surrounding communities in Area H. It's very vast. And if you could just give a little bit of a rundown on what you're actually covering from your detachment.
Yes, thank you. So our jurisdiction goes Highway 3 towards Karamias, about 7 kilometers past Headley, towards Karamias, and then it goes all the way south to the border, continues across and through Highway 3 towards Manning Park. We go 9.5 kilometers west of Manning Park Lodge, which is kind of the top of that Allison Pass Hill. And then we go all the way up 5A to about the AP Ranch, and then all the way into Tulameen, about halfway into an area called Pike Mountain, which is towards AP Ranch, and then towards the Coquihalla, about halfway between where the Coquihalla lies and Tulameen. So all those backcountry GSAR type of files, lost hikers, lost snowmobiles in the Tulameen area are all us. It's a huge area. It's the biggest geographical area in the PSOS region.
Thank you. That is very impressive, and we really appreciate all that you have been doing. Can I pass on to anyone else that has a question for Director Coyne Sr.? Can't hear you.
Oh.
Yeah, Rob, I would just like to say thank you for the service that you've given to our community, and I understand you're going up where it's even colder than it is in Princeton, and absolutely wishing you the best of luck up there, sir.
Thank you very much, Director Coyne. It's been a pleasure working in Princeton. For those that don't know, I wasn't going to bring it up, but seeing as it's up, and there'll be some questions about that, is I've promoted to Dawson Creek, and we're working on the sale of our house and be moving along. So it's been a very much a pleasure working with everyone in Princeton. As some of you know, Princeton's home to me. I still have family in Tulameen, and I grew up in Tulameen. So. Thank you, Director.
Great. Any other questions for Sergeant Hughes? Okay, not seeing any, we will carry on with the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, next on the presentation is Karamias, and we have Corporal Chad Parsons here, so I'll turn it over to Chad.
Thank you to the chair and the board for having me here today. It's always a pleasure. Quickly, I'll just go over our community priorities. So first off is police and community relations. So to help improve this, I've got a constable that he's devoted to going to the schools every week. I don't know if anyone's aware of this, but so he's part of the breakfast club there, and he actually goes and makes breakfast for children in the mornings, and it's very well received, and he gets to know the kids. And we're one of the small communities that actually has a designated member going into the schools to develop those relationships, and it's worked out really well. Crime reduction and we decided to focus on fraud. We've touched on it here quickly about seniors being targeted over the phones and how they become victims to these calls that are really nonstop. So what we've done is we've done a series of information sessions. The last one that we had was on Thursday in Karamias. There was about 30 people that attended that. We brought in one of the bank managers and just to educate the seniors on the type of crimes that we're seeing in Penticton and the crime trends for frauds, and with the hopes that they just call us before they give any money away, even if it's just to ask if it's a legitimate call or not. We're happy to answer that question. And of course, you'll see the common trend there is employee wellness. Karamias is finally fully staffed, so members are getting their time off, they're getting their holidays, they're happy to come to work, and we hope it stays that way for the time to come. Going into our calls for service, so 2022 saw a small reduction in the total calls to service to 1410. It's really it's a small variance. Like it hasn't fluctuated that much. Our biggest increase was with assaults, common, and with weapons or causing bodily harm. That's just one category. That one is up to 60 for 2022. Most of those come from domestic violence. Those domestic violent calls, you see number 38, that's included in that assault number. And those were caused mainly by 4 families who we've been dealing with and getting them the support that they need to ensure that their future looks better than what it has been. One of the emerging trends that we're seeing is catalytic converter thefts. We got a video of the suspects from a couple of weeks ago. We've posted it out in hopes to identify them. We believe it's people that are traveling through Karamias that aren't living there and going to other communities to commit the same type of thefts. So we're going around, we're collecting videos, we're trying to get better identification on the vehicle, the license plate number, to try to forward charges on them. Our top 10 calls of service really remain the same for traffic incidents, 138, abandoned 911s, and the check well-being. Karamias has a traffic unit based out of Karamias, so instead of making that our priority, we decided to let the traffic highway patrol deal with that, and they're doing a good job on that. Really, overall, our numbers have remained pretty consistent. So with that, I'm open to any questions from the mayor or the councillors.
Thank you, Corporal Parsons. Do we have any questions for Corporal Parsons? All right, not seeing. Thank you very much, Corporal. We'll pass this on and carry on with the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Our next is Sergeant Don Rigglesworth from Oliver Detachment.
Good morning. Thank you. Oliver Detachment has been in the news, I think, in the last 3 months, I'm just going to jump right to it. We're just destroyed by break and enters with 2 businesses on Main Street in Oliver. We have one individual in jail who we believe is responsible for 40 of the 45 break and enters that happened in those 3 months. It just shows what one individual can do, not just to a small town, but to the whole Southeast District. When there's stats everywhere. And when they look across the board, Oliver alone brought the whole region's numbers up to a little red area. And I remember being here 2 years ago when everything was green and I want to say rosy, but rosy's a bad color in these situations. But and I just said, yeah, just wait. It fluctuates, it changes. The good thing, I was communicating a lot with Mayor Johansson and with Director Knodel about what was happening behind the scenes. And I was on the forefront with the public because this is a type of thing that where Facebook and people talking can take on a life of its own and a lot of negativity towards us. And which again reflects in, everyone's talked about member wellness. My officers are out there working hard and they don't need to, we hear negativity, that's part of the job, I get it. But we were working on this and it was extremely frustrating, and it's extremely frustrating for people that not only work in the community, but are members of the community. So we had one person on our radar, very difficult to monitor or survey a person who doesn't have a permanent address, who's couch surfing, who is at houses where the predominant purpose of that house is for people who have addictions to use with other people that have addictions. And we would track people from crime scenes to certain residences. We would work on our warrants. We would find evidence there and we'd build it up. At other crime scenes, there was many instances, well, 4 or 5 off the top of my head, where he cut himself and there were DNA samples that we've obtained. Those things aren't going to be overnight results. It's not, like the CSI TV situation doesn't happen. In this case, we have got results back from a couple scenes, and the lab has told us that it's the same DNA profile from 2 different scenes, and we're still waiting for DNA profiles to come back from other scenes. At that point, my investigators will be applying for a warrant to obtain bodily sample from this person to create a DNA profile of our suspect. And then again, off to the lab with that, the profile's there, and then again, compare the 2 to get it together. And what we're hoping for is that there's a 1 in 5.3 trillion, or whatever the number is, chance of this being anyone but our suspect. That person who we've arrested, Lloyd John Baptiste, is in jail currently. His matter has been put over again until March 15th. He's known in the community of Oliver as LJ. I want to make that clear. This person has some charges in front of him, and he is a primary suspect on a number of other cases. With that being said, we're going to continue working on it.
I see a question from Director Knodel. Director Knodel, would you like to speak to some of what's been presented so far?
Yeah, it's more a comment. First, I wasn't really too happy with the line chart, so I went and hid in the closet with a highlighter and made the chart look a little more festive, if you will. It did point out that we tend to need our gene pool needs a serious dose of chlorine around here. I think it's we've got a few that are really taxing the police force without a doubt. I have to point out that regardless of what this looks like, I do believe we've got an absolutely astounding police force. They're doing an absolutely great job, permanently understaffed. They're picking up the weight from the prison, which I believe the prison should be separated from these stats too. I think it skews things a little. So it's definitely not a perfect picture. Somewhere along the line, we're also going to have to remove the blindfold from Lady Justice so she can tell the difference between the unfortunate and the vicious here. That seems to get missed a lot, but that's a topic for another day. Basically, what I want to say is that I want to really thank the police forces for working as hard as they do. It has to be terribly frustrating for them to go through this procedure with so many weights being put on them. The job of policing has become ever more complicated and restrictive, and I'm very glad that we have you there doing as hard a job as you do, and what sometimes is very unrewarding conditions. So thank you very much for all you do, and even though things look bad, I've learned from Sergeant Rigglesworth that that's not necessarily a true picture. It does change with time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Knodel. I'll pass this back to Sergeant Wigglesworth.
Yes, thank you, Director Knodel. Yeah, moving forward with this and in consultation with Mayor Johansson and Director Knodel, I also personally went to many businesses in Oliver. I walked the beat there and I was dropping in. Some of them I repeated a second or third time with a commercial security self-assessment. And I had Denise Blasco from the chamber would go with me, and we did Main Street, and then we went down to the industrial area. A few hours on several different occasions just to have those conversations with businesses. And we wanted to get the feel for whether there was a need for a community forum on safety. And it was overwhelming that business owners just appreciated that talk and that visit. And there were some places that I just outright apologized because my investigators, or we hadn't got back to them. Maybe they were one of the break and enters that happened early on, and they hadn't heard back. And that's a shortcoming on my part and the investigators' part. And it was really good to be able to catch up. And I try not to just do that as a knee-jerk reaction. I try to have that as part of my being part of Oliver, just being out there, dropping in. But this was very well received, and there was no one wanting that community forum to talk about it. They thought just this individual contact, and then being able to look over self-assessment, and then just pointing things out, what happened. I did jinx a few businesses. I'd go in, I'd give them some suggestions, they'd follow through, and within a couple of days there was a broken front door, and I would go back and take the heat. They said, I shouldn't have put that sign up or whatever else. It just bad luck. And we were out there. I was out there at 3, 4 in the morning, walking around with my hoodie up and trying to see, what could I find? And the calls that would come in that night would be a suspicious person walking downtown. So it's just,
Well done.
It's just how it is. So I'm just going to move on from that, from the break and enter side, just to look at some of the other stats. Our numbers for call for service were up a bit 2022 compared to 2021, but not a huge discrepancy in numbers. And looking at assaults, they seem to be high. I'm going to attribute that to the jail. It wasn't at full capacity during COVID. It wasn't, and there's their policy. Any assault, no matter how minor, and even if there isn't any cooperation wanted by anyone involved, their policy is to report it so that they get that file number to attach to the incident. Looking through, it's our property crime that is the biggest issue. It's up, and it was up specifically because of break and enters to businesses. But there's other ones I noticed with the theft from vehicles. That's, as Corporal Parsons mentioned, catalytic converters. Also an issue in Oliver. I believe there were 18 that I looked up from June until December. And otherwise, yeah, it's property crime, and it's a certain small amount of individuals. And we continue with our priorities, which is traffic and road safety. I had a focus this year on youth and youth drivers. We have been successful, knock on wood, that our youth have been safe. Nothing has stood out within that calendar year of any incidents where we had that had to experience something horrendous with their youth in driving. There were some tickets issued. Sometimes it's tough to convince my officers who aren't as prone to give out tickets to hit that end driver, but there are a lot of vehicles pulled over and a lot of warnings given out, which is good as well. And I've discussed one thing that we're going to be moving forward is because we have emerged as a municipality, is that our numbers will be separated from the RDOS and from the municipality so that we can see what the comparisons are. Going through it individually to try to do it is a difficult task, but it is about 50-50. So when we say Oliver, it's important that half of these calls are rural Oliver as well. More so some other communities. We do have a lot of calls outside of the town of Oliver, the town boundaries. That's where I'm at. I'm taking too much time.
Thank you, Sergeant Wigglesworth. Any further questions? Not seeing any. How about we carry on with the presentation?
I have a question.
Yeah, there are questions.
One question from Director Miller.
Oh, okay. Director Miller.
Thank you, Sergeant Wigglesworth, for your presentation and for your service and extracurricular service to the community. Roughly, how much of your staffing time in a typical week or year is committed to the Okanagan Correctional Center?
Without the numbers in front of me,
Some significant, not much.
I mean, there's some weeks where we would have a call per day. Some of those calls are just a mere half hour of an officer's time of typing the file up and maybe making a phone call, and attendance isn't required. Sometimes that same day, we're going to have to go and get fingerprints because a detachment outside of our area has requested that their file where the person is being housed there, we have to go get those fingerprints or that DNA sample or something else. So one of my officers needs to go there, check in, which is a bit of a process to get into the jail, and then there's very poor or no radio reception in that jail. So they're off the road for a couple hours. Sometimes we hear that a person being released actually has warrants for their arrest. So before they can be released from jail, we get to go pick them up from the jail and try to put them back into jail. It's a strange process, but that falls on us. I do have a retired officer who's a reserve constable now that comes down once every couple of weeks or more. And if they're not pressing matters, he will go and spend 7, 8, 9-hour shift dealing with those fingerprints, the DNA orders, those sorts of things. But a lot of times it's pressing where this guy's getting released this afternoon, can you go do it? So it fluctuates, but it's difficult to say the actual number, but it does take time. And with the emerging municipality, the province, I think, did recognize that and has come through with some more positions than they came through with the amount of positions we had hoped we would get. So.
And I'm sorry, for one final follow-up, is it all on the Oliver detachment, or if you guys are busy, can you call Penticton or Soyuz or whatever, or how does that work?
Soyuz and Oliver, traditionally, we do work very closely together. We help each other out. We're on the same radio station, as Karamias was yesterday, helping us out with a pretty intense call where we're all coming from different angles to Oliver. That turned out with my officer being safe and the individual being safe that we were dealing with. The prison falls under Oliver detachment's jurisdiction. I do have, RCMP is a big machine, and there are other agencies that I can reach out to for assistance if it's a bigger matter. But if there's an assault there, if a guard gets assaulted, we take the statements, we get the video, and it's really good there. Imagine that. And we do forward those files. So it is on Oliver detachment.
Thank you.
Got Director Johansson as well.
Okay.
Thanks. I'd just like
Director
the opportunity to thank Sergeant Wigglesworth for the close working relationship and the sharing of information. It's very helpful, and it's clear from the ride-alongs that we do together at least once a month that you are truly building relationships in our community with the Osoyoos Indian Band and rural Oliver, which I think is helping build a really positive relationships, and it's reflective in that I'm not hearing very much, even though our numbers are very high. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Sergeant Wigglesworth? Again, sometimes with the picture, how it's cut off with the directors, I can't see your arm. You might have to change to a left versus a right so I can see it. I'll move back then in regards to the continuation of the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to address, before we move on to Osoyoos, I just want to address a couple of things, and Sergeant Wigglesworth and Mayor Johansson have kind of alluded to it. And the jail does have impact on all of our operations, and Oliver is responsible for a lot of the calls that emanate, whether they be operational or administratively, through the jail. Now, with the emerging recent census, the recent census data, and the emergence of a different pay matrix for Oliver, the provincial government has recognized the impact, some of the impact of the jail on Oliver detachment, and have graciously bolstered our numbers. We are working, I can promise you, on a daily, if not hourly, endeavor to staff our vacancies in Oliver. And those vacancies are getting filled. There have been officers identified to come down to Oliver and assist. There's a bit of molasses with regards to getting position numbers for the newly funded positions. Because of the map that has to go through the provincial government, Ottawa, and then back to our organizational strategy branch. But I can say unequivocally that Oliver is a priority for the PSOS, and I anticipate that as the weeks and months evolve here, that you will see more and more members there, and less stress for the members, and hopefully that translates into the crime numbers in Oliver. As well, I want to just talk about really quick the catalytic converter story, because it does have a direct, RDOS was hit here a few weeks ago. So again, catalytic converters do have an impact on the entire communities, on your constituents, on the directors. The anecdotal evidence that I'm getting, in particular talking to our crime analysts, talking to our prolific offender management team, wondering just who's responsible for these thefts. There's been an overwhelming consensus by investigators that there's 2 or 3 individuals that are involved, and they don't reside in PSOS. They're actually coming out of other areas and preying on these circumstances here. But we are vigilant with our prolific offenders, and especially those that have committed this crime in the past, just to see if they're the ones that are in fact committing these crimes. In addition to that, we've also reached out to the scrap dealers in the entire region, addressed the issue with them. They have processes in place to identify those people that are bringing catalytic converters to them. And we work in collaboration with those scrap dealers. Unfortunately, there's scrap dealers that are outside of our area that aren't maybe as married to those protocols as we'd like. But it's kind of, we work with those detachments, and we try to work with the provincial government and those and that industry in particular to try to curtail some of these thefts, because they are impactful. And I mean, it's very frustrating when someone's trying to get to work and now their truck isn't running, or RDOS is hit with a few trucks that are sitting, and now all of a sudden you have to borrow, beg, and I won't say steal, but borrow and beg for other vehicles just to do your daily activities. So we do recognize the issue. We are working in collaboration with all the partners, and hopefully as the reports come in, those numbers will go down. So with that said, we'll move to Osoyoos. Sergeant Jay Beta and Corporal Dave Smith have bestowed on us their great present, so I turn it over to them.
Thank you to the board and to the chair for having us. I brought Dave with me today, Corporal Dave Smith, because really, although I'm the commander of the detachment, it really is a team effort to ensure that we keep our community safe. And I've put a lot of stuff on Dave's plate over the last number of years, and ensuring our members are out there and doing what they can to catch our prolific offenders. I say prolific offenders because when you look at our stats, I mean, really, Soyuz is doing quite well. Crime is low, especially violent crime and what have you. But when we see our numbers fluctuate, whether it be property crime, violent crime, or anything, it really is our prolific offenders that are creating up those fluctuations. It's often 2-3 people in the community that are causing the most grief for us or for the community. And I mean, we saw that in all of our Sergeant Wrigglesworth talking about the one person that's suspected of committing the majority of those break and enters. His stats have gone way up, but it's one person. And we're seeing that in the Soyuz too. We're seeing, you know, that we're dealing with the same couple people all the time. And whenever they leave, someone else comes in to fill that void. And but we've had some successes lately. We had a fellow move up from the Lower Mainland that caused us a bit of grief when it come to thefts in the area involving stolen vehicles, theft from vehicles, as well as shoplifting. Dave actually, I give Dave a lot of credit for that. He really got the members onto this person, and through that we learned that this person was buying vehicles, opening bank accounts, and purchasing multiple cell phone plans and what have you under a totally different name, using false identification of a victim, an innocent person from Vancouver Island. There was this person had been subject of fraud and identity theft for a number of years. No one had any idea who was involved, and Dave basically single-handedly solved those cases and has got this person that was in our community and is still in our community under several charges. So we're keeping a close eye on that person. We've got a bunch of reports into Crown Council, and we expect this person either to be in jail very soon or out of our community. We have another person in the regional district up on Alden Road who's caused a lot of headaches when it comes to stolen vehicles and property crime. We've dealt with this person many times over the years, and there's currently a warrant out for their arrest right now. And we have one other fellow in town that is local. We've had a lot of word that he's been involved in different property crimes over the years, and we've just got him on video committing a break and enter, as well as a attempt theft of a catalytic converter. So there's 3 people in our community that have caused us a number of grief over the years, and it's overall, when we look at it, the community is a safe community. It's really good people there, and you know, it's unfortunate there only a few people can ruin it for the rest of us. I present, Soyuz is a little different than some of the other communities. We are a 70-30 split, meaning we have in our funding, so meaning we have over 5,000 people in population. So we have a municipal component and a provincial component. The municipal stats, which looked good, were presented to Mayor McCorduff and Town Council a couple days ago. So today I'll concentrate on the RDOS stats and the year-over-year stats. I won't go through every one because there's nothing that really stands out. Again, everything's quite low, but if you look over the year-on-year property crime total, we've gone from in 2020, 126, had a very slight drop of 5 in 2021, and we're down to 99 in 2022. So we're seeing a steady decline in crime, property crime, and we saw a slow but steady decline in violent crime as well in the RDOS. Again, when we're talking, in some cases, we went from 4 in 2020 to 3 offenses. We're talking very small fluctuations here, so nothing crazy, but moving in the right direction. I'm open to any questions if anyone has them.
Thank you, Sergeant Beta. Do we have any questions in regards with Soyuz? I see Director Miller and
Thank you, and again, thank you for your service to the community. Does the Osoyoos detachment have anything at all or to do with the border? Do you ever get calls there?
Yes, thank you for your question. That's changed somewhat over the years that I've been in command of the Osoyoos detachment. So we do have a federal section in Osoyoos that's out of a different office than we're at, that primarily is responsible for the border. However, Osoyoos RCMP detachment, my detachment is our first responders. So we're the officers in uniform, and we will respond to something that's happening now and when we need boots on the ground. So we will respond to border incursions, whether it's a report of someone crossing illegally or suspicious activity along the border. But we also do have our federal unit available at times to either, well, they'll work on larger projects that may be more of a time constraint issue, or to respond to, if they're in the area, to respond to incursions as well. So.
thank you. Am I missing anyone else? Any hands? I see Director McCordoff.
Thank you. I just want to thank all the RCMP officers for coming today, and specifically, our two favorites from Osoyoos, and they do a wonderful job, and they also come and talk to us at council very often. So we appreciate what they've done, and we appreciate how the stats are going in our favor. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Director McCordoff. Now I'm going to pass you one off on to Director Pendergraft. We are getting close to our time. We have a couple more minutes, so we just want to speed up and see if there's anything else we need to touch base on.
Sure. I do have one comment or one question I would like to ask. And I know for the rural of Osoyoos, it doesn't exactly match the boundaries of the regional district. So I'm just curious if the stats that are presented here are specifically for the RDOS, or are they inclusive of your entire catchment area that you respond to?
Yeah, that's a really good point. I know this is inclusive of the catchment area that we police. So yeah, I would have to see if our analysts can get a breakdown of exactly what's out of the RDOS versus the Kootenay boundary. So
okay. No, I don't think that's necessary. Our trend is reasonably good, but one of the individuals you mentioned is not live in the regional district. He's the opposite.
Not living in a regional district, but certainly causing a lot of issues in the regional district and elsewhere. So yeah. Before I close, and I know we're limited for time, I just wanted to also mention that Dave Smith, Corporal Smith here, is going to be leaving the Osoyoos detachment and going to Penticton detachment for a very important role with our mental health team there, working with the detachment and with interior health. He's done, fortunately, we don't have a lot of mental health issues in Osoyoos, but we have had a few citizens there that really used up a lot of police resources. And Dave, his policing model, the way he polices with his compassion and respect for everyone, he's had a really good, he's done a really good job working with those folks and getting them the help they need and reducing the calls of service for us on the detachment. So he's, I mean, I'm sad to see him leave Osoyoos, but he's very deserving of the position he's going to in Penticton here. And so I congratulate him on the move. We do have a replacement name, but it's not anything official yet, so I'll wait till it's official before we name Dave's replacement. But they've certainly got some big shoes to fill, so there you go. Thanks.
Thank you, Sergeant Beta. Now, going back to the lead of the delegation, Sergeant, and sorry if I pronounce your name incorrectly, Vadamek?
Yeah, Vadamanuk. I've heard a lot worse, so that's okay. I do want to just talk about Corporal Smith just for 20 seconds here, and just say that we are excited to bring him into Penticton. He's going to be leading our our social initiatives and our action tables, our social active tables. And I think he's going to be a great addition. He's excited. And we're excited. He's got a very wide spectrum of experience and a compassionate heart. So I think he'll have an immediate impact. And with all of that said, that concludes the RCMP presentation, unless there are some resonating questions.
Well, thank you very much. And since we're limited in time, maybe any of the directors that have some further questions that need to get into depth, that they can contact you separately and garner that information. Right now, if I look on my list here, the only thing I have left is to refer to the CAO if there's anything else.
No, not from the CAO.
No,
so-
he's fine through the chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So then could I have a call for a motion re the adjourning of this meeting of the Protective Services? Director Bush and Director Wiebe. All in favor? Thank you. And we've all got our hands up. Perfect.
Okay, we'll just take a minute for the room to clear here and we'll get started with the next one.
I think the only order I'm crossing. Okay. I think last year and the year before, you didn't have cows grazing in that area.
Yeah. Okay, we look like we're ready to go here. We'll look for a motion for the Corporate Services Committee to approve the agenda. Moved, seconded, thank you. All those in favor? Perfect. Any opposed? Motion carries. We do have another delegation here first on the agenda, and this time it's from the Okanagan Film Commission, but I'll go to the CAO first. So go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just catching up here. Okay, so we do have the Okanagan Film Commission here ready to present Mr. Wiley and Mr. Summerland. Just reminding the board that this is a line account now for the regional district. We used to go through this every year and debate whether we should give them a grant or not. And then a few years ago, we developed the regional economic development program, and the Film Commission is the sole beneficiary of that program. So we still do require, though, the society to come and give us an update on how they're doing. And of course, it's always interesting, and Mr. Summerland always presents in a very positive manner. So we should just turn those over to the delegation, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Welcome, and please go ahead. If you can just click your button on and go ahead.
There you go. Check one. Hey, quick. So Gord, did you recognize any of those guys that were here earlier? He said we should have been speeding on the way here. They're all in here. Anyways, thank you for having me, Mr. Chair, and everybody. It's great. I see a lot of new faces and some old familiar faces. I almost said old. Anyways, I got a little presentation for you here. It has been, again, and we keep growing. We keep doing well. You know, we were in a presentation yesterday, and the people before us were talking about how challenging COVID was. Well, for us, it was great, honestly. It started industry up here locally because people abandoned the bigger cities to come up and shoot in the smaller towns in hopes that they could avoid COVID. Didn't quite work, but they still stayed around and they shoot a lot of films. So I'll start with this. Yep, that's us. So if you look at it, my number seems really high there. So we get 253,000 pays for Gord and me and a bunch of other things. And then the 67 million. And even when I'm doing it myself, I'm like, 67 million, that sounds like an awful lot of money. Like, and I'm even shy saying that. Well, the British Columbia, you'll see soon, the British Columbia government broke down the regional impact economically for filming. And I sent you all this paperwork. Maybe it didn't come, but I'll send it again. So there's some stats that have been done. We're now going to get them every year. They'll be a year behind, but I'm going to share them with you every year. And they're pretty exciting. I'll get to that soon. So my board of directors, nobody else matters but Riley. She's the best. All of them are pretty much appointees from the regional districts. Even Bill Baird was an appointee at one time, and Paul LaGrange was an appointee at one time. So they've all been appointed at some point. So they know the gig. They're fantastic. I love my board. So got some increased funding from certain groups. I would love to be able to somehow work on how we can increase RDOS, like a few grand even would help us out. We're not having a recession or anything, so it's not like I'm asking for much. But it does help. So now, before I got our increase, it was just me. Now we have Gord. He's here 3-4 days a week. He works 70 hours a week, but he's on for 3 days. And then I have a bookkeeper, keeps me in check, and then I have an administrative assistant. All of them were able to bring in because of some increased funding. It would be great to have more, because when you're busy, you spend more money. Plus, costs more money nowadays. And then that's the same thing. Marketing, we need money. Education, staff, expenses. That's why we just want to have more money. There's a lot of buttons to push. Okay, so we had 102 shows come across our desk. We landed 46 of those. According to our casting director, she said we landed 58. I just did an event on Saturday, and she mentioned 58, but I have 46 on record. Gord, do you want to talk about anything you're working on right now?
Yeah, I'm the local guy. Nobody's met me. I've been here since '65, so. But I have been with the Film Commission for 23 years or so, and now John's brought me in to do the location services, et cetera, so it's been great. As of late, the biggest one recently is in Similkameen. There's a film where we're sort of gelling right now, coming in the spring. I worked on it. They're doing logistics and things at this point, but they're talking about over 200 extras and stuff for this film. It's a pretty big project. Locally, our Drinkwater film that shows us locally now went to Prime Video, I'm just seeing. And there was another smaller one last year called Wild Goat Surf, and it will show Penticton as well. The company, I just got the script from John yesterday. We did Secrets of a Marine's Wife down in, it's a true story, down in Osoyoos a year or so ago. And they're the same company. That was quite successful. So we're working on a script for them right now, which could play anywhere in the valley, really. Location-wise, I'm finding a lot of people offering up their own locations, which is great. That's one thing I'm finding out a lot more of over the years. I have to go out and try and convince them to use their locations. Now they seem to be onto the whole scene and offering up farms and different things like that. I use your services quite a lot. Your RDOS mapping for me is very handy because I know where people want to shoot sometimes and who to get a hold of, etc. Beyond that, movie of the weeks happen a lot throughout the valley, basically in the Kelowna area. We do have some possibly looking down here as well. So location-wise, we have it here. There's no question. I don't think anywhere you can go that you can drive within 2 hours, you could probably do about 10 movies of different looks. So if that helps.
Yeah, fantastic. So here's part of that report that I was talking about. And if you just look honestly just to the first indent there, the Okanagan Motion Picture, blah, 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 48 million to 68 million. Then you go to the second one. We have increased 6% a year from 2014, 2020, and Vancouver's only done 1.7, and we are the fastest growing film area in the province. So I'm done. No. So here's where I get all those numbers. So I use a formula from the Association of Film Commissioners International, and what they do is they tell me, MOW drops this much money per day. So I count how many days they shot. I also work closely with the producers and stuff. They tell me how much a round that they do. So that's where I got that number. But then you look at this one. This is another part of that report. And seriously, 2020, 127 million economic impact in our region. And in that report, they've broken it down to South Okanagan. I don't have the number with me right now, but if you have the report in here, I don't know if you guys got it. If not, I'll resend it. It shows how much in each region. So this goes only to 2020. I'll have 2021 next year. But they are using Stats Canada, CRA, tax credits, and that's how they're figuring it out. Tax credits is probably the main one to find out how they're paying for each region. So, when I'm saying 67, I'm sort of using these old-fashioned things. They've got the real numbers, and they're better than I ever thought they would be. So it's pretty great. So this is how the tax credit works, because there's quite a few new faces here. If you were to shoot in British Columbia and let's just go through if you're a Canadian company, you're going to get 35% of your labor paid for shooting in Vancouver. Then you get another 12.5 if you're shooting past 200th. That's why you see everybody, Fort Langley, Mission, all those you start to see have grown into quite a few, films shooting there. And then us, you have the 16%. Training nobody uses, Dave everybody uses. That's the digital, that's animation, that's special effects, that's script writing nobody uses yet either. So the training are underused. But if you're doing an animation in here, you can add all of those together and pay your crew. So that's a pretty big deal. That's why Kelowna has it. Anybody should start an animation. I say it every time I come here. But you can add to it because animation is mainly manpower. As soon as you buy the gear for an animation studio, it's all manpower costs. So you're getting quite a bit of your money back here. As for film, we have a company in Vernon. We have a company setting up here, and we have one in Kelowna that does post special effects. So that's some of the number you saw, 129 million. I didn't know about because I don't know what they're posting, right? So I don't know what they're working on. But there's people now that have set up because we were busy enough to do and doing post now on there. And those numbers, they're making movies in LA, doing post here. And that's Vancouver runs on that, to be honest with you. Like you'll see them working on Lord of the Rings or, Last of Us. Yet they didn't shoot it in Vancouver. They shot it elsewhere, but they're doing the post. That's what we're getting now a piece of, which is kind of new for us, which is fantastic. And it used to be set up so that the 6% and the 12.5% would offset costs of travel. So people would travel up here, have to go into hotels, blah, blah, and they would get the money back in personal taxes and all that sort of stuff. Well, now they're traveling a lot less people because we have everybody here. We have all the gear. We have all the people working in this industry. So now it's an incentive more so. So these tax credits, for me, are fantastic to get this industry. They're a tool. And everyone now honestly knows about them. So every year I get something sexy to show off. And, this year it's going to be the Similkameen show. Like, Gord underplayed it, 200 and something extras. Where do I find hotels for that? First of all, that's the logistics for that right now. But they're also bringing 200 and something crew. And then you got movie stars. So this is going to be a biggie for us. And, I don't know where Princeton is, but it's a pretty good deal for that area. So, that'll be the sexy one. This year, I felt the sexy one, which kind of went under the radar, was the Take Two event. We did an event. We used local instructors. But when I say local instructors, I'm talking about the director of photography and cinematographer for the Hangover movies, for the Bourne Identities. So we have people living here that make insanely large movies. The camera girl did everything from Jurassic Park to, Happy Gilmore. Like we had pretty amazing Tron, all these shows were our instructors. And we partnered with West Bank First Nations, and we put it on in the West Bank First Nations. We had 200 and something people show up, 3-day boot camp. They got the deal of a century, $200. I got Etsy gave us some money. There was quite a few people gave us money. So Teamsters, IATSE, but it still cost a lot of our money to make this happen. It's something I'd like to do in the future. We had, like I said, 200 something people come, and at least 30 of them are working already. I would love to show a video. I don't know if I can there. Is there some video in there? Can I click on that? Is that possible? And then if you click on that video, hopefully if it doesn't play, you guys should watch it sometime, because it shows. It's not just me talking at them or a cinematographer talking at them. They're learning on set. So we have cameras in there. We have lighting equipment. They're learning how to set up a movie. So it was a hands-on event, and it was really wonderful. Problem was, it's my sexy event. The people who went loved it. The people who heard about it loved it, but none of you guys heard about it. No, you know what I mean? All the people that I need you to hear about it, nobody heard about it. It was the best thing that we've had in years, I think. It's too bad. If you can't play it, I'll send it and you can have a look at it. So that was my sexy thing that went under the radar for this year. He must have taken over.
It's coming.
Oh.
Just keep talking.
Yeah. So how is everybody?
Questions?
No, it's not our time. Yeah. I think they want to watch the video first.
Oh, Director Roberts has his hand up.
Yeah, there's a few hands up, but we got the video first.
Yeah.
And then
So you can see I had the schools at it. I had all the, unions. I had that handsome guy.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, yeah. So those guys are writers. So look at there's young, old, everybody attended this. We had shirts, that tent, all those vested in this. Okay. The whole community came out. Like I said, a lot of them are working. A lot of them are in high school, so they just got to plan in the future. But that guy was hiring right there. That guy did Tron. That's the Born Identity. Directors, Creative BC. So they had a day of this, and then we started moving towards the truck. So she's the wardrobe costumer. So these people were learning about costume. They got hands-on to dress people. That's pretty good. So this is just one. Then we move into hair. So then we had the hair department. And she did Jurassic Park and multiple other films. That guy, he was kind of a waste.
Hey, come on.
He was our scout teacher. And honestly, I heard so many great things. He did Tron and a bunch of stuff. He just finished Shogun. All these people are and they're not like the low end of the industry. They're up keys. So these people are all learning how to be a grip. This is all day long. They're learning to do it. Camera department. That was an expensive piece there. But it's pretty great. Then we move over to makeup. So this is still day one. We may want to, I'll shut you down in a little bit, but once we get, is the director talking, producers, all from massive shows. She's an AD from Vancouver who now moved here. So she was teaching, and now she moved. Believe it or not, those guys are Teamsters. So there's the director again teaching. So now we're going upstairs. So you start to see that they're making a movie and they're learning it. Each person got a chance to go up there and have hands-on making the film. And I think that's pretty great, honestly. I never had this when I was getting in. I don't know anybody who did. And the unions all said the same thing. This is pretty special because it's impossible to get your first day. It's really hard to get your first day, and we sold it to them. So it's pretty great. We had the script written. It's been pretty fun. Anyways, you kind of get the shtick. And since you didn't hear about it, now you heard about it. And we, like I said, we did it on West Bay First Nation. I gave 20 free passes to Indigenous folks from West Bank First Nations to help them. They were honestly the hardest thing that I had to give away. People bought them really fast, but I couldn't give them away. Yeah, so that's that. Cutter. Now you're gonna see more of this. And Jay, he's a local, and he's an Indigenous cat. So yeah, I don't know if you want to. That's fine. I think we're done.
Got a few questions here. So I'll go to Director Roberts first, and then Director Gilbert.
Thank you to the chair. Thank you for your presentation. One of the few things, I was able to pick up as well, looking at the numbers difference from the central and northern Okanagan versus the south. And again, I know things are building. My question relates to site locations in regards to filming versus what about site locations in the South Re? Do you work on helping direct people to areas like, let's say, the industrial areas in Area D, which would be wonderful area for, let's say, sets or for a production plant for filming in the South? I know a lot of people who work within, like, let's say, the set construction, but live in Area G around my area, but travel to Vancouver because, they to get work, they have to go there. And then to touch on the Similkameen, for instance, you have other locations, for instance, the crossing, which is an area that was run prior by Provincial Health Authority, is now a multi-million-dollar facility that is left vacant, that's run by City Central Foundation, that has large kitchen, industrial kitchen area and dining room, multiple housing units, and also a place to store and have production units maintained while they're operating on sites up and down the Similkameen. Are you reaching out to the local communities for those kinds of assets versus just locations? Thank you.
Everything.
Yeah, for sure. I'd love to hear more about. Do you know about that place, the second one?
I uncover things all the time, and I'm always looking for different. What you're talking about now. I'm going, okay, where's this? But that's part of my job. And as much as I've done this for, I've been a photographer for 35 years in the Valley. I don't see everything as much as I've seen a lot. But what you're saying, no, it's not just about locations. If somebody says, hey, I've got an old building here that could, it's an old barn or it could be whatever. Production studio, definitely. It goes in I'll come and I'll photograph it. It'll go into our files for sure. Anything that would resemble, one of our hardest things are always going to be hospitals, jails, the hospital rooms, schools. Those are, we can't just go walking into the hospitals right now.
Police stations.
Police stations and jails, those are the ones that are always in scripts that are hard to get. So areas that anybody can set something up like that would be amazing.
Like the place you were talking about second there, it's very interesting sounding. Where is that located? Near what town?
It's located on Highway 3 in Area G. It's 8 kilometers west of getting myself mixed up here. West of Karamias. The location was originally run for residential programming for pre-detox programming, and the federal or the provincial government had put in about $6 million into it. And also going back in an old point back in the 80s, it was the helicopter landing area for Clan of the Cave Bear area.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, I know it now. It's on the river, right? It's where they had I know the place.
We're working on another kind of Clan of the Cave Bear, and I just sent them that movie and said shoot a cathedral.
No, if I can get a contact for whoever, I'll go out and I'll put a file on it right away.
Okay.
But also, I do have the grounds and facility contractors' phone numbers.
Okay,
that sounds like a good place to put
send them
200
to
extras. You know what I mean? House some of our crew. It sounds like a great place to house that sort of stuff, honestly. So that's a good piece. Anything that you guys find out, like there's a lot of movies being made now that are post-apocalyptic. If you have some sort of building that looks post-apocalyptic. Like we, yeah. Those sort of things are always
Always of
needed.
interest.
Yeah.
Okay, Director Gilbert, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I'm just kind of wondering what kind of like infrastructure / services are missing in the South Okanagan to help kind of like really push like to make it easier for the film industry to come down here to be able to operate and see more film.
We are definitely missing, the whole valley is missing minimum 220,000 square foot boxes for soundstage. Wherever they end up is where they would, be successful. It wouldn't matter if it was Penticton. It probably should be around the lake, honestly. Penticton, Kelowna, or Vernon, and bigger infrastructure areas. No, but I'm not saying it wouldn't work in Osoyoos or, I don't know, but it would probably have to be in around the lake. But Osoyoos has something to offer that's different than the rest of the valley, I feel. So there's a possibility of that. It just depends on Netflix, honestly, Netflix, Amazon, where they would be willing to land. All of them want to come up here, but that is a missing piece, is the soundstage. But it's not a cheap investment, and it needs a lot of land. As far as the area goes, you guys have a lot in the area. You have a lot of crew. We are missing a line producer, which is something that you guys can't help me with. But it's finding someone that would live in the area that all these producers coming from somewhere else can rely on putting together the movie. So that's what Kelowna has that we don't have here. So if we had a line producer here, I could say, here's your $1.6 million Hallmark movie, spend 1.3 here, and this guy is the one to take care of it, or this girl. So that's one thing that we're missing here. Honestly, if you're going to invest in finding somebody in the region, I still say that you need someone that works in the animation department here. It is a cheap setup, and they pay a lot of money to young people. They pay a lot of money to the young people. It's very self-sufficient. You don't even know they're working because they're inside a building, and they're doing it all year long. They don't rely on finding the right location. They don't rely on the weather. They don't rely on fires if fires happen. You know what I mean? They're still just working. They don't want it to be on fire, but they're still working. Like floods don't matter. They're in a factory kind of thing, and they're honestly young, and they're making six figures. That's a good one to invest in, and it's not a hard sell. If you have the right place in mind, Stratford Center, or something like that.
a little hint there. Director Bloomfield?
Honestly, it would be an industry to invest in. Chasing movies, let us do that, honestly, because it's kind of a fickle thing. So if you guys invest in it, I feel like you would get stressed really easy.
Sure. Director Bloomfield, question?
Question, more of a comment really, but in my other profession, I've actually worked with, spent quite a bit of time working with a major film director who was looking to bring a post-production facility up here. And, we found the properties, we found the places that he could turn into a post-production facility, but the issue was encouraging his staff, the staff to come up here and move away from the Lower Mainland and come up here, and so if these companies, especially tech companies and similar companies to that, the job market is now where they are following their staff. Where their staff want to live is where they're going to set up shop, right? So if you want to attract the movie industry here, you got to concentrate on making the Okanagan a more desirable place to live for that community, and that means having great parks, great trails, great facilities, great everything that the young hipster kind of community really looks for. So it's kind of you make the area attractive to the people, and then the companies will follow them.
Are you Naramata by any chance?
Yeah.
Ah.
You know who I'm talking about.
Yes. I agree fully 100%. But I also think you have some of that. I think you just got to sell it. Right. We have, like, we just went to Wayne and Frida's. That's just as cool hipster as you're going to get. Right. Yeah, I think you already have. You're right. They do. But now, again, COVID made those people look outside. So it is getting easier. And we had the same issues with animation. We had to bring them in from all over the world, and they didn't get tax credits. The companies didn't get tax credits on them for a year, because you have to be a resident for a year before you can get it. So your big producer and director is he's fantastic. He needs to invest in something that he has to pay for the first year. Right? Because there is people in Toronto that would love to live here. Vancouver is a harder sell. I'll be straight up. I started for the first 5-6 years selling to Vancouver, and it's good. I like their wine. They got good cheese. I talk to the East. It's like, I want to go there. It really is. It's like they want to come here. This is Valhalla. Vancouver, you can't out lake them. You can't out mountain them. You can't out sunshine. You can't. And same with LA. You can't go, hey, we got lakes. Well, so do we. We got ocean. Like they've got. So going east is a bigger deal. So if this gentleman were to want to chat with me, I can point him in the right direction. I do chat with him. I talked to Maine, his PM producer, next door neighbor, more so. But that's the way to go, honestly. Keep his place on the coast and open another one here.
All right. I'm not seeing any other hands. As usual, it's a pleasure to have you here, and we appreciate you coming in. Oh, Director Gettins, go ahead.
Sorry about that. I thought we were going back to the presentation. But I just wanted to also thank John and Gord for coming, and definitely the enthusiasm that John brings here is how he manages his day-to-day all the time with that much enthusiasm and energy. And Christy and I have been in conversation around the bylaw, and I think the idea is for it to come back to the board for further discussion on how we are funding the Okanagan Film Commission, because there are some restrictions on how we have it laid out right now within this board. Some of the other regional districts that are part of the board have a different setup where there's a built-in cost that increases with inflation and such. So when we've been given the same amount of money for so many years, of course, we all know with gas and everything like that, is making it harder and harder for Gord to travel around like he is now. So I just wanted to recognize that Christy is putting together information, and we'll have further discussion around that as well.
Yay.
All right. Well, again, thank you for bringing us the good news with the film industry.
Fantastic.
We'll move on in our agenda to item C, which is the board action tracking. CAO.
I'm just wondering, Mr. Chair, just for the sake of time, if we can just put that on the end of the agenda. That's for information. We have a couple of other items that we're making recommendations on.
Okay, we'll move to the SILGA resolutions then. Go ahead there.
Okay, so we understand that the deadline for the SILGA resolutions is coming up at the end of the month. So this is sort of our final time in order to develop the ones that we want to send to them to get on the floor at SILGA. And we adopted 7 of them last meeting, and we had 3 more that we didn't quite get to. So this discussion today is about the 3 remaining ones that we haven't had yet, and I don't have those up yet. So do you have those up? Mm-hmm. Maybe I'll just turn this over to Ms. Malden. She can just go through them one by one. And do we have this on the board agenda for later today?
We don't have this on the board agenda for later today. I do believe we have another meeting or 2 in which we can get this forward. But if it's all a go for today, we certainly could bring it forward.
Okay. I thought it was
I think it is the end of February, so we will probably need to move it to today's meeting.
Yeah, so we should add that on.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Malden. First one.
First one is protection of trees. This was one brought forward by Director Federico. And there was a little bit of tweaking in reference to legislation which needed to happen in here. And so the version that went out in your agenda did reflect that legislation in there.
Okay. And that one was the, now therefore be it resolved that Union of BC Municipalities urge the provincial government to provide regional districts authority over tree cutting and / tree protection that is equal to the regulatory power municipalities have for tree protection. We discussed this a fair bit last time, and it would be something that individual areas may or may not want if it does come into effect. But right now, there's no ability for a regional district. So are we okay with sending this to SILGA? I'm seeing mostly head nods in the affirmative. So if there's someone who's saying nay, we'll, okay, it's moved to go. Seconded. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor of it going forward? Looks good. Any opposed? All right, it carries. Next one would be Resolution 9. Do you want to give a brief outline of that?
So this is the 1.1 hectare policy for grant funding. So this was brought forward at the last meeting. There was some discussion with Anna Warwick Sears of OBWB, and basically that the Union of BC Municipalities asked the province to amend the 1 hectare policy to allow for additional housing on small holding properties with suitable septic systems.
Okay. Director Holmes and then Director Van Elfen.
I think we need to be a bit more specific on what policy we're talking about. I think the province is going to look at this and say, well, we don't have a policy on that. It's guidance. My understanding is that the OBWB is the OBWB policy, and they're following a guidance from the province. So I think that, and I don't know where that document comes from. Maybe Sue knows, but I know. So yeah, I just think if we're talking about the provincial policy rather than OBWB policy, we need to be a bit more precise of what we're talking about, because it'd be too easy for saying, well, we don't have that policy.
Well, they do have that policy though, and it is known as that, but if there's a more precise term for it, we can definitely go that route, but I'm not aware of one.
Well, Anna, when she was here, said that they were following the provincial guidance, and I think she even specified where it came from. But yeah. I don't know where it comes from.
Yeah. CAO?
Well, we'll check into that and we'll put the right word into it, Mr. Chair. I think if I mean, we have to send it to the board this afternoon if we want to send it forward at all. So if we get that, we could just get the right term and make sort of an editorial amendment before we send it in to SILGA. But generally, what we understand is that the province has come out and said, well, we just won't give any more infrastructure grants to anybody that's not following this 1 hectare policy, guideline or policy. So whether it's an actual policy, I'm not sure, but Chris will know.
Okay, and Director Van Elfen?
Thank you, through the chair. No, I appreciate this. I think with technology and the way things have changed in that industry, in the septic technology industry, that there is room for subdivisions on 1 hectare and less, if you can prove you're following the proper technology. So I think this going forward has merit. Thank you.
Okay. So not seeing a whole lot of negative on there other than maybe the terminology. So if we're okay with that moving forward, okay, I'll call a question on it. Everybody who votes is yay or nay. So yay, perfect. Any opposed? We'll let it go. And next one would be Resolution 10.
So this is a rural fire department compensation for attendance at traffic incidents. I believe this was one that was brought forward by Director Knodel. It appeared late, so there was no consideration given to this at the last meeting.
Okay, so the actual now therefore be it resolved is to ask the province to require ICBC to compensate rural fire departments for first responder attendance at traffic incidents at a per call out rate plus use of expendables and consumables. I would just say from my perspective, this is one that's been at UBCM over the years for a number of times. And so far we've been unsuccessful in getting the province to go that direction, but I do believe it's worth mentioning again. But Director Mason, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I did have a chance to discuss this with Director Federigo, and she was wondering whether or not there was some change that, in fact, it originally was directed at medical first responder calls. Is that? Am I confused?
That's a different one. There's another one that's similar that we've already sent, I believe. So this one is separate from that one.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So unless someone's opposed to this, oh, Director Knodel, I see a hand. Go ahead.
I just might add that we do know that out of province vehicles are paid for attendance. It's the ICBC that's resistant. So that's the direction for this one. Thank you.
Okay. So unless someone's opposed, we'll move this one forward. Okay. Perfect. Anybody opposed? Put your hands up now. We'll leave it go then. It will come to this afternoon's meeting. I think that deals with the three of those. Is that the only ones that we had? Okay. Fees and charges. CAO.
Yeah, so each year, Mr. Chair, during the budget process, the various departments determine whether a fee increase or reduction in any specific service would be beneficial. And then we include that in the budget, but as far as the fees and charges go, just for ease, we set those out in separate bylaws so that we can consolidate all the fees and charges that the regional district imposes in one document so people have access to it. So this then is a corollary to the fees and charges bylaw that comes along with the budget. And Ms. Malden has put together sort of a synopsis of the main ones that have been identified for 2023. And we thought we'd just put it on the floor, and if anybody has any questions or objections to them, now that they're more clear, rather than being in one of our 166 services, that we could have that discussion and determine whether we wanted to leave them in or take them out.
Okay, so this was in our packages. There was several, a marked copy and a clean copy with the changes, I think highlighted in red. Any thoughts or discussion on this needed? Go ahead, Director Johansson.
Just on the corporate services fee, the increase of 12 to 15% in admin fees, is that built into the budget right now, or is that still needs to be built in if approved?
Which one is that, Director Johansson?
It just says Schedule 1 corporate services fee. I'm assuming that's the admin fee that's being charged throughout the organization. And just wondering if that is in the budget document that we received, or it's...
Anything in this report would be within the proposed 2023 budget. Yes.
Okay, so it's built in. Any other points of discussion on this? Director Roberts, go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. I'm still trying to understand the difference between like the capital expenditure charge versus mobile home capital expenditure charge. Capital expenditure charge per parcel, per house, and a mobile home is separate, or is this a mobile home park? Just trying to get clarity on those. Because I know our hookup.
Which schedule is
4.0? 4.0.
They're just checking it there now.
Schedule 4?
I haven't got it up either.
Yep, section 4.
So are we talking about the burning permit fee?
No.
Are we on Schedule 4?
Section 4,
Oh, Section 4 of what schedule?
sewer system fees.
So were you on Section 5? Or Schedule 5?
I believe it is.
So it's section 4 and it's number 4. 4.0 Olalla water systems.
Yeah, it's on page 13 for ease.
Oh,
It is a big document, so.
13 of the marked up document.
Oh, I see. You're in the bylaw. I'm on the report.
So it's Schedule 2.
Oh, Schedule 2.
Section 4, page 13 of the marked up bylaw.
Okay, well, go ahead then. Because I haven't got the bylaw.
Go ahead, Ms. Malden.
So I believe your question was, is that charge per parcel or per unit? Is that what you were asking, per connection?
Yes, and is this a connection charge? Like for instance, our previous connection charge on, let's say off the top of my head is around $578. And now we're looking for a mobile home is $1,000 versus I'm looking at $800 a parcel. So $1,000 per unit and $800 per parcel of land. So if you had one parcel of land, it'd be $800 plus $2,000 if you had 2 mobile trailers on it.
That is my understanding, yes. We could
And that's a
confirm that with
one-time or is that an
Lisa.
annual fee?
I believe that was a one-time.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further on this? It is a big document, but go ahead, Director Mason, a question?
Thank you. Just with respect to the motion that it be given first reading, are we giving it first reading in the committee?
We'll be sending it to the board, I suspect.
Yeah,
Can that be
recommendations
clarified?
from committee go to the board.
Yeah.
So this will be given at today's board meeting then?
I don't think it goes to today's. It would
No.
be a future meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah. Generally speaking, unless it's time sensitive, it comes the following meeting or one shortly after. Director Gettens?
Thank you, the chair. I'm just, I have a quick question about Falder. You have the development cost charge in here is $4,200. And because it's a parcel tax, that wouldn't be in here? Like, I'm just not sure where that amount is, where it would be listed. So what they pay annually each year. Because that wouldn't be, because you have other amounts in here for like the West Bench, but Falder, other than the development charge, isn't listed in here.
Yeah, Falder would be a tax, not a fee or charge.
Okay, okay, that was the
If
question.
it's taxed, it wouldn't be in this list.
Okay, so like just a property tax, because they all pay the same amount is, okay, thanks. Just want
Yeah.
to make sure that was right. Thank you.
Yeah, it's not something that we would collect through the fees and charges bylaw. It would be a direct tax to that property or those properties. I'm not seeing, oh, Director Taylor, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the cancellation fee proposed on Parks and Rec. And I'm at the moment, the way you have it worded there, as soon as you make a booking, if you attempt to cancel it, even if you're a month out, you're going to be charged 20%. Just wondering, have we been doing that in the past? How did we arrive at that? And
Is
most
there a
things,
response
if
to that?
If you cancel within a reasonable time frame, you aren't charged. I'm just wondering, are we going to be seen as going for a money grab here?
I'll look to staff if they've got that one. It's in the Parks and Rec for
Facility rentals.
facility rentals, okay.
Do you want to respond to that?
I don't know.
Okay. I believe this is a new one that Parks and Rec staff put in order to help ensure that cancellations weren't taking place. And then they were, of course, losing that booking and not available for anybody else. I don't see anything in here, and I was not aware of any discussion that talked about that sort of graduated cancellation, which we see in a lot of different things where a certain percentage of it is returned back. So that is something that Parks and Rec staff or the manager of that section would need to address. And again, this will come back to the next meeting. So there's an opportunity for us there to really discuss that with them and get a clear answer for you.
Okay, so take a note of that one and ask that question when we get staff specific to that department. Director Holmes?
Yeah, thank you. When I look at the water rates and I read they haven't been updated in at least 10 years, and even this year's for most of them are pretty small. I'm just wondering, what kind of shape are the reserves in, and how does asset management fit into this? You know, when the asset management work is complete, are people are going to be facing these shockingly high increases in their water rates to you know, to accommodate future replacement. You know, and then the one that stands out, of course, is Alala, and it looks like that's what they're facing already right now. So I'm just wondering how asset management fits into all that.
CEO, has that been taken into consideration yet? The asset management?
It will be once we start entering our data into our asset management software, but that is the problem for all of our small water systems is we just don't have the resources to contribute our local share of any infrastructure grants. And it's hard explaining to very small services. We have one water service with 28 properties on it that, you know, this equipment's expensive, and to build a reserve that would pay our local share is intrusive.
It's tough, and we always got to balance that with having to borrow to get that if it's needed. That's always a challenge, particularly for the small systems.
Yeah, which in most cases is not possible because there's usually short windows for those shovel-ready projects, and to borrow, we need a public assent.
Yeah.
Which is a process in itself.
So I do have a question. Is this one need to come back immediately, like the next meeting? Is that okay? Or should we have another chance where we actually have some of these questions answered by staff specific to those departments, like the one that Director Taylor asked before the board meeting we have this at?
Yeah, we can send these out, responses out, but if we don't have a change in direction prior to the budget, then they're locked into the budget.
Okay.
So that there's that corollary document piece of it.
All right. So unless someone has some more questions, direction on the board on this, or from the board on this, looking to take it to a future board meeting for first reading. Moving. Seconder for it? Seconded? Any further discussion needed? Not seeing any hands. We'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Last item is that board action tracking, CAO.
Yeah. So this is part of the oversight responsibility of an elected group is what does administration do with your resolutions and bylaws or any follow-up actions? So this is our methodology, is that we have this board action tracking report, and legislative services after each meeting diligently goes in and adds any new projects or resolutions or bylaws onto the board action tracking report. This is available through your board intranet. And what our intent is to bring this now quarterly with all of our other quarterly reports. So second meeting after the end of the quarter, we'll bring this board action tracking report in and bring you up to date. The one that was sent out with the package is current, and most of it involves usually our building inspection ones, the ones that we're either seeking a notice on title or injunctive action. And of course, anytime you're dealing with the courts, that takes time. So we have a lot of those that have stayed on the after action, the board action tracking report for a number of years. And we'll provide the board updates on that as we go along, but on some of these, they're just going to remain on there until we can get into the right forum.
Okay. Any questions on that? I'm not seeing any. Well, Director Roberts, go ahead.
Yes, just a quick question in regards to the board's internet. I've asked a couple times, like I don't have access or haven't been shown how to access, even when I've asked at times in the past. Is there a quick and easy fix and who I can talk to?
Well, I can offer this suggestion because I just had new computer. I asked staff to put a link to it directly on there for me so that it was an easy click. So the next time you're in, just ask staff to do that. Put it onto your computer and it can be done quite quickly and easily. But otherwise, it's hard to find. But go ahead, CAO.
The manager of information services is going to email a link out. But again, it would be the easiest if you just had it on your desktop.
Yeah.
So an interim fix, and then as you come in, the IT department can make it a longer duration.
Okay, so you'll get a link emailed to you. But if you're in with your computer, have them put it directly on there. There's a lot of other things on there besides just this that's worth looking at some point if you're interested, and board resources are available on there. So it is worth knowing and checking once in a while, particularly if it's an item that's from your area that you want to kind of, what happened with this? At least you can not have to wait a full quarter before you find out. You can check on your own. So seeing no more hands on that, that's for information, and we will look for a motion to adjourn. Moved, seconded. Thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? We are done that one. And that brings us to lunch. And I believe it's ready. So see you all shortly.
Hey, Bob, how's your health these days?
Good.
Right on. Glad to hear it.
Yeah, yeah, we've been home for, well, 2 weeks today. And things are going pretty good.
Outstanding. I'll give you a call here next week about the OEC review.
Yeah.
Have a little chat. See if we can make some trouble. The talent
Yeah.
I'm told I'm not bad at.
Yeah, these days are a little frustrating.
Aren't they? Yeah. Yeah, I think we're being led around by the academics these days, and we need some people that actually do the job again.
Yeah, I don't know anymore.
I know I'm not long for it, so it's just a kind of an effort to make things better for those I leave behind.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, we'll get started here again, folks, if we can make our way back to our seats. First item up after lunch here is the Community Services Committee, and I will go to Director Monteith to chair that one. Please go ahead, Director Monteith.
Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 1:02 p.m. Ask for a motion to adopt the agenda. Director Gettens, Dr. Pendergraft, all in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Moving over to item B, the 10-year game plan for parks, trails, and recreation. CAO, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I'll just turn this over to Mr. Woods. He'll do a quick introduction of our consultants, and then they are online and will present their report.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So just some quick background on this for the board's memory. This is the final step in a 2+ year long process in the development of this plan. It came out as a result of the finalization of our 2011 Regional Trails Master Plan. That plan was very helpful for us, guided us through a number of processes, and has given us a good strategic vision for how we approach trails over the past 10 years. So as that came to a close, we recognized there was a need for us to have a strategic approach to how we dealt with parks, local parks, regional parks, as well as our recreation program. So the board put this into its 2021 corporate business plan. Got off to a slow start. Pandemic was upon us, and this was a heavy engagement process. So we had to sort of rethink how we were going to go about doing that engagement process. And our consultants, RC Strategies, who we signed our contract with in the early part of 2021, were very helpful with that. So they will provide you all with how they've gone through and navigated through the process. And then next steps for us would be, we wanted to bring it into committee here so you have an opportunity to have a good look at it, ask some good questions, feedback. We'll gauge that. If it's ready and you'd like it to see move on, we'll bring that forward to the board for your consideration to use this as a guiding document in the future. So Steve Slawuta and Justin Ellis are two representatives from RCS today. So if you're good with that, Chair, I'll turn it over to them and they can introduce themselves, provide a little background on their company, and take us through the slides.
Thank you. To the delegation, please.
Thank you, Mark. Great to be back in front of you all here today, folks. It's Justin Ellis with RC Strategies, as Mark mentioned, and I've got two of my colleagues here actually with me today, Steve Slawuta and Rob Parks, and we're going to be sharing the presentation with you. Just like to make sure that you're all able to see my screen right now that I'm sharing. Okay, great. Well, wonderful to be here with you today. Our objectives for our time with you today is to present the findings from our Stage 2 engagement. We were in front of the board committee back in July and presented the full master plan. With the approval of the board and staff, we moved forward with the Stage 2 engagement. And so that's really what we're here to present to you today. We want to provide a little bit of an overview of how we engaged, who took part in the process, what we heard, and how the plan was amended and adjusted to respond to that engagement. To ensure that we've got enough time to get through the presentation materials here, we've got about 20 minutes to present. Just hoping we can hold questions until the end of the presentation, if that's okay with you, Chair Monteith.
Thank you.
So our agenda, as I mentioned, we'll cover off just a reminder of what the plan is and the purpose of the plan. We'll go through the stage 2 engagement and how we engaged, talk about what we heard and how we adjusted the plan, and we'll circle back with the next steps that we've discussed with staff. So the purpose of the plan, as a reminder, is the document is a framework to guide decision making over the next 10 years. It's deliberately strategic. It's long-term in nature, and it's intended to provide direction to more tactical and specific planning at the local electoral area level. But it is a bit prescriptive around regional parks and trails services. So the key takeaway here is it is a guide to decision making, much like a regional growth strategy might be, or other regional growth strategy, statutory but non-statutory policies and plans. The project process, as Mr. Wood identified there earlier, has been a fairly extensive project process that was initiated in the spring of 2021. When we kicked off phase 1, we did all of our background research. We got the project off the ground. We looked at available data and research. In phase 2, we moved into all the analysis of that. We went through all your parks and trails and recreation facilities. And we did all of our various spatial analytics and other analyses that we do. We then took that information, we reached out in engagement, the first stage of engagement, which was in April to June of 2021, where we were trying to get an understanding from the community of what was working well with the parks, trails, and recreation services in the region and locally right now, and what were the opportunities to improve and what would they like to see. We then took all those insights from phase 1, 2, and 3, and we merged that and used that to develop a draft master plan, which we brought to the board committee in July. And then we went from there, we went back out to the community to see whether we got the plan right, whether there was any components of the plan people would like to see adjusted, etc. And now we're here in the final phase with the final master plan, which has been adjusted and amended where we needed to respond to what we heard from those that took part in the engagement process. And in many cases, what we heard is a reaffirmation of what was in that draft plan. So a quick overview of what does the plan say. This graphic here kind of shows you the main components. The plan is comprised of some front-end chapters which talk about the inventory and evaluation of what exists right now and its condition. How utilized is it? We talk about trends in those front-end chapters. We provide an overview of what we heard through the engagement process. But the meat of the plan, what we're recommending be done, is shown here on the graphic on your slide. The plan has a clear set of desired outcomes, the things you're trying to achieve. It has a set of principles that are to be used to guide decision making as touchstones as decisions are being made. We've outlined the mission and the purpose or the reason for being for the regional local parks, trails, and recreation services. And then we have a series of what we call game plans. Those are the more tangible strategies and actions of what needs to be done or what could be done over the next 10 years to help work towards achieving our desired outcomes. So we've got a specific game plan for parks, a game plan for trails, and a game plan for recreation. Overarching all of that, we've got a number of strategies and actions that apply equally to parks, trails, and recreation that we've defined in the plan as well. And then finally, in keeping with good adaptive management, we've identified a series of performance indicators that the regional district can use to evaluate how well it's doing and the progress it's making towards achieving the outcomes it's set in the plan. So we're just going to dive into the 3 game plans right now, just at a very high level, just for a bit of familiarity. The first being the game plan for parks. There's 9 strategies. Those are the core areas of focus that we think the regional district has an opportunity to really hone in on. And under each one of these strategies, there's a number of more tangible actions that we've recommended. So The first strategy is really to look at further activating and increasing investment in the regional park service. The second one is about when we heard clearly from the community the need to expand both regional and local parks in the system. The third strategy we've identified is to enhance and diversify regional local parks. Those are the ones that you have right now. We also heard and looked at and have identified the need to formalize and enhance water accesses and create a common level of service within the water access points. We're recommending and identifying the need to green parks and park operations, and there's a series of actions related to that. And really focusing in strategy 6 around activating regional local parks, giving reason to bring people into those spaces and those places so that they get the benefit of the park systems. Strategy 7 is focused on proactively managing visitation. We heard and we've seen concerns about different levels of impacts and conflicts and different uses. So we've directed in the plan a greater focus, or identified the opportunity for greater focus on management. And of course, making it easier for your residents and visitors to the region to learn about and find your parks. And then the final strategy in the park side of things is focused on ensuring that the park system is adequately resourced into the future. So it's a very quick overview of the key strategies in the plan for parks. The game plan for trails includes 6 strategies. The first strategy, which we heard in spades through the engagement process, was the need to expand and connect the trail systems, both the regional trail systems and the local trail systems. We've also identified the need to enhance the current trail systems to better meet the needs that the community is seeking. And we've, in response to what we heard around growing conflicts on the trails, similar to parks and different management challenges, we've identified the strategy and a series of actions focused around more proactive management of visitation on the trail system. Similar to parks, we've also identified the opportunity and the strategy of working to activate the trails, again, creating events, creating a public art, and creating other items that will continue to entice people to come out and use and enjoy the trail systems. And again, similar to parks, making it easier to find and enjoy trails. And then finally, we've identified a number of actions all focused around this strategy of enhancing collaboration and coordination of the trail system between the different municipalities, as well as with the province that are within the regional district. So I'm going to invite my colleague Steve, who led the development of the recreation components of the plan, to run through the game plan for recreation.
Thanks, Justin. In terms of the game plan for recreation, really it's broken out into 2 parts. The first being the service delivery strategies, which is essentially, kind of the nuts and bolts of how we invest in and provide recreation opportunities. And then the second part of the game plan for recreation is more focused around specific infrastructure. So just to start by going through some of the strategies, and there are 6 as well. The first refers to establishing a baseline level of service that's really focused on ensuring that there's alignment between the level of investment and the service provided. So in the master plan, we provide a continuum that has different levels of investment and essentially what that translates to for levels of service outlined. Recognizing that recreation gets provided in different ways and at different levels in the various electoral areas and other jurisdictions. But that provides at least a basis for how to kind of make that connection between investment and service provided, and also frames out that there are costs associated with providing service that aren't necessarily directly reflected in programming. A lot of those costs refer to community building support, admin support for groups, and so forth. The second service delivery strategy there is about a focus on recreation programming that advances equity, inclusion, and accessibility. Certainly that was a key finding through our engagement, and generally we would believe that putting a focus on types of programming and activity provision that helps benefit the largest swath of residents, if you will, is going to help lever the highest level of benefit and is the best way to invest in recreation. Number 3 through our engagement as well, we uncovered that there's a strong desire for arts and cultural activities and the need to support that as part of the larger bucket of recreation services. And we suggest a number of actions under this strategy in the master plan to do so and to better understand what exists out there for arts and culture. Number 4, we identified through our research and engagement process that there's some opportunities to optimize communications and specifically kind of the promotions and marketing of recreation and related activities focused on getting more residents more active. And what we mean by that is that we know that there's some residents that are already, very active, and not that we want to forget about those residents, but we really want to focus on getting some of those residents that maybe aren't quite as active as they should be or that want to be involved in recreation. Number 5, and I think this is another fairly significant strategy under service delivery, is looking at maybe more of some optimization or more of a focus on the collection and management of utilization data and using that data to help inform future both programming, so at kind of the day-to-day operational level, as well as more broadly infrastructure and capital planning decision making. So getting good data was somewhat of a struggle for us through the process here, and that's not just exclusive to your situation, that's across the sector. And having that data that tells us what trends are and what people are doing and where they're doing it, I think is going to help with kind of better planning over time. And then lastly, under service delivery strategies here, just to continually be monitoring needs and trends, and we suggest as one of the actions in the master plan, doing a needs assessment about every 5 years and using that information to update this master plan. Thanks, Justin. So the game plan for recreation, as I mentioned, also includes a number of infrastructure strategies, and there's more than this outlined in the document as well, but we just wanted to focus on some of the key types of amenities. The first here being aquatics, recognizing that there's certainly a lot of demand in the region for aquatics and fairly complex aquatics context, and the actions under this strategy in the master plan are really focused on ensuring that we're balancing providing the amenity, again, recognizing the demand, with also the significant costs of both building and operating aquatic facilities. So the actions under this speak to the need to have some tools to make decisions on your current outdoor pools, as well as any potential regional involvement in broader indoor aquatics discussions and some of the considerations we think are important to consider around that. Ice arenas. There's obviously some aging ice arena infrastructure within the regional district boundaries as well. And we suggest in terms of some actions under this to make sure that any future investment decisions on ice arenas are done looking at the regional system and how to best ensure that ice arena provision is sustained at similar levels to now, but looking at it as part of a regional system. The third amenity type there, so gymnasium or large span dry floor types of spaces. Really the key thing there is just to ensure that residents have access to those spaces, not only for organized programming, but also for spontaneous and more casual, informal types of use. Sport fields. There's a wide array of sport field types in your area there in varying levels of condition, sport fields and ball diamonds. And I think, or we certainly are suggesting here that better understanding how well they're utilized and what the best value uses for those spaces is really important. So a lot of the actions under those sport field strategies refer to that. And then looking lastly at outdoor court sports. We definitely know that pickleball is emerging and exploding, not just in your region, but provincially and nationally as well. And the actions under outdoor sport courts specific to pickleball provide some guidance on how to help support the growth of pickleball and over time ensure that infrastructure exists to support the growth of that activity as well as other court sports. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Justin.
Thanks, Steve. As I mentioned earlier, those are the kind of 3 game plans for each of the key program areas. There's a lot of detail in the report, in the plan with individual actions, but there's also a set of overarching strategies that we've identified that apply equally to each of those program areas. The first being the need to update and modernize the policy and bylaw framework to ensure it's supportive of the directions that are included in the plan that we've provided. The second is a really significant focus and greater focus on inclusion and equity and ensuring that everybody has the opportunity to enjoy our parks, trails, and recreation services. And there's a host of actions there. Third is in keeping with efforts around truth and reconciliation, is to continue to support and use parks and trails as a way to drive forward truth and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples in the community. And the fourth is looking at asset management, making sure we're doing our process to understand what we have, its life cycle, where it's at in that life cycle, capital replacement costs for it, and planning for those capital replacement costs. The fifth strategy here is around enhancing the governance structure in how the regional district looks to engage citizens and seek citizen and stakeholder advice on both regional and local parks, trails, and recreation services to ensure we've got good touch points, but those touch points are effective and helpful in advancing the services. The sixth is around supporting volunteers and volunteerism. We really heard this strongly through the trails environment, but we know it applies equally both in parks and in recreation side of things. So a deliberate effort around volunteers and improving volunteerism in the region. And then the seventh overarching is just continuing to ensure and utilize a consistent and transparent approach to making decisions about significant capital investment. We've outlined an approach there for the regional district to consider and apply. So that's the overview of the plan. I'd like to invite Rob now to give us a quick overview of the engagement process and what we heard.
Yeah, thanks, Justin, and good afternoon, everybody. You can go to the next slide here, Justin. So stage 2 engagement. There really has been 2 stages to the engagement. The first one was back last year in the spring. That was the input stage. So it was a comprehensive program of engagement. That's where we collected information through a variety of means. All of that input allowed us to develop the draft plan that those 2 gentlemen just quickly walked through. Stage 2, down at the bottom there, is our chance to reach back out to the community stakeholders, people who had participated in that earlier input stage, test the draft master plan or strategies with them, and find out what they had to say. And you can see we had a couple of different planks for that, from an online survey of resident stakeholders, and then we actually did get some written submissions. Next slide. So what did we do to promote it? A number of things, and there are those 3 input opportunities through this, but promoted it through regional connections, the website. We had posters and notices, and we actually did reach out to organizations and entities that had participated in that upfront stage. Material was available online, the feedback form was available online, but people were able to get hard copies of both that feedback form and hard copies of the draft plan itself to go through. So, I mean, we did a real high level walk through it, but comprehensive, and sometimes having a hard copy of the document for some people was the way to go. Next. So what did we seek input on? Everything all those guys just walked through. So we had questions related to all of those different elements, and I'm just going to quickly walk through what we found out in terms of this review. All of the findings are available in a document that was a synopsis of the findings, and the details were in there, and I do believe that that was circulated back prior to Christmas. Next slide, Justin, please. So first, who participated? So in that broader public survey, we had 154 responses, which at a review stage actually is quite good. Typically, people get involved quite extensively at the upfront input stage, and I think you saw that through those numbers that were up on the screen just a few moments ago, but good uptake on this. 58% live in the area the majority of the time, and then you can see we have some second property owners, and then others who are not property owners, or they live elsewhere, but they recreate, or they're quite familiar with the area. And then in terms of residency, 2/3, right, electoral area age, that's where we heard from folks on this. Next. So that was the survey. We did hear from some stakeholders and got some response back from them, and there's a list of those. And then we actually did get written submissions as well. There were 7 of them, and you can see the list there. And so I'm going to quickly give you a little bit of an overview of all of it. But I suppose the spoiler alert here is there was good support all the way through this. Next, Justin. So next one, we'll go through some of those findings. So we asked about the outcomes, missions, and principles. That was really one section for the feedback. And the top line point here is very strong support. You'll see I have graphs down below there with some figures on it, and that goes through all of the different elements of feedback. If you took a good look through your package, you'll see the numbers we have on these graphs are slightly different. The figures that were in the package that you got were related to the stakeholder survey. We felt that for the presentation here today that we would show the figures for the that resident survey with that 150 odd people there. And so you can see the arrow off to the left of strongly and somewhat support. Next. So in terms of the parks, the game plan for parks, there were 9 strategies. Again, you can see the distribution of the feedback from that resident survey on the bottom on what the arrow points to. Again, really strong support there. Next. And again, right, from 92 down to 88 of somewhat or strongly support. You know, a little bit of a bulge with some of them in terms of the neither support or oppose, and really small numbers, you might call them tiny, small numbers. There was some, but small numbers in terms of opposition. Next. And the last 3 strategies for the game plan for parks. Same kind of thing you'll see on the left, the proactively managed visitation. The level of support, not quite as high as some of the others, but still 3/4 of people supporting it to some degree. Next. So now we talk about trails, and so 6 strategies there, good support, but there were some comments that I think were worthy of mentioning here. So the KVR and its importance, people recognize that and specifically pointed that out, and so we wanted to make sure that we brought that to your attention, that we did hear that. Some comments about omission of the Trans-Canada Trail designation in our draft plan, and so it's one of the reasons why we would circulate the draft and get some feedback to find out were there some things that we omitted that that maybe we shouldn't have, or we just want to get people's opinion on what they thought of that plan. And then there was a few comments also through the survey, but even through those written submissions that just express some concern about motorized use on trails. And you can see from potential environmental impacts to potential conflicts with that non-motorized use. And then the last bullet on this one is just one response just had concern about making it easier to find and enjoy trails. That's right out of our draft plan, and felt that there might be some conflicts with enabling access to some culturally important sites. And that was out of the written submission that we received. So if we go to the next slide, same idea here in terms of the distribution of responses from that resident survey for the first 3 strategies for the trail, and you can see 82 is the lowest for support in terms of opposition, pretty minimal here. And then the next slide has these graphs, and you'll see it's a fairly similar story there, so very strong support. Next. So in terms of the recreation, so as Steve walked through, there were some service delivery strategies as well as some infrastructure ones. Again, pretty strong support, and maybe the other way to look is really low levels of opposition. So if you look on that right-hand one, for example, the level of support is about 2/3, but then there's that fairly significant bubble there in the middle that I guess I would call neutral. Next slide. So the other 3 for recreation, and again, you'll see that quite strong support there. Next slide, Justin, please. So in terms of the infrastructure ones, virtually no opposition to them. The greatest level of support was for the outdoor court and the sport field recommendations. And again, really low levels of opposition there, a little bit of a bubble in the middle, but all in all, I think pretty strong support. Next slide. And then the last 2 here, again, really low levels of opposition. And then think there's one more slide here perhaps, of those overarching strategies that Justin referred to. So a couple bullets here to bring to your attention. In the written submissions, there was some support, particularly around the need to enhance the governance structure for seeking citizen and stakeholder advice. And I think that was done through this. So we modeled it through this process, but certainly support for that. A couple other themes. One spoke to volunteer involvement, and the other talked about environmental protection and conservation. And then you'll see that on the right there, there's a graph that just talks about support for this. And again, very little opposition to it. Next.
Great.
And Justin, over to you.
Thanks, Rob. So, I mean, as consultants, we're obviously very happy when we get those types of results back from the engagement, both from the resident survey as well as for those that participate in the stakeholder and from the written input. But there were some things that we did to amend the plan, and I realize we're a little bit over time here. So, you know, quickly, how was the plan updated? Ultimately, there was minimal changes to the draft plan due to the level of support that we saw. We didn't remove any of the desired outcomes or principles, strategies, or actions, and we also didn't add any new major components to the plan. In terms of chapter changes, the vast majority of the changes that were made were editorial, terminology, and some formatting items that were adjusted. We did respond to the lack of recognition of the Trans-Canada Trail and its national and international significance, obviously designated on the KVR. So we've added that content in, and we thank the folks that identified that for flagging that for us. But as you can see here, in general, it's a lot of editorial and formatting. On the trail side of things, we also, in addition to recognizing the Trans-Canada Trail, we also picked up and reiterated a few things that are in another master plan for the Midway to Glenford portion of the KVR, where it reiterated and it identified the importance of creating an off-road vehicle route connecting Midway to Glenford that's off of the KVR, so that the KVR in that area could support non-motorized use better. So we were asked to include that by some of the stakeholders that responded, and so we've updated the plan to reflect that. And we also were asked to provide a bit more detail and direction around what should be in the trail development and management plan that we've recommended the RDOS proceed with in partnership with others for the Falder to Brookmere section. So we've updated the plan to provide a bit more direction there and recognition of the flood effects, of some Indigenous values and interests in some new conservation areas, and also to recognize that the intent isn't to have this trail only be usable by off-road vehicles, but to identify strategies to ensure that it will remain functional and usable for non-motorized use as well. And getting into the recreation, the overarching sections, again, just editorial and formatting, no changes of any material substance. So with that, that's an overview of what the plan says, really quickly, an overview of how we engaged, what we heard, and how we adjusted the plan to respond. So in terms of next steps, in working with staff and in discussing what those next steps are, in essence, as Mr. Wood identified at the start there, the goal is that staff will provide a more detailed overview presentation to the board through the Community Services Committee on the plan, and then we'll ultimately be seeking agreement from the board to receive the plan as drafted as a guiding document for the board and for staff to use over the coming years. So with that, my apologies for being a few moments over time there, but hopefully the presentation was insightful, and we look forward to any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Looks like we have a couple questions. We've got Director Roberts first.
Thank you to the chair. I'm hoping that maybe you can explain to me whether or not you thought about it. Looking at your documentation in regards to, who submitted questions, advice, concerns, et cetera, in regards to the surveys, et cetera, it seems to be really basically Princeton and Area H. And part of it, makes me ask more questions than answers, because I look at, for instance, we have the Great Northern Railway running through our area. We have a We have a trails group and society that supports the ongoing trail system in the Similkameen. And we have the largest rec facility that is shared between Area BG and the village of Karamias. There was like nobody that responded from Karamias. If I look at that, nobody from Area B. I'm wondering if there's, you have any answers that you think why there was so little response in an area that, I daily get questions around ice rinks, trails, what's going on, and the wonderful stuff that's happening at our rec center. So it just flummoxed me, as they say.
Yeah, great question through the chair to the to the member. I can't say for certain why. As Rob mentioned, we often see participation most significant at the front end of the engagements. Even though the promotions are no different, the communication strategies are largely the same. It's pretty typical that we see a significant reduction in participation. We deliberately avoided doing the engagement in the middle of the summertime. We tried to keep it to the fall seasons or outside those peak seasons where people might be traveling, etc. And I wish I had a better answer because we did have better distribution of participation in the first phase of engagement than we did in the second. I don't think I'd go as far as making an over assumption that it was because the plan wasn't controversial in nature, and so people didn't feel the need to engage. But that is one possibility. Rob or Steve, anything that you'd like to add to that response?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, we go through this exercise, we offer up the opportunities, and then essentially we look to see who takes us up on this opportunity to provide feedback. We were monitoring it as the feedback were coming in and putting out some reminders on it. But in terms of, why the distribution was exactly as it is, I'm not sure. Maybe there were some things in there in particular that, got people, that got them warranted to provide some feedback. But I guess I would be sort of in the same boat as you, as wondering that we know that people are interested in it because we had good input on the front side. And so maybe at this point, some people felt that they had given their say early on and just weren't moved enough to take the next step to provide the feedback. So difficult to say, and we never did ask people why they were moved to provide feedback, and certainly why they didn't.
Thank you, to the chair. Just a follow up, just so you know, the Similkameen is predominantly agriculture. So depending on what time of fall, it's not their downtime, it's their harvest time. Thanks.
Alrighty, thank you. Director Gilbert?
Thanks so much. And through the chair, I just kind of, I think it's really great that the RDOS is doing is looking at our trails and parks in the area. And I was just kind of wondering, how flexible is this 10-year plan going to be over the years? And what, if anything, came out of the this plan to be able to balance promoting parks and trails within the regional district, and how that will be an impact from visitors, from the amount of visitors that would come on those trails?
Yeah, great question through the chair to the member, and thank you for that question. We did hear concern. We did acknowledge in the plan the significant role that tourism has. Your parks, and your trails certainly aren't just serving your local residents. They're absolutely a tourism attraction. We work on a regular basis with the Thompson Okanagan Tourism Association, who is very interested in pursuing trails tourism and has been pushing that on the KVR for a good number of years. And so that is really the reason behind that whole proactively managed visitation strategy that we've identified in the plan, is to start to get ahead of that. We can't provide all the strategies at this level, but we're trying to signal there that your current use and what we're anticipating in the future warrants much more deliberate attention to how we're going to manage visitation to avoid crowding, avoid conflicts, limit environmental damages, trail damage to infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. So that's how we've tried to address the growing visitation and use portion of the plan. I believe you had a first part of that question though, and I'm honestly just forgetting that. I think it was a little bit different.
No, that's okay. Thank you. And I just want to have a follow-up comment just for the board here as well. Someone who works on the BC park system, just to be aware that if you start promoting a lot of the parks and trails, that it will have pressure on your infrastructure. We are seeing that in a lot of our parks like Skaha Bluffs and other areas where we are having a lot of traffic and a lot of people coming in, and these are from different users and more newer users that are coming in. So that visitor management is a big thing. I would say it's a big importance to do if we're going to invite more people into the park. We're struggling with that in the Lower Mainland in and on the Sea to Sky Highway with visitation there, just with parking on the highways and just filling up of parking lots. So it's just something to really be aware of, that if we're going to promote trails, which I think is great, and I think we need to do that for parks, but understand that what that might entail is a lot more impact on our services and on the environment with it. Thanks.
Alrighty, thank you. So we'll move over to Director Spencer Coyne.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So the question I have is, do you have a breakdown by region? So like Area H, they overwhelmingly seem to have been involved in this. Did they have areas that they were more specific to? Like, I know there was a big push because of the KVR and our section of trail being out of commission. I know there was a movement among the ATV and the motorized group to participate in that. Do we have a breakdown as to what those regions were asking for? Were the residents in Area H also saying we want, more arenas or parks, or were they focused on the trail?
Great question, Director Coyne. Through the chair to you. Area H participation. So the engagement summaries that Rob referred to provide more detail and work to highlight differences of opinions to the strategies and the questions based on where people were participating from. Unequivocally though, Area H was heavily influenced. Participation was heavily influenced over the KVR and by the motorized community. There was a really active champion in that community, really encouraging folks, making sure people were aware of the engagement process, and I believe that resulted in that really big proportion of participation in the second stage of engagement. In the first, it was more muted, it was more dispersed, but a lot of the same people still participated, and the big topic coming out of Area H was absolutely focused on the KVR. Trying to figure out what's going to be done with restoration, dealing with trestles that are aging, ensuring that it remained a mixed-use trail with motorized and non-motorized, and not just a non-motorized trail system, et cetera. Those were the main driving themes out of Area H.
Thank you. We'll move over to Director Bob Coyne.
Yeah, you just hit it right on the head there. That was what it's all about out here in Area H. The infrastructure on the KVR is in very bad shape, and what's left of it, there's not much left of it now, but I mean, this started prior to the failure before the atmospheric river, and it mostly revolved around the failing trestles. And, there's a complete, basically a culture change has to take place, or is taking place in Tulameen, due to the lack or the loss of the KVR. So that's where a lot of that was driven from. And I don't know where it's going to end up, because there's not much chance of the KVR ever coming back. So that's going to pose a huge problem in the future for all of us to deal with. So anyway, that's my comments.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay, I have a couple comments to add. I guess I'm looking for understanding why Fire Smart wasn't really played into the plan as well. We mentioned, making sure that we're planning for the future, but didn't really wrap around the Fire Smart principles and including that into our asset management. Is that something that can be added?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think we could probably have a look at that and see where we can integrate the fire smarting importance and idea into perhaps how we're operating and managing our parks and our trails to limit fire risks there and the implications of fire if it comes into town.
And the other point I had is the Caledon Community Hall. You have it listed as Caledon and District Community Hall. So district is sort of a new one to us.
Okay. We can make that.
Any other comments from the, thank you. Any other comments from the board? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
So we will move over to item C, to the CAO, to discuss the consulting group. Sorry.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So we have Gordon Easton from Colliers here to discuss a long-term planning study for facilities. Those that were on the previous board may remember that we had a report in 2022, and then we changed the scope on it, went back out to get a broader perspective from around where corporate facilities should be in the regional district. And this is now the report, and we'll turn it over to Mr. Easton.
There you go. How about now? It's been about 2.5 years since I've done a live presentation, so it's kind of exciting to sit up here, so please bear with me. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you very much. I do have a slide presentation, and I'm just wondering if that's loaded, is it? Okay, great. Over the last couple of months, Colliers has undertaken this study. Really, it's to look at opportunities for the RDOS to expand their existing facility, knowing that over the next 20 years, there's going to be fairly significant growth. So I'd like to spend about 10 or 15 minutes. Time is of the essence here, so I'll be fairly quick in reviewing our report. I think all members have been made or have been given a copy, so the more detailed report is available. Oops, that's half loading. Is there a solution for that? It's a PDF, yeah. I can read it for you. Oh, okay. So if we just go back, that's fine. So I'll basically be reviewing our work as it's set out on the report. So looking generically at replacement options, reviewing some background information, which is pretty fundamental to our search and our analysis, diving a little deeper into each of the 4 strategic options that we explored, and then our recommendations going forward. On the screen, you can see there's really 4 main strategies. Strategy A is dealing with the existing site and either expanding that through extensive renovation of the existing ground floor, adding a second floor, and potentially some notion of structured parking to accommodate additional parking on site. Or it may be a demolition and start from ground up, which does have some good support, not knowing what the building currently is, and also there's better design opportunities if you start from scratch on the site. Strategy B would be finding a new site location and building the facility on a new site. Again, RDOS is a fairly large user, I would say, within this marketplace because of the office requirements and parking requirements. So at any one time, there's probably only a handful of sites that could be utilized for relocation. Strategy C would look at leasing an existing building if there was one, or purchasing an existing building. Both of those scenarios would involve a fairly extensive renovation. Staff could remain in the existing facility until such time as that renovation is complete and then move over. And then the last one is looking at the parking lot west of City Hall and potentially some kind of joint development with the city of Penticton. I should clarify, we've had no conversations with the city of Penticton on this. It's really an opportunity from 10,000 feet looking at large sites that are potentially vacant. So I realize that has some politics around it. If we can jump forward to the office space needs slide. Yeah, that one there. So in 2021, Cornerstone did some space planning for the RDOS, meeting with all the various departments and user groups. And really what they came up with was a growth projection from 2021 to 2041 over a 20-year period, growing staff from 76 to 115. You can see the growth by department on the slide that's shown. The highest growth was really in development, building, engineering, and public works operations. If you can go to the next slide, please. They also translated that into physical office space. So what that means is growing from about 14,000 square feet now to approximately 32,000 square feet, plus additional open space and amenity for staff and parking. And this was considered in our search analysis when looking for a replacement site or facility. One of our sister groups, Collier's Workplace Strategy, in mid-2021 looked at potential shared opportunities between the RDOS and City of Penticton, particularly around facilities as this room, common or communal boardroom space and meeting space. And it was determined that there could be approximately 2,100 square feet of space that could be shared with coordination between the two groups. Next slide, please. One of the things that occurred while we were doing our study was staff were sent a survey asking how they got to the office. Of the 37 respondents, 22 are traveling from Penticton. They're relatively short commutes, 60% less than 10 kilometers, 41% less than 5 kilometers, and just under half are relying on other means such as bus, walking, bicycle, etc., apart from car and truck. Next slide, please. The other thing we looked at was the number of development applications over the last 4 years by electoral district, both in terms of number of permits and dollar value. And we're seeing a trend that electoral area D and E are typically the largest of the electoral districts. And all of these things helped inform our work. Can we go to the next slide, please? Sorry, next one. So strategy A, expand and renovate 101 Martin. Basically what would occur is staff would have to relocate to temporary facilities. The building would either be gut renoed and a second floor added, or demolished and a new building built. When it's complete, staff would move back. Obviously there's costs, interim costs in leasing additional space during that time period, probably a 2.5 year period. There would, however, be some future savings of not leasing the annex next door and 184 Martin Street, the Valley First space, of about $114,000 a year saving, and possibly saving on deferred maintenance of this existing building because it would essentially be a new building. When you take all those costs into consideration, it comes up to approximately 18 to 19 million for this option. If we can go to the next slide, please. Strategy B would look at relocating to an alternative site. We did a bit of a market scan, both in Penticton and Okanagan Falls. The two sites on the right are again owned by City of Penticton, but they are of a large enough scale that would accommodate RDOS requirements and possibly additional housing or something on top. The site on the left is a site in Okanagan Falls, just west of the new BC Housing apartment building on Highway 97. And that also is a site significantly large enough that it would accommodate RDOS needs. So in this case, staff would remain in place during the course of the new construction. When the new building is built and ready for occupation or could be occupied, they would move over.
The existing building could be sold then for highest and best use, which in our opinion would be residential, not a municipal or institutional office space, and those funds applied to the capital cost of the new development. This ends up being roughly the same price as option A or strategy A in that $18 to $19 million range. If we go ahead one slide. Option C, lease building. The challenge here is that there really aren't many options available for a building or lease space of this size. You would be considered a very large user for this market. Most tenants are in that 2,000 to maybe 5,000 square foot range, and we're talking about something in the 30,000 square foot range. So unless the federal government wanted to vacate one of their buildings and you guys could take it over, there really isn't that many opportunities to relocate. Purchasing existing buildings, that's also fairly limited. There was one on Skaha Road last spring that sold for about $10 million, just under $10 million. And that would have been big enough to accommodate RDOS, but that has, it's not available anymore. So when we do these market scans, it's kind of a point in time. But that would be the challenge with a lease scenario. The cost of a lease, we're estimating at about $750,000 annually. Our year one analysis, and this would include a major renovation to that space, and then a purchase reno. If there was to be a building, it's falling again in that kind of $18 million range. Next slide, please. And the last one, the hot potato. This would involve RDOS constructing a building at the west end of the City Hall site, City Hall potentially expanding and renovating, possibly simultaneously, and some kind of common board space that could be shared by both buildings. Obviously, in this scenario, RDS could remain in place until the new building's built and then move over to the new facility. The question is whether or not the existing site, this site, would actually be required to support additional parking, or if that could all be accommodated on the City Hall site. There's about 80 cars, I think, in City Hall right now, and you have about 61 cars. Your specific growth would look to almost double that to about 114 cars to accommodate staff over the next 20 years. And then recommendations. We had a number of them. First and foremost, so if we can go to the next slide. Thank you. Consider retaining an architect to do a bit of a design exercise at a high level, both looking at renovation or new construction on this site, and then also looking at a test fit for if you were to look at a new alternative site, how big of space and building typology, what does that look like? Is it multiple floors? Is it structured parking? Is it combination of partial underground parking and surface parking? Just to get a sense of what kind of site might be required. Getting some costing from the construction industry on what those scenarios might cost. Determining where you want to be in the future, whether it's this site in Penticton or alternative electoral districts, possibly Okanagan Falls. Determine if shared space with City of Penticton is actually an opportunity as you move further and further away from City Hall. The efficiencies of that is probably affected or impacted. And then finally, trying to establish budget or seeking financing for an expanded facility, whatever that form that might take. I'm sorry to rush through that, but that was really our study, and I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
Thank you for your presentation. Director Miller?
Chair, am I allowed to make a comment as opposed to a question? I've thought about this a lot. I'm not sure how realistic it is, but I would tend to think that we're sitting on a gold mine of property here that some developer would just love to get his hands on, or hers. And then I look at Okanagan Falls, which is geographically the center of the RDOS. Why not sell this property and relocate to the Falls? And then that would be a huge boost for them. Or is option number two, you put in a nice 6 or 7 story and the first 3 floors are operated by the RDOS?
Thank you.
Thanks, Director Miller. Director Mason?
Thank you. I wanted to ask about the option of a new building and the slide, and I'm sorry it disappeared before I could figure it out, but did that include the value of this property? This follows from Director Miller's question. Does it include the value of selling this property to offset the costs? Was it included in that?
Yes, it does. It's almost like a net wash in that when you go to acquire a site, it almost has the equivalent value of selling the site when you leave it. So yes, it does include that value.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Director Bush?
Yeah, so I was wondering, and not that I'm promoting this, but did you look at, say, across the bridge where the Nissan dealership is, there like leasing land there?
We did consider lease land. A couple of issues with that is that you don't capture the appreciation of land value over time because you don't own the land ultimately. So it's a long-term prepaid lease. That is an opportunity. There is vacant land there for sure.
The other place I thought might be okay was where we did our COVID testing. Big parking lot there and an empty building, but I don't know who owns it or if
That's actually the building I referred to that was sold last spring. So that would have been an ideal or potentially an ideal candidate site. Yeah.
Director Holmes?
Yeah, I understand if you sell this building and buy another lot of similar size somewhere else in downtown Penticton, the two would wash, it'd be a wash, they would cancel each other out. But I think, you know, the idea of OK Falls is, or anywhere else, you know, what if you sold this building and bought land somewhere else that was cheaper than downtown Penticton? And what would the benefit be financially of doing that with the cost differential? I think that's information that would be useful to the board.
Yeah, just if I can respond to that through the chair, the opportunity, for example, for Okanagan Falls, that's actually a bigger site. It has a higher value than this property, but there's an offset because you wouldn't build structured parking. So, for example, if you sold this site for $4 million and you acquired that site for $6 million-ish, it's actually more expensive, but there are some offsets with not having to build underground parking. So you have to consider that in the construction cost. But theoretically, this would be a higher value site on a land square foot basis than other sites in other communities. Definitely.
Director Spencer Coyne?
Yeah, two things. First one is, despite the keep coming up that OK Falls is the center, you guys continue to forget that the regional district goes all the way to Manning Park and up to Elkhart Lodge. The other thing is, if we are to move out of Penticton, what's that going to do to our staffing? A lot of people have moved to Penticton, and if you're going to start moving where they have to work, are they going to follow us, or is this going to be a hardship on our staffing that we're already having issues with?
Thank you, Director Bloomfield.
Yeah, and just to follow up, Spencer Coyne took some of my thunder there, but I should say Director Coyne, sorry. There's probably a sound argument for a financially to move out of Penticton to a cheaper site, but you really got to be careful about how it affects you operationally. You know, staff will work where they want to work, they'll live where they want to live. You know, as I mentioned earlier on in the meeting, and you know, you kind of follow the staff around these days. Corporations tend to follow their staff, and you know, if it's hard enough to recruit now, then what's it going to be like trying to recruit where you're asking people to commute half an hour to get to work and back? And so I think very, very carefully about the effects on operational situations before you make a decision about relocating. I think that is going to have a very big effect on any future decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Miller.
I'm sorry, just to add to my initial point, Also, if this building was to be sold, maybe that helps Penticton with its housing crisis, provided that we put in a stipulation that you can't Airbnb it, because I'm not sure how many units up. I can't even imagine how many. Last time I drove from Penticton to Okanagan Falls, driving the speed limit, which I always do, I think it took me 15 minutes. I'll time it the next time just for sake of argument. And yeah, I think it's really, and in terms of, it's very interesting that we hear about parking. I'm looking at a bike lane right out here that goes right by the RDOS office and City Hall, and I'm told that's the wave of the future. So I don't think that parking necessarily has to be. I respect what Director Bloomfield says in terms of staff retention, but it's 15 minutes, and of course an argument that we always hear, well, if you lived in Metro Vancouver or whatever, it takes you 45 minutes to get to work or whatever. I don't think that's huge of a hardship. I think if we moved it to Princeton, perhaps, because that would be a much longer commute, but that to me would be, maybe my solution's overly simplistic, but that would be the direction that I would love to see it go in.
Thank you, Director Gettens.
Thanks, Chair, and I'll keep it quick for sure, because I think we can get into a lot of debate, because I think the other part with OK Falls is cheaper housing, and we know that housing is a deterrent for a lot of our citizens that can't find a house and afford a house in Penticton. But my question actually is about where are we going with this study, and do we need to get into this much detail of debate, or what are the next steps that we are taking on with this study?
To the CAO.
Well, certainly any sort of future movement on this would require public assent, and it is very difficult to get public assent to build office buildings, and we can refer to West Kelowna on that one. So if we're looking at 20 to 25 million, or in present dollars down the road, you know, I think this is a long-term plan, like long-term plan. And we just adapt in the meantime.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, Director Spencer Coyne.
Yeah, just one last one. We were at one time talking about working with the city because the city needed space. Economy of scale is what I'm thinking here. I know it's not the most popular discussion, but if the city needs a new spot and we need a new spot, why aren't we looking at building something that's large enough? You can have two different doors if that's what people really want, but large enough that we accommodate everybody. And, you know, it's a lot cheaper to build up than it is to build out these days. So, you know, I think it's an option that we should really be looking at, and I don't care what town it's in. I really don't. But if we're going to be talking about building new civics, you know, offices, we need to start talking economy of scale if we want to be realistic. Costs continue to rise. So just my last 2 cents on it.
Thank you. We have Director Taylor.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank the board and staff and the consultant for giving some additional consideration to the scope of the work. Appreciate the board's comments about giving due consideration to option B. And I just think that I hear what the CAO has referenced in terms of long-term planning. As we go forward, I strongly encourage, hope that we will keep an option B under, you know, give full consideration to that. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not see any further questions. Okay, thank you for your presentation. I guess we are looking for a motion to adjourn. First, second, all in favor? Thank you. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Director Monteith. That brings us to Environment and Infrastructure Committee, and I will turn it over to Director Gettens to chair that one. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to call the meeting to order. It's 2:09. Can I get a motion to accept the agenda, please? Thank you. Seconded. Everyone's in favor already. Thank you very much. No one's opposed. Good. Okay, over to you, CAO. We have a great delegation. Thank you for waiting as well, and looking forward to it. But I'll pass it over to you for introductions, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So The Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen is one of the regional districts that are a partner in the Okanagan-Kootenay Sterile Insect Release Program and have been for a number of years. And we are honored today to have Melissa Tesh, the Executive Director of SIR. A very interesting program, and times are changing, and so is SIR. And you know that we've had discussions over the last few years about what's happening in the tree fruit industry and the technology that SIR uses. So it's a pleasure to have Melissa here to give us an update on where SIR is going.
Hey, thank you so much, Madam Chair. I was delighted to receive the invitation. I understand and I see some new faces, and I would echo that it's nice to be in person. This is the first one in, I guess, 2+ years of taking my moth and pony show on the road. So, you know, in light of new directors, I was sort of asked to give an orientation to the program. So I was thinking, well, if I was a director, what were the questions that I would want to ask? And so these are the 6 I'm going to try and get through in the next 12 to 15 minutes for you. So who are we? What do we do? Are we any good at it? Why do we bother? Okay, but who pays and how much? And then where are we headed? And so this is what we're going to sort of order we're going to move through here. So we are, as Mr. Newell said, we are an interregional regional district partnership. So we span now from the Columbia Shuswaps, although it's actually only Salmon Arm that participates from that regional district. So when I take my moth and pony show north, I only usually show up at Salmon Arm as opposed to the regional district. RDNO, so we have 1 director from each of those. We have 2 directors from the regional district of Central Okanagan. Being from Kelowna, I know we like to think of ourselves as the center of the earth, but it's actually just because through the value tax, they pay about twice as much as any other partner, right? So places like Orchard Park Mall are paying in. And 1 director here from RDOS, and I'd be remiss if I didn't wave hello to Director Bush over there, who has served for my whole time. So those are the regional district partners. For history buffs, there was another regional district involved at the very beginning over in the Kootenays, and they left the program, but that's a story for another time. And then we have 3 grower directors. So when the grower directors were added to the board, we need 1 from the north, 1 from the central, 1 from the south, and 1 must be organic. So our director now from the south is Walter Makepeace, who still has the largest, I believe, organic property out in the Similkameen. And we have 2 non-voting directors, 1 from Agriculture Canada and 1 from the Ministry of Agriculture. So we are empowered under the Municipalities Enabling and Validating Act. It is a very old piece of legislation, 1989, 1990, when the regs came out. But it allowed the regional districts to, through enabling bylaws, empower this program. So that's who we are. And this program is aimed at dealing with codling moth. So apologies if you didn't eat, well, you've already eaten lunch, so hopefully it sits well. But this is what we're trying to prevent. So that damage in an apple. If you leave codling moth unchecked, they will rip through an apple orchard and take, 90 plus, pretty much all of your fruit, and it becomes unsaleable. So you can't sell a piece of fruit like that. You can't use it. And the thing about insects is they grow exponentially. So you can kind of see that growth curve there, that over time, if you leave them unchecked, the population just explodes. And that's how you end up with a whole orchard full of infested fruit. So Valentine's Day just went by. And you can see our 2 little moths at the beginning there. Adult moths, as they move through their life cycle, all they're doing is looking for love, and we try and screw that up. So instead of spraying them with pesticides, what we do is we rear a few million moths at our facility, which is in Osoyoos, just north of the border. We expose them to a teensy bit of radiation, which makes them sterile but still sexy, and then we put them out into the orchards, and we try and make it impossible for the 2 wild moths to find each other. So you can imagine this is what we would call a density-dependent control tactic, right? That we need to outnumber with as many of our steriles as possible, and that gets harder to do the more wild moths you have. So we take our sterile moths out. Each week we release them into the orchards, and we try and do that and manage to a very low level of codling moth out there. So that's the sexy part of the program, but we also do a couple other things. So we will use other tools in the pest control toolbox, including mating disruption, sanitation, orchard sanitation processes. We monitor, so every orchard gets checked weekly, at least 1 trap per property. It's actually 1 per hectare, so larger properties love more than 1 trap. That gets entered into a database that night and goes online, and the grower gets an email. And you can go on and check all the properties around you as well. That's done in real time. We monitor urban sites that are within 250 meters of every orchard. Pests just don't respect property boundaries. So you can't have a backyard tree that's totally infested right beside a commercial orchard. They will just continually plague the orchardist with problems. And we really have, if you were here in the 90s, we've really kind of moved away from that chainsaw ethic of let's get them all out to more of a responsible tree ownership model, which is that we encourage, we support backyard trees if you're going to put in the effort, and they do take effort. When that doesn't go well, the education outreach, that's when we can come in with some enforcement capabilities for trees or orchards. That's the bulk of what we do. Are we any good at it? We are actually exceptionally good at it. So these sorts of numbers that we are producing here really make us the envy of the apple growing regions in the world. We have trained people from all around the world. We have sent our moths for pilot programs in South Africa, in New Zealand, and currently to Australia, and they would like to set up what we have here. This year we had 55% of our area, of our program area, that had no detectable level of codling moth. That's really unheard of. And 21% on top of that had 2 or fewer moths. So virtually codling moth free. We got about 14% of the properties that got worse in the year. So moving up that curve, which is not what we want to see. And another 10% that are either holding or decreasing. That's measuring success through trap captures, but that doesn't determine whether or not a grower, makes or loses money. And this is where we really can see the impact the program has. So because we really are trying to manage for growers to that low part of the population curve, our goal is to have 90% of the acreage with 0.2 or less damaged fruit from codling moth at harvest time. So what that works out to is 1 in 500 fruit is what we're aiming for. That's what we can accept, or 1 apple out of 7 boxes of ambrosia apples. Because if you're a commercial apple grower, that's the level of damage that you can accept and still hope to make some money. And these days, that is tough to even make money at that level. We get into a little bit of friction with a backyard homeowner, right? If they've got a couple backyard apple trees, if they lose a quarter of their fruit to codling moth, not a problem. Their grandkids still come and pick apples and they're happy with that, right? So some friction with that acceptable damage threshold. But because this is really aimed at the commercial orchards, very low target, we just missed our 90%. I think we had 88.6% this year. But if you dig into that block of damaged properties there on the bottom, most of them are just above that threshold. So we have very few heavily infested properties, which is fantastic. Why do we bother? Why go to the effort? Why not just let growers do it on their own? There's a few good reasons. One is that the way they manage codling moth in other regions and previous to this program is with heavy pesticide use. It is a damaging pest, and so you have to stay on top of it or it will take your fruit. From the beginning of the program till now, we estimate that this region, the service area of the program, has saved some 90% of pesticides that would be used otherwise if our program didn't exist. This data is tough to capture. So this is based on sales data because that is provincially collected by the Ministry of Environment. So there's some hand waving, but even if you say, well, sure, you're fudging high, Melissa, to make it look good, 80% of pesticides is probably where we are. So we really are an environmentally responsible, environmentally friendly way to control this major pest. Another way of looking at that, because the sales data is a bit unreliable, is to look at the way that growers would look at it. So there is science developed to tell growers when you have a problem that is economically justified to spray, right? Because it's going to cost them money. And we have 84% of our property where it's not recommended that they need to spray. We have 3% that we're recommending 1 to 2 sprays for that first generation. And then about 13% of the properties where we're saying, okay, you got to get out there and get a hold of this because there's too many wild moths for us to be able to put enough steriles to outnumber in this game of whack-a-moth that we play. So why do we bother? Well, as we talked about, pests don't respect property lines. When we're trying to maintain commercial fruit in an area that has rapid development and we have this patchwork, you drive through any region here and you have a patchwork of orchards and then residential development, you get that tension, right? It's not like Washington when you drive south of the border and you've got orchards as far as the eye can see. It's a totally different ballgame. And we like our patchwork. That's why people are moving here to live amongst the farms without realizing the realities of what living amongst the farms means. The next one I borrowed, I stole. I didn't ask for permission. I took this from the Water Board, working together to protect our common resources. The picture on the left, the size of the circle is representative of the proportion of acreage in that area. So you can see out into the Similkameen, that is the majority of our acres. And I like this slide when I go somewhere like Peachland and they say, well, we have virtually no orchards. Why do we care? Well, because we do share one watershed, right? One basin, it's all connected. And so you might not have a ton, right where you are, but especially in the south, you are south in the water system. And so everything is coming downstream. And then there was a 2014 benefit cost analysis done by Lee Karche out of Okanagan College. And he found that there was a $2.5 return on investment for every dollar invested. And so that's when you take into account, not just the savings for the grower and the economy, but also the employment benefits that the program provides. And finally, this was a report that came out in March of last year. And this is an external review that the province did, the Ministry of Agriculture had done on our program. And the authors concluded that we bothered because the BC apple industry will not survive if SIR were stopped at this point. So you've probably caught it in the news. Times are very tough for apple growers. And one of the things that the provincial government has done is created this tree fruit stabilization initiative, and you can find it on their website, trying to take a look holistically at cherries, grapes, apples, sort of the shifting agricultural landscape in this region, and what are some of the challenges that are in front of the growers, that are trying to make a living here. So who pays and how much? This graph is funding through the years. So it starts at 1998 and goes right up until last year. So the light blue bar on the bottom is the value tax. So we have two taxes that support our program. One is the value tax or homeowner tax. Your per household impact really depends on which regional district you're looking at it, but it's somewhere in the order of $9 to $15. And then we have a parcel tax. And so that is mandatory if you grow apples or pears or quince, although we don't have any quince orchards. But any of those three host fruits, you will pay per acre into the program. It's mandatory that you participate. Here's the two that are changing. So Mr. Newell said, times are changing, and they are. And you can see from 1998, there was a lot of yellow on the screen, and that was senior government dollars that were contributed to the program. And that started to tail off at about 2006 because the program had operated a pretty large surplus. You'll also notice that the light blue tails off at that same time, right? We stopped with the increases, we froze our tax rate, and we didn't require that senior government funding anymore. The trouble is, it's net, it didn't come back. So as the acreage shifted from apples into grapes and cherries, we found ourselves with a facility capable of producing more moss than we need. So we knew that the landscape was shifting. This is an expensive program to run per acre, right? Especially as acres are shrinking. And so the board wanted to work on some non-tax revenues. And so we've been doing that. So since 2015, when I came on board, we've been building that and actually selling some of our excess product down into Washington. This year, we just about reached $900,000 in sales, which is about 22% of our income. And that's all off the sides of our desk. So that's without hiring business development people. That's, the sort of the best we can do from the side of the desk. So those are the three income streams that we have. And where does that money go? So we ran just a slight surplus this year with a little bit of a return of senior government dollars, which I'll get to. Most of our money is spent on wages. So we rely on seasonal labor. It is difficult to find people just like growers, but we spend about $2.4 million on labor, and our wages are lower than your average local government wages. So we used to pay minimum wage. We can't hire anyone for that, so we're slightly above. diet ingredients. So to raise our moths that we're going to irradiate, costs about $332,000 worth of essentially like fancy brand muffin mix that we use to raise them on. And then utilities. So we just, listening to the previous conversation, we put the facility in Osoyoos because land was cheap there at the time and we got a nice grant. But it is the hottest place in the valley and we have to keep rooms at 2 degrees Celsius and in the middle of a heat dome that runs up our power bill. So we've won some Fortis awards for switching to bulbs, LED bulbs, that sort of thing. But there's only so much we can do. Vehicles and fuel, and then everything else, all of our rents, all of the rest makes up the bulk. So about a $4 million a year program to run. The problem is, the reality is that acreage is shrinking. And so to divide the cost, the grower's share, if you will, amongst the remaining orchards, it starts to get more and more expensive per orchardist. And they're already under financial duress. And we knew this was happening. This is why the board had been proactive about finding non-tax revenues. We just haven't been able to make enough money to make up for how quickly apple acreage is shrinking. So this is on our radar, and this figure is a big part of what led to that provincial stabilization initiative, that the province is aware that apples are in danger of not being a commercial product anymore. So where are we headed? As I said, the province is getting involved, and we are very thankful that they did, because I think without the stabilization process, the SIR board would be waving their hands in the air, trying to get the attention of the provincial government. And we've been lucky enough to meet with ministers and ADM. We received $845,000 in provincial funding last year. So only a chunk of that $200 and some thousand was used last year. The rest is available for this year and next fiscal. And part of that is $70,000 that they've given us for a financial sustainability study. So we recognize that even if apples stabilize, we're not going back to the 90s with 20,000 acres of apples. Cherries and grapes are here to stay, and we're glad for that. But is there a way that the program can stand a little bit more on its feet? Are there some innovative ways that we could build up the business, right? Instead of a side of the desk thing, is there a way that it could be a center of the desk thing in a way that would allow the program to access a lot of the R&D and business development grants that, because we are government at the moment, we can't access those grants? Is it the return of senior government funding? So in that stabilization report, which I brought copies of that I'll leave at the back if anybody wants some bedtime reading, the author said, if it is a policy objective of the provincial government to maintain an apple sector, then they should support the SIR program. So I think that is a question that, the new Minister of Agriculture will have to answer. Is there innovation that could be done to reduce costs? Absolutely there is, right? The facility is far and away the most expensive part of the program. It was built in the 90s. It's in top-notch shape, and this is an open invitation to any directors who would like to tour. But it could be automated. A lot of the things that are done by people, because it was built in the 90s, could be automated, but we have no R&D budget. So again, some federal grants would help us with that. And then are there other commodities that should be thought about in terms of the service model? So the backyard protection that we do for apple growers, the cherry growers would love that, right? So we've still got backyard cherry trees that are causing spotted wing problems for cherry growers. So where we're headed is probably SIR 3.0. I didn't delve into it, but 1.0 was the very original 1990s version. 2.0 is kind of where we are, and we recognize that we can't stay there. And so this $70,000 coming up will help us take a look at that, get some external help. And then hopefully I'll be back with an update on that, I don't know, maybe in the next year or so. And I think I would just end by, if you're new to the program, we really are good for our communities, good for the environment, and good for the economy. And so thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Great, thank you. The presentation was really great. I'm just going to check with the board, see if anybody has any questions or comments. Go ahead, Director Holmes. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have a few questions, if I may. So you kind of hinted on a few things. One question I had is in terms of research, further continuing research, and whether any research is still going on. I knew this came out of a research project. from the federal facility way back when. And so my question is, can the same technology be applied to other pests? So you can expand the program that way. Is that something, or is that being done and it's not it's only for codling moth?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Please, yes.
So we're not doing it. We being locally not Ag Canada, it is being done. It's really big in mosquitoes right now. So with Zika virus, malaria, all the mosquito-borne pathogens, this is becoming big in some of the tropical areas for mosquito reduction. And then there is a private company that's doing it for spotted wing Drosophila. So I don't imagine that we'd be able to come up with it on our own, but if the cherry industry got big enough and had enough money, it might be something that through our economy of scale we could offer as a fee for service, through some sort of program. So we're not doing any research, but globally there's a lot of interest in this technology. The hang up tends to be around the fact that we use radiation. And so to have an irradiator is an expensive and very cumbersome process. So they're working on innovating through X-ray or genetic modification.
You have a follow-up?
Yeah, and another one I may, just I guess about the apple industry in general. The whole this talk about whether it's going to become a commercial product, continue to be a commercial product. I think my understanding is a lot of the fruit are cyclical. So they come and go out of popular, like cherries are very popular now, but they didn't used to. Is the hope is to hang on until apples become popular again, or are you kind of resigned to the fact that it is declining and it'll continue to decline? And I just wonder how much that goes into your long-term planning and whether there's kind of a general thinking about the state of the apple industry.
Yeah, Madam Chair. This is kind of wild speculation territory, isn't it? I think that climate will drive long-term planning of what you're able to grow and not grow. And I know that there's Director Makepeace himself has said that there's a couple spots in his orchard that are just too hot for apples now. Right, the summer is repeatedly too hot that it's baking them in place and they get a lot of sunburn. And we're seeing cherry orchards put in Regional District of North Okanagan that 10 years ago you wouldn't have fathomed that somebody would try and break ground there. And so it's going to keep pushing north. So I think climate will drive a lot of that. And then truly right now, one of the challenges that the apple industry faces is marketing and getting into some more lucrative markets. So Washington has 180,000 acres below us, and they have a lot more firepower in your average sort of Walmart store. So I think that they're working on a few more lucrative, usually Asian markets for kind of our niche, very clean produced fruit. And I suspect that from the point of food sovereignty and making sure that we have food grown in our region that would be available, I think that maintaining apples will be a priority in the long term.
Thank you so much. We are at time, but you've got a quick comment there, Dr. Van Alpen?
Just a quick comment. I don't know if you heard much in North Okanagan, but they're closing all the packing houses up there and talking about building a mega packing house at Oliver, where most of the bins are growing are in the north and the least amount of bins are in the south. And the growers aren't very pleased, the ones I speak to be shipping their fruit all the way to Oliver. So sometimes I think they're their own worst enemies, the co-op, but that's only my personal opinion. So
Thank you very much for that. I don't see other further questions, and we are at the end of our time here, but I want to thank you again for the great presentation. Congratulations on the sales too. I think that's pretty impressive off the side of your desk, because you did mention that a couple of years ago, I think when you were here, that you were starting that. So really well done. So with that, I will just ask for a motion to adjourn the meeting. Thank you. Seconded. Thank you. All in favor? Everyone, anyone opposed? Not everyone, anyone. Okay, perfect. I'm going to hand it back over to you, Chair. Thanks again.
Thank you, Director Gettens. That brings us to the Regional Hospital District, and I'll go to Director Johansson for that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair.
I'll call this Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District meeting to order at 2:34. Look for a motion to adopt the agenda as circulated. Moved. Looking for a seconder. Second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. First item is just some minutes. That the January 19th, 2023 minutes of the Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District Board be adopted. So moved. Second. Any further discussion on those minutes? Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. And our main item is the Hospital District 5-year financial plan, bylaw 170, here for third reading and adoption. I'll pass it over to our CEO quickly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So we had the 2023 to 2027 financial plan for the hospital district at the January 19th meeting, and we got first and second reading. And I see our finance department moving in en masse to try and get third and adoption. So I'll just turn it over to them, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Director.
Thank you. I do have John Cote here. He's going to be discussing the budget. One of the things that John's introduced in the report, as you may have read, is the non-market growth. So that John will also be talking about that. So John, I'm just transfer it to you.
Sure. Good afternoon. I'll try to be brief as far as the presentation because it's pretty redundant from the last meeting.
Yeah, just skip to the basics, John.
Well, that's what I'm going to do. Yep. So the only thing I've introduced that the presentation will look a little different is I've put in the non-market growth. It was a request of somebody on the board, so we've introduced it. There was one change. I had overcalculated on the carry forward IHA capital requests from prior years. I had double counted the Penticton Regional Hospital Oncology project of 3.2 million. So it didn't change the budget. It's a placeholder basically that's included in the budget. So the number in the revenue side and the number in the expense side are exactly the same number. So the net effect is zero. Let's see if I can. So here's it as it sits now. You'll see with that transfer from reserve was 7.5 million. Now it's 4.3 with that $3.2 million reduction. And also you'll notice the capital grants was reduced by that amount as well. And this is what the budget was at. I just wanted to show you what it was at first and second reading. And you'll notice that transfer from reserve is overstated. Let's see. So right now, this is the allocation of the tax requisition amongst the member municipalities, the electoral areas, and Penticton Indian Band. At the time of the first and second reading, I didn't have Penticton Indian Band's completed assessment roll yet. So the distribution has changed. So this is what it was at first and second reading. So you'll notice that Penticton Indian Band's when I got their assessment and then redid the calculation, their share of the requisition went up and everybody else's went down. So let's see. So this is the report that shows the current requisition from the 2023 as it sits now and the 2022 requisition. And then the change if you factor in the non-market growth. So we had non-market growth of 1.81% in 2023. So what that is that's new assets that didn't exist in 2022 that we can now tax. But because we haven't made any non-market growth adjustment, if you factor that in, then there's theoretically there's a negative 1.81% decrease in the tax requisition because you have new assets. When the pool gets spread out amongst the different classes, theoretically everybody's taxes should go down, but because the non-market growth is so small, most property owners probably won't notice the effect. And the other reason too is that properties assessments from year to year are never the same. If the board considered introducing an adjustment to raise the current requisition for non-market growth, the adjustment would be 116,693. And then if you factored that in, the change after non-market growth would be 0. So that would change the average residential property to just about $118 on average. And what it was without the non-market growth, it was $115.89. So it's a couple dollar change. And that, I mean, I had some slides about what non-market changes, but basically it's new construction and it's assets that weren't there in the previous year that we can now tax. And just to reiterate, this is what our current long-term debt is as it stands at the end of 22. And that issue is for the Penticton Regional Hospital Ambulatory Care Tower and Reno project that is pretty much completed now. I think by the time April or May, the final accounting will be done, and I'll be working with IHA staff just to reconcile, because our region was, our share was 117 million of the total project. So we can't go over that total dollar amount. And then whatever, if it went over budget, the province and IHA would have to cover that remainder, but it looks like they're on budget or below, but they haven't done the final accounting and signed off that project yet. But I might be able to have more information probably before the summer. These are the future long-term borrowing. One project that was passed last year was the oncology department. I had to carry forward into this year as the project's been a bit delayed. The other portion is what's left on the patient care tower project. And then there's 2 new projects in regards to primary care networks and CareMeus in Princeton. So the potential future long-term borrowing will be just under $11 million. And the rates that I used was at the time of first reading was what the rates that MFA had posted for those type of terms on a 20 and a 15-year issue. And at the time of borrowing, the board would have to approve a secure issuing bylaw to secure those long-term debt funds. And this is the reserve, so I've reflected that change in regards to the double counting of that oncology department project at Penticton. It didn't change the uncommitted amount of just over $1 million that would be left in the reserve at the end of 27. And that is it. If anybody has any questions, I'll pass it back to the chair.
Thanks, John. I think it'd be interesting to hear from the board because I really think we should consider at least including the non-market growth in there. We haven't had an increase since 2019, so we're getting on to 5 years now. And our reserves are taking a beating for sure, and I think we should start looking at trying to build them up, or at least move in that direction. 0%, 0%, 0%, 0% is going backwards. But I'll open it to the board and see what the comments, questions might be. None. Director Monteith?
Through the chair, I guess I'd like to make that motion that we consider adding the non-market growth to our, I don't know how to word it, but yeah. Should we do it this year or yearly, or do we want to revisit it every year?
I'll just pass it over to Director of Finance.
I would recommend that you would do it on a yearly basis. Use the non-market growth to go into reserves, because it doesn't affect an increase in taxes. It's something that regional districts don't usually do this, and it's something that in a revenue policy where a municipality would have the choice of the non-market growth, they would include that, and that's something that future boards then would also be committed to.
Thank you. So we got a motion that's moved in second. Any further discussion on that motion, or does this include third reading and adoption, or is that be a second motion on top of that?
That's it.
Director.
Your first motion was without the non-market growth, so it would have to rescind first and second and then amend it and then reread it.
Or we could amend it at third.
Or you could amend it at third.
Well, let's amend it at third then. I think that's the easiest thing to do.
So what we need, Mr. Chair, then is somebody to put the motion for third reading on the floor. You could move the amendment. If approved, you could approve third as amended and then go for adoption.
Okay. Director Monteith, would you like to do that? Sure. Moved in second. We got to vote on that, correct, CAO? Okay. Any further discussion, questions on that? I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. And then we look for a motion to adopt. Moved. Second. Any further comments or questions on that motion to adopt? Not seeing any. I will call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. And that's all the business we have in the hospital district today. So I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Moved. Second. All in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Johansson. We will move straight into the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen regular board meeting. We do have a proposed motion before, or a proposed agenda before us. This is the opportunity to remove anything from the consent agenda if there's a desire to do so. I do believe Director Monteith had said she had something to take off the consent.
I do. Thank you. So it's the APC appointments.
Okay, so that will go into the regular portion of the meeting. Anything else to remove out of consent? Seeing nothing, looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to the consent agenda, corporate services consent agenda. Can we get a motion to adopt that? Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Perfect. Any opposed? That motion carries. Straight over.
Mr. Chairman. Sorry, is this the point where I'm supposed to add the?
No, we'll do it when we come to that portion of the.
Thank you.
Of the agenda. Okay. We are into. I'm losing track of my place here. I think we're down to delegations now. There was no development services. No development services agenda portion, so we'll go to delegations. CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So, Falder, there's been some issues with water quantity around the Falder area, and that has an impact on development. And we had an application for a zoning that would permit a subdivision in Falder, not within the Falder water system, but just adjacent to it. And we've been holding the application for further information. So we've had the Meadow Valley Aquifer study that came in, and we have a better idea of what's in the watershed for that area. And then at the same time, we went into election season, and all of the APCs expire at the end of the term, and we're just now reappointing APCs. So there hasn't been a venue for an opportunity to hear the application. And then the other matter is we need to take a long-term approach to the development that we're going to permit in the Falder area. There are other applications for development, especially since the economy was so hot in that area over the last few years. So we have been holding the zoning application for Mr. Russo, and he is coming before the board to appeal to have the board instruct administration to move that application forward because it is having an impact on his economic status. So we don't have a report, Mr. Chair, because we weren't ready for it. But Mr. Russo is going to explain his problem and ask for some consideration on moving this forward at an expedited way.
Okay, thank you for the introduction and welcome, Mr. Russo. And generally we give 10 minutes and hopefully you can keep it within that, and we'll ask questions afterwards if there's a desire from the board to ask anything. So please go ahead. You've got 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm before you today, as Bill said, to discuss my rezoning application that has been held up since October of 2022, when we had a public information session. All of the documents that I'm going to be citing in this presentation today can be found on my rezoning application portal on your website, with the exception of the Water Sustainability Act and the Summerland Water Master Plan. Isla, my oldest daughter, is with me here today as part of her homeschooling program. This is the module of public speaking and how to sell yourself to strangers. So as Bill mentioned, we're in the process of subdividing a parcel of land into 3 separate units. And simultaneous to that, we're doing a rezoning from a resource area to large and small holdings. Obviously, before investing in this parcel, we did extensive due diligence into the applicable zoning bylaws, including the area FOCP and the regional growth strategy. My wife and I felt that due to some favorable legislation, that this parcel would be a natural candidate for some much needed infill in our sparsely populated area. And we anchored our opinion in section 1C-4 of the regional growth strategy bylaw, which states, and this is to planning, limit consideration for rezoning of larger rural parcels to smaller parcel sizes outside of primary growth areas, which Falder is outside of one of those areas, where such growth is infill, does not significantly increase the number of units or establish density, and respects the character of its surroundings. So our proposal clearly resides within the boundaries of this section, and we've gone to great length to prove that this development will have a minuscule impact on the surrounding area by doing the following. We did a full environmental assessment with Lisa Scott of Eco Matters Consulting, who's presented to this board probably over 100 times. We did a full groundwater supply investigation and impact study using John Fennell, who's arguably one of Canada's foremost authorities in groundwater in Western Canada. And we did a wastewater feasibility study with Rick Evans, registered on-site water practitioner, or wastewater practitioner, pardon me. And again, all of these reports in depth can be found on our portal of your website. The findings of these engineering and professional reports verify and support our rezoning, noting little to no impact on the surrounding area or need for further intervention during or after construction, with the exception of respecting all of the wildlife trees on the property, because we've got some pretty cool wildlife trees that some birds have used for homes. So, but as Bill mentioned, there is another layer to this situation, and that is the review of the Falder zoning from small holdings 2 to small holdings 3 and the proposed small holdings 7 zoning. Now, this was due to, I think planning was getting inundated with a bunch of requests for similar applications to mine. And as a result of that, they initiated this Falder zoning review. The aim of this bylaw amendment was to reduce the number of uses enjoyed by residents, such as carriage houses or secondary suites, home industry, and agriculture and equestrian applications. And you can see the breakdown there of the strict uses. The reason for this was due to the uncertainty around whether or not the Falder community water system could support the increased demand. And as a result, as Bill mentioned, you engaged was it Associated Environmental, I believe, to do the study, and it was complete last year in August. Now, I've read the report about 1,700 times, and I thought that the conclusions were really positive for the Falder community at large. The Falder community was and the Meadow Valley area was broken up into 4 distinct regions, and you can see on this they're kind of outlined: the North Meadow Valley Aquifer in blue, South Meadow Valley Aquifer in red, North Falder Aquifer in green, and then the Trout Creek Valley Aquifer, which is a very large portion to the south. And our parcel is located, if you take a look at this graph and the photograph that's in the middle of this, you'll see the 2 letters BB and the red lines, the red squiggly lines. Our parcel is right on top of the northwest corner of the Trout Creek Aquifer. And if we go ahead in their report, and this was the PowerPoint presentation that Associated Environmental put together. Its recommendations to planning were no need to limit domestic use in the Trout Creek Aquifer subregion, which is exactly where we are located. This location happens to coincide, so where we are is about 200 to 300 feet away from the Falder Community Water System wells 1 and 2. The toe of our property is very close. And this represents one of the largest concentrations of deliberately channeled water in our area. I believe that it's the 2nd largest watershed in the Okanagan Basin. The District of Summerland is responsible for maintaining a massive watershed consisting of 8 different bodies of water that all exhaust into Trout Creek. And if you take a look at this image, you can see that obviously all the blue lines are creeks, and above all of them are huge lakes. The average annual runoff of this surface water resource is 83,000 megaliters of water. To put this into perspective, our Falder water license is 59 megaliters. So when you see these 2 numbers stacked up against each other, you see that what we are actually drawing out of the Falder community water system is very low in comparison to the amount of water that's moving past this area. And you see that black dot on the map. Every single milliliter of water moves past that black dot in order to get to the District of Summerland. So to put into perspective further how little water we are drawing as a community, the District of Summerland estimates in their 2021 Water Master Plan that roughly 4 megaliters of water per day are lost in storage at their municipal reservoir. So in roughly 15 days, the District of Summerland loses the total amount of our provincial water license in Falder to a leaky reservoir. A water license that over the last 17 years has operated an average of a 70% capacity. So roughly 10 days of water loss in this one storage facility. So due to the fact that we are not located in the Falder community water system, the proposed lots would rely on drilled wells that are in a bedrock aquifer, number 300. The conclusion of our groundwater investigation stated the results of the assessment, the results of this assessment show that drawdown effects from the operations of these bedrock wells will be minimal to negligible at the rates that they will likely be pumping. As such, the risks of impact to other water wells in the area and water supplies to the Meadow Valley Aquifer and local surface water features is similarly minimal to negligible. I compiled all of this information, including an improved rationale document, and presented it to planning on September 14th. That same day, planning responded and said, should your application be presented October 5th, which it was, it could go to the October 24th ACP meeting for consideration. Ideally, your application would be brought to the board for first and second reading on November 17th. Well, we're in the middle of February. I've yet to receive any information regarding the progression of this application. Planning has been citing the need for further review of this file, but neither my district representative in Riley Gettins or the planning department has specified what exactly they're reviewing. And so with my frustration, I met with Bill in his office yesterday or last week at 2:30. And while in his office, I asked a simple question: if it is the policy of the RDOS to hold up current applications while planning staff are making changes to zoning and subject areas. I don't have an answer to that, but I just want to, I don't know what the answer to that is. But the answer that Bill gave me, and I'm paraphrasing Bill, but I think I got this pretty concise, Bill, and you can explain differently if you'd like. You should not be expected to wait through the Falder zoning review. That process is similar to an OCP review. You'd likely go broke by the time we had that complete. You're located in the section of the aquifer that has all of the water. I don't see a problem with this. I will put you on the board meeting to pitch your case to the directors. Can you be ready for the 16th? And I said yes, and I'm here today as a result of that. I'd also like to point out something else in this whole situation, and that is the Provincial Water Sustainability Act gives priority of water to domestic use ahead of waterworks. This further brings into question the ability of the RDOS to hold up an application such as this due to water concerns. We have a right to water. Domestically, we have the first right to water. And this further brings the question up, does the RDOS Planning Department even have jurisdiction to put my rezoning application on hold if I can meet all of the requirements for quality set out by the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure? And if I can meet all of the quantity as set out by the subdivision servicing bylaw from the RDOS. My groundwater supply clearly states that I can satisfy the 2,300 liters of water per day. And so as a result of all of this, I'm asking this board of directors for a favor. Can you please let me get to work on this subdivision? There are a handful of small businesses and a dozen tradespeople that will greatly benefit from this micro development. Our family, we've put every dollar that we own into this project. It represents my family's future and ability to stay in this community. Can you please instruct planning to advance my rezoning file based on the facts that I've presented to you today? And I'm open to any questions that you have.
Okay, well, thank you for the presentation. I'll go to the board if there is any questions. Not seeing any hands. Don't believe I'm missing anybody. Well, thank you, Mr. Russo, for the presentation. It is something that we will consider. I'm not exactly sure when. We will have to find the other side of this story. Probably a report quickly from staff or something and make a decision on that. So you'll hear from us in the future.
Great. Thank you.
Brings us down to development services. C1, which is a development variance permit application in electoral area D, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This is the vacant parcel across from the Bellix store in Okanagan Falls. The applicant wants to construct a 32-unit townhouse, and they need a variance on that, and we're recommending that be approved, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'll go to Director Taylor.
Yeah, I'm not seeing variances that are going to impact our neighbors, and I'm going to move this.
Okay, so you're moving it. Seconded, thank you. Any discussion on this? Don't believe I'm seeing any hands. This one is a rural vote. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. C2, another DVP in electoral area I, CAO.
So this is an interesting one, Mr. Chair. This was at our last board meeting. There was an application for a variance permit. This is the Twin Lakes Golf Course, and they want to expand their campground. The variance they needed was around the washroom facility and also a single access variance that they were looking for. And during the discussion, the board indicated they were not in favor of the single access, but they were in favor of the washrooms. And the applicant was instructed to, the applicant was enabled to change their application, which they have done. Nevertheless, the motion was put on the floor to deny, and that then has to come back to the board because it was postponed. So we have to dispose of that one first. And then if the board wanted to move that we approve a development variance permit for the washroom variance, that would be appropriate.
Okay, I do recall. So the motion is on the floor at the moment to deny. And I think with the change of direction, I guess would be the way to call it, we can accept the next applications immediately after disposing of this. So unless there's some discussion on the motion to deny, I'm going to call the question on it, which would be rural vote. All those in favor of that? That's the original one, remember? So all those in favor of denial?
Maybe I should clarify that,
Yeah,
Mr. Chair.
I'm thinking we're missing the point here. Go ahead, CAO.
So if we were to approve that initial DVP, that would authorize them to go to the single access.
Yes.
So what the board seemed to indicate they wanted to do was to deny that and then bring forward a motion to approve a DVP just for the washrooms.
Just for the washrooms. So do we have that clear? We're asking for the motion to deny the access and the washrooms with the expectation of an immediate motion afterwards on just the washroom being allowed. So motion to deny. All those in favor of denial? Okay, those opposed? Director Bush opposes, so the motion carries. Director Monteith, you want to make a new motion now?
Sure, so I'll make a motion to approve the variances for the washroom.
For the washrooms.
Now, I believe there was two, right? There was
I believe so.
having it in the clubhouse building as well as the distance. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
there are the two variances.
Both of those are clear. Okay.
So the board is clear on that. It's the distance and where it's located. It's not a standalone building. So I seen a seconder for that. Director Bush was seconding. Great. Any discussion needed on this? Seeing no hands, again, rural, all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Moves us on to C3, soil removal and deposition. Maybe it is deposit bylaw, but anyway, CAO.
So this is for Area F only. And this has been the subject of discussion over the past year. And a lot of, I mean, there's some issues in Area F with regards to the deposition and removal of soil. So with the development of the bylaw, Mr. Chair, we're recommending that be given first, second, and third reading. So that is for the regulatory bylaw. And then we also need to change the development procedures bylaw, and we need 3 readings on that. And then there's a separate motion that then is a different voting structure, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we have 2 separate motions here, but I'll go to Director Gettens. She's been waiting, almost going to say impatiently, but she's been waiting for this, so.
I've been waiting for that. So I'll move the first 2 motions together.
Okay.
Is that correct? Is that how?
Yep.
Yeah, because different, okay.
So you're moving it. Is there a seconder for that? Great, it's on the floor. Any discussion on this? Not seeing any hands. This one here is the rural portion of this vote, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Back to Director Gettens for the second part of this.
Thank you. I will move the second part of this recommendation, please.
Okay, moved. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded. Great. And this one is corporate. You have a question? Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to quickly, before we vote on it, part of the feedback that we've had from the citizens is the penalties if you don't follow the bylaw. And the concern is around if there's a commercial business bringing in fill to a private land and dumping it, will the penalties be enough of a deterrent? So there's 2 parts to this. First of all, like there wasn't a bylaw previously, so there wasn't really anything going against the bylaw beforehand. So now there's a bylaw. While neighbors were impacted, there wasn't really anything wrong that the company was actually doing. But can you just explain the process if somebody continues to break a bylaw, just for the citizens who would like to have that clear?
Mr. Garish, can you give it a shot?
I'll try my best. So through the chair. So as with all of our land use bylaws, at least, my understanding is we will continue to proceed with enforcement based on written submissions coming in. So if we're made aware of activity happening in the West Bench area that's subject to the soil bylaw that may be contrary to some of the regulations within it, then we get a complaint, we'll send bylaw out. And if there is deemed to be an infraction occurring, my understanding is that with the bylaw infraction notice amendments that we have the ability to ticket. I think we had some initial fees that we'd put into that bylaw, but we have subsequently amended based on feedback that we received from the public in the West Bench and some of the concerns they had about the original fees, just sort of penalties being cost of doing business. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe we have the ability to ticket on an ongoing basis until compliance is achieved. And if it's not achieved through ticketing, then obviously, as with everything else that we do in terms of enforcement, injunctive action through BC Supreme Court, I suspect would be the next step. So,
okay, thank you.
And if I read that report right, it was proposed now to be a $500 fee. Is that correct? Okay. Or fine, I guess would be the proper word, not a fee, it's a fine.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on this? Seeing this one is a corporate vote, all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to C4, official community plan zoning amendment in Area A, CAO.
Yeah, this was the subject of the public hearing this morning, Mr. Chair. This is the show home for the Regal Ridge subdivision that is now a residence. And we are sitting at second reading on the official community plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment. We had the public hearing and now we're looking for third reading on both of those.
Okay, and if I could get someone to make that motion, that would be appreciated. Moved. Is there a seconder? Thank you. Any discussion needed on this? It was said this morning, it was the public hearing. Seeing no hands, this one is again a rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. C5. The CAO Delegation Bylaw and Development Procedures Amendments, CAO.
This is regarding the cannabis license application process, Mr. Chair. And we are sitting at third reading on the delegation bylaw for the cannabis amendment to the delegation. And then we are also sitting at third reading for the amendment to the development procedures bylaw, which is the process around that. And we're recommending they both be adopted, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so this is two separate motions again.
Sorry.
No problem. The first one is the corporate portion. Looking for a mover. Thank you. Is there a seconder? Great. Any discussion on this? Don't believe I'm seeing any hands. I'll call the question. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. The second part is a rural vote and looking for a mover of that. Moved and seconded. Thank you. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Again, motion carries. Down to C6, which is a letter of support for China Creek Internet, CAO.
Exactly that, Mr. Chair. They're applying to the Connecting Communities BC program and they need a letter of support for their application.
Go to Director Monteith.
And I'd like to make the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, so you're moving it. Seconded. Great. Any discussion on this one? Don't believe I'm seeing any hands. Sometimes I miss them on the screen, but this one is a corporate vote, so call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to Public Works, or did I have? Yeah, we'll go to Public Works first. D1. Addition of OK Falls Water System, CAO.
We're looking for an amendment to our water regulatory bylaw, Mr. Chair, to add the Okanagan Falls Irrigation District works for one thing, and then also some minor housekeeping updates. And we're looking for 3 readings and adoption on that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'll go to Director Taylor. You willing to move that one? Okay, he's a mover. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded. It's on the floor. This one is again corporate vote. Any discussion on it? Seeing no hands, call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to D2, a statutory right-of-way on Crown lands for West Bench Water System, CAO.
We have one of our underground lines running through a piece of Crown land that we need to acquire a license of occupation on, Mr. Chair. So we're looking for the approval to acquire that right away.
We'll go to Director Gettens.
Thank you. I'll move the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, a mover, seconded. Thank you. Discussion on this one? This is again a corporate vote. Board is quiet this afternoon. Seeing no hands, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. D3, and just a heads up to Director Mason, this is the one where you wanted to add one. Go ahead. First, I'll go to the CAO, and he can introduce it, and then we can add another letter. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The Okanagan Basin Water Board has a grant program for water conservation and quality improvement. And they, even though private and public groups can apply under the program, they need a letter of support from the regional district or from their local government, which they reside in. So we had 2 prior to agenda distribution. One was the groundwater study for the Okanagan Valley by the Okanagan Nation Alliance. And the second one was for agriculture purveyed water usage for the Okanagan Valley by the Agricultural Water Committee of the Water Stewardship Council. So we have them on for approval on the agenda, Mr. Chair. And then I understand Director McKay has got an additional one, and then we also have a 4th that we want to add as well. I didn't know if you wanted to put that on the floor, or you wanted Director McKay to go first.
I'll go with Director Mason first.
Sorry, Mason.
Thank you very much. I would move number 3, a letter of support, support for the restoration and construction of Lower Chute Creek.
Okay.
And that goes to the Chute Creek Stewardship Society.
So a letter of support for them. Okay. We could do them all at once, and I will just ask first if there's any opposition to that just being included in the bunch. Go ahead. Thing here, Director Weeb.
I'll just point out, do we need to make the motion and then make amendments to that motion? Just as a point of order, like that we would start with the first 2, add a 3rd, add a 4th, and then call a vote?
Oh, no, if there was a motion on the floor, then you'd have to do it by amendment, but since there was no motion on the floor, we can just discuss the 4.
Yeah, make by consensus. If there's opposition to it, we can go that route, but if it's by consensus, we'll just add them and do it at once. So, looks okay. And there was a 4th one, CAO?
And the 4th one then was a water master plan for the Skaha Estates Irrigation District.
Skaha Estates Irrigation
Just
District.
outside Okanagan Falls.
Okay. Any opposition to that one? We'll include it by consensus then. So we're looking for a motion to have letters of support for those 4. Someone willing to move that? A mover, a seconder, great. Any discussion on this? Again, this would be a corporate vote. Not seeing any hands, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next one, community services, another letter of support for the Co-op Community Spaces Funding Program, CAO.
Yeah, so this first one is for the Okanagan Falls Community Association, and they are applying to construct an accessible observation platform on the new wetlands just outside the Okanagan Falls wastewater plant.
Okay, Director Taylor?
I'd like to move the administrative recommendation.
Okay, moved, seconded, thank you. Any discussion on this one? Again, don't believe I'm seeing any hands. Corporate vote, all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. One more letter of support for a grant application to the Real Estate Foundation, CAO.
Yeah, and this one is for an educational component to go along with that observation platform, Mr. Chair.
Okay, again, Director Taylor, you're moving it, seconded, perfect. Discussion on this? Seeing no hands. Again, a corporate, all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to the bigger one of the day, finance, CAO.
So we just disposed of the budget for the regional hospital district, Mr. Chair. This is the budget for the regional district, and we are sitting currently at first reading on this one. Okay. So subsequent to first reading, Mr. Safino was out doing his public consultation, moving around the area. And the intent now is to come back, report out to the board, and then make any amendments that the board wanted to make. So what we need to do is put second reading on the floor. Mr. Safino does have a list of amendments that are being proposed. So once second reading is on the floor, we should turn that back to him to submit his recommendations for amendment. If the amendments are put on the floor and carried, then the board could consider second reading as amended. And then an important consideration, Mr. Chair, so we don't make amendments at adoption. So what we're proposing today is that we make amendments at second reading. We're also looking for third reading, and then we would bring it forward for adoption at the first meeting in March. But we would not want to make to approve third reading if we think there are going to be more amendments. So we'd like to get them all on the table today. And I'll just remind the board, it's a budget, it's just a plan. It's not going to be perfect. We will make changes throughout the year where we go over on some accounts, under on others, but we think we're as close as is reasonably possible in order to move this forward. And we do have that legislative requirement to pass a budget before the end of March. So I'd say at this point, our recommendation is put second reading on the floor. Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I'll go to the board. We should probably look for second reading on this and then subsequent amendment. You're moving second reading. Is there a seconder for that? Thank you. We do have it on the floor. I will go to Mr. Safino for some potential amendments and go from there. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just finished my last roadshow yesterday. And I think they went very well. Were they well participated? Not always, but there was some good comments that I will have for you. The biggest issue on the roadshow was the transit. Why do I see all these empty big buses that are empty? Why do I pay for transit when I don't have service? The one area has to pay for transit and they don't get anything. I believe it was Apex. They specifically brought that up. But overall, there wasn't nothing specific that the client out there, taxpayer, said change. And one taxpayer originally stated that we're not transparent. I pointed him to the 1,075 pages in the budget. He retracted that comment. So the goal was accomplished. So with that, I do want to start with the budget amendment. As the CAO stated, we're trying to have it so that there's no changes, amendments at adoption. So you did receive an Appendix 1 that showed changes, the requested changes either by directors or from the managers. Subsequent to that, after the 1,074 pages was printed, there was other changes. Like for instance, SIR, I got that budget on Friday. The library got that budget last week also, and there's other changes that do affect the budget. So those you haven't seen, and I do have them here, and I'd like the board to consider those also. But at first, what I want to do is show you this graph. The graph that I showed at the different road shows. You haven't seen this yet at the board level. When I submitted the budget for first reading, I had not yet got the 2023 complete assessment roll. I was using the 2022. The day after I gave you the budget, I received it, and I created this. That straight line that you see is the average assessment increases in the regional district as a whole. The other line that you see bumping up and down is where all the different 15 plus PIB is at. That big bump in the middle, unfortunately, is Area B. Their assessment went up the highest. So what that means is the average taxes that you would pay, even if 2022 and 23 were exactly the same, Area B would pay substantially more, while everybody else would pay a little bit less. If you're under that line, you're going to pay less regardless. So I just wanted to point that out to the directors. I had a lot of positive impact, and the few people that did show up in the areas on this graph. So with that, I've got some requested amendments. Appendix 1 that you received, I've itemized them by group, by is it requested by the director, is it requested by staff? And the board can determine if you want to just say yes or no on an individual basis or approve them as a whole. So that's the first question I would have. And this would be the tax requisition as you had it for first reading. And these are the beginning of the changes. So there's a number of changes that you've seen in Appendix 1. Do you want to authorize them or debate them one at a time, or do you want them as a group?
I think as a whole, probably. These are the ones that were distributed beforehand. So
yes, then there's another
we've
group.
Seen them?
Yes.
Okay. So the ones we've seen in advance, here's an opportunity to ask some questions on it, or we will accept them as a group. Go ahead, Director Gettens.
Thank you. I know we talked about this before, but I just need a reminder around the dog control, and it went from 98 to 138. Can you just remind me about why we did that?
Oh, gosh. Go ahead, Mr. Safino.
The dog control went out, it was a contract, and there was some changes. For instance, the kennel, we don't no longer have to pay, but there was a new contract that went out that we had to adjust the budget, and the manager of that department requested to reflect what the contract was.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, perfect.
Okay. Any other questions on those ones that were in our package? Don't think I'm seeing any hands online. Okay, so generally we're accepting those as potential for amendment. We'll get the rest of the new ones that are being presented to us as of now.
Thank you. And these ones here, I would recommend line by line, just so that they are new. And a couple of them are as recent as yesterday at 4:30. So that's why I apologize for having to do this. But I was not going to say who they were.
Where are we starting?
So this it's a section for the second and third reading, and that's using the new changes, correct? So this is if the board approves all the subsequent requests, this is what would happen. I thought that it'd be important to show you the consequences of where you're going with this.
Okay.
So with that, the first one is grant and aids for Area C. And it is the recreation support. The director wanted to have an increase over 2 years for a specific grant at the rural stage, and that's how it's financed. It only affects Area C.
Okay. As long as I'm not seeing Director Knodel getting excited, I don't see anybody else in the board. Okay. Move on.
The second, sorry, take off my glasses. I can see better, believe it or not. Okay, so the second one is a transfer to operating reserve. It's for the capital. It's a capital project for $70,000, and it's for carry forward, and it's for Avocet, which is something that goes back 2-3 years ago. 2-3 years, we're slowly progressing to implement it. It's still not implemented. We're holding back these last funds until the organization gets its act together. So it was forgotten to be carried forward. And I just remembered this from the first year I was here, where it was over $200,000, and now this last 70 is our insurance.
Okay. So is there any issues with that one? It's just a carry over, so go
Yes.
ahead. Next one.
Next one is electoral area F, rural projects. In this one here, it was a transfer of wages from rural projects that didn't materialize, so it was moved.
We change the screen.
Oh, sorry.
Good.
There's a screen there.
Sure.
I can read better, but I can't see that. Okay, so that one there was something that it was requested ultimately the staff, but it came, the direction came from the director. And that's the reduction in your projects, director.
Okay, I don't think she's having an issue with that. Unless the board does, speak up now, or we'll move on to the next one.
Economic development for area I. This was a request from the directors. It's more of a leverage of funds. Can you explain that on that one there? Have you got the backup? Number 4. Go ahead.
So it's an opportunity to leverage funds for the collective efforts of growing a strong South Okanagan economy, and it's run, I believe, through the South Okanagan Chamber region. And directors in I, D, C, and A, I believe, already know about these.
Yes.
So on this one here, we did not have a specific service where we could combine them. I did send out an email to the CFO for Osuyas that they have to pay on their own, and Oliver would also have to pay their own. We did not have a specific service that I can just bill through the regional district on that. I believe it was $10,000 each for them.
Okay. I do remember this being at a board meeting or discussed during one of those board meetings. So unless I see some hands, we'll move on.
Next one is just a tweaking for the Tulameen Recreation Commission for $5,204. It doesn't affect the taxes for their community works gas funds being used.
Okay.
Next one is the Anacus Mountain Fire, I believe it's the fire department, correct? Yes.
Yeah.
And what it is, it's a increase in funds for a vehicle that the chief there, it says staff, in this case, the staff is the chief of the fire department. And it's again, capital, no tax consequence.
Okay, moving on.
The destruction of, this is a group of destruction of pests all the way for 3 different areas, the noxious weeds and the rural services nuisance control. The objective of this is there may be a possibility to combine these services. You cannot combine them if there is any reserves. So in this case here, it is reducing the reserves to 0, so that if the board decides to make an amendment on these, it can, but as long as there's reserves remaining, you can't. In this case here, it reduces the taxation in all those areas that are partners in the service.
Okay, seeing any hands on this one or questions, go ahead, Director Gettens.
Thank you. I just, I'm sorry that I didn't bring this up earlier, but I actually just remembered today. A couple of weeks ago at the last board meeting, we heard from Oasis, and she had mentioned that without having an increase in funding, they're going to have to reduce some of their services. And the board talked about increasing her funding, or the funding for Oasis. And I just wanted, now that you've brought this up here, I'm just curious if I can still bring that up later. If the board wants to increase funding for Oasis for the invasive species, does that impact what's happening here?
That's next after the destruction of pests.
Oh, they're not all together. Oh, it's just those first 3?
First 3, yeah.
Oh, and that, okay, sorry, I misunderstood. I thought they were all combining on the page. Okay.
Am I incorrect on that?
It's this one here is the first 3, then the invasive species and the nuisance control is also in the same boat. So we're asking for the same thing. Yes, you're correct.
Okay, so but on the first 3, just for the destruction of pests, is there any issues with that from the board?
Yeah.
Seeing no hands?
Yes.
Then there's the same deal for the next 2, which was invasive species and nuisance control?
Nuisance control. And I believe the objective in this one here is that everything on this specific slide would eventually be one service. And then that would take care of any of the issues the director brought up. Then the budget would be recalculated and text out based on whatever the expenses are.
Okay. Seeing no hands on these other ones, but I will just say that if you're looking to have a tax increase for Oasis, I'm thinking probably at the end of these amendments that we see now, that would be brought up for discussion, okay? Just to keep it simple, we'll deal with that separately. Okay, next one.
Sorry. So the next one is the late submission to us for the Okanagan Regional Library. So it was just over a 5% increase. I originally estimated foolishly at 2.75. So that's that $21,000 increase that I'm asking the board to consider.
We don't have a lot of choice on this one anyway, do we?
Sorry,
Consider it.
no.
It's just this, here is your bill.
I did ask how high to jump, and they told me.
Okay. So unless there's some questions on this, it's one of those ones. Next one.
Here's another one, the SIR. You just had the person speak to you. I just got that one last Friday, just after 4 o'clock. So I thought it was opportune. I'm glad that we did get it. Usually we don't get something like this until last week in February, where it works for the municipalities, but it does not work for regional districts. Usually a regional district would have to estimate what the tax is and hope that you're right. And in this case, there's an additional $47,000 from what I projected, so it was higher. And this is a combination of parcel tax and also for a taxation based on assessment. So as you heard from the speaker here earlier, those that have the trees will have to pay through the parcel tax.
Yeah. So not all that 47 is a tax requisition hit.
No, it's a combination of the parcel tax and I actually had to extrapolate what the twos are, and John helped me out with this, where we'd have to figure out what the two are, and we don't exactly have the exact numbers, but it is 47,000
total. Okay. Seeing any discussion on that one? So go ahead, Director Holmes.
Sorry, I just can't help but comment. You know,
I know
we have to pay more for sale for this because the apple industry isn't doing so well, and then we're being asked to pay more to the film commission because the industry is doing really well. You know? So at what point do we not have to pay more?
I wish I knew the answer to that.
Speak to this one.
But valid point, I guess. Anything further on this one? It's another one of these, here's the bill. So
yeah, correct. Here's
next
the bill.
one.
So the next one is, it says there electoral area I's for the first one, and that's a transfer of operating reserve, two operating reserves, just a reduction of $5,713. Who asked for that? And it was that the director asked for that, and that was corrected. Transfer from operational reserves is the next one, and it affects all the area I for the no, it's all area I, except for the last one where it's a governance study. So staff looked at the governance expenses for Okanagan Falls for governance, and it looks like we are going to be under, the budget's not going to, it's going to need an extra $50,000 on top of what the province will going to give us. So that's something that was asked by staff.
And this is for which?
Sorry.
I have all.
Well, sorry.
I have all on there, but it should just be area I pays for that.
For the second one, or we're talking the governance study at the bottom?
For all of number 10.
Okay.
Governance, the 50,000 is area D.
Oh, sorry, D.
It's area D.
Sorry, D. All that should be D, not I. Sorry.
Yes, it's area, so it's that 50,000 affects the area.
Yeah.
Yes, I've got.
Sorry.
So that's area D.
I'm on it. It's correct.
Okay, and the others are area I.
Yeah, and that would, 50,000 would only be if we're going to be short from the grant funds. But if you don't have it, then we're going to be in trouble at the end of the year. I'll have to come back telling you that that service is materially over.
All right, go ahead, Director Taylor.
I just want to understand, this is for I'm talking the $50,000 governance.
Yes.
This is for the work that we haven't yet confirmed yet, but we're anticipating with the province. Is that correct? Next year?
That is correct.
Yeah.
That's for phase 2 of the boundary and service review process.
Okay, just in case their grants don't cover it all, we want to make sure there's enough there. So you're okay with that? All right.
So the
Next one?
This next one.
You'll buy. Sorry.
So this next one, it was a carry forward from last year for a vehicle for $50,000. The board adopted it, accepted it. However, that vehicle has now increased another $21,000. Unfortunately, I cannot allow the truck to be purchased with a material increase without the board authorizing it. So that this is me bringing it to the board. And it's also related, it shows that some of it's going to be financed from reserves so that there's not a huge hit on the reserve. It is capital. It's already been taxed and put into reserves, and it's funded from reserves. So there's no consequence to taxation.
Okay, that's just shy of a 50% increase though. Wow, vehicles are going up, isn't it? Wow.
If
Not seeing any hands on it. So.
If the board recalls, you'll see that the boards are authorized other vehicles this year for $60,000.
Yeah, okay. Director Van Elfen?
Is it a Denali? Full leather?
It better not be.
Yeah, it would be more than that. Gosh, okay.
The next one is number 12. We're getting close to the end. It's a grant and aid increase, and this is for just Area F, and that was a recent request made.
Okay, director's okay with that.
And we're going for emergency 911. There's the Willowbrook Tower that was authorized last year for $100,000. Estimates were given, and the manager asked me to increase the budget by $35,000. Again, it's all funded by reserves, so there's no impact on the taxes. So you see on the screen, there's the increase in the capital budget and then the funding withdrawing from the reserves of $35,000. It's a healthy reserve.
Okay. Any questions on that one? Moving on.
And this one here is a new one. It's a $30,000 request for a washroom funded from gas tax. So we're adding on the funding section and also the construction, the capital cost, and there's no tax implication.
Okay. And this one was from my area, so it was one of my late requests.
You weren't the last one. And finally, the last one is OK Falls. There's a number of requests that the director asked for approval and transfers to reserves, adjustments, increase to reserves, and also a transfer for capital costs for the funded by gas tax. And this is directly asked by the director.
Does that accomplish what you were looking for, Director Taylor? Okay. That's only affecting Area D, unless somebody else has got some issues. Those are the ones that were not on our list previously.
Correct. And if the board approves these ones, the tax requisition you see on the screen is where it would be at.
So it would be that 24.
73,000.
24 million, yeah.
24 million.
73,471. Okay. That's where we are now. Director Gettins had something else she wanted to ask if we want to maybe deal with. Go ahead.
Okay, so I need you to tell me again what just happened with invasive species. They had to get rid of we have to use up their reserves because they might be merging with another bylaw or another, service.
Correct. I can get the manager to speak to this, but I was told that the objective is to merge all of those 5 services into one.
Okay.
And you cannot merge or reduce or do anything if there's any reserves in there. And this is the attempt to start the first process would be to eliminate those reserves.
So with that change then, has the amount of money that invasive species or OASIS is going to receive from the board has that gone up, the 18,000?
So I can do, the budget still is what it is. All it is that because we're funding, all the reserves are funding the operational costs, it reduces the tax portion. That's all. It doesn't mean that the service level is going to be reduced
Okay.
for this
But
year.
it's not being increased either.
It's not being increased then,
That's
okay.
correct.
So that's my question to the board then, is that when we talked about it last time, we were in agreement that we thought we should be providing more funding for OASIS so they don't have to reduce their service. And I want to know if that's still the will of the board, and if we are going to do that, how much are we thinking about doing? Okay, what is the budget right now for it? Oh,
Okay. Go ahead, Jim.
Just want to bring to the attention to the board is, I believe the budget is 55,000, but they received a total of 80,000 with other contracts. So it's, if you combine all the contracts that we give them, it's just over 80,000. So that's something that you may want to consider. If you want to increase it even more, that means you're talking about 100,000 now.
You have a proposal in mind. I do see a hand though from Director Coyne. I'll go to him first. Director Coyne Jr., go ahead.
Yeah, I was under the understanding that we were all kind of on the same page about that, about increasing it. If it takes a motion, I'll make a motion to increase it. I forget what we said. Was it 15 or 25%? I can't remember what the number we said was, but with inflationary costs, we are going to have a reduction in service.
So what's the number you're using?
Well, originally, I think we were thinking the 50, was it 50 or 55,000, and we wanted to bring it up to 75. I believe that was the conversation we had at the time. I would still like to bring it up, that 55 up to 75.
So we're looking at about a $20,000 increase then, not using
Yeah.
percentages, just a $20,000 increase, keeping it a round number.
Yeah, that'll be.
So there's move to add 20,000 and it's seconded. Discussion on that? Thoughts on that? Okay. Oh, go ahead, Director Holmes.
I kind of like to know what we're getting for that 20,000, extra. I think you could put as much money, you can keep putting money and it'd be barely used. It's kind of like mosquito control. There's no shortage of mosquitoes. There's no shortage of invasive species. But what would be the impact of that? That's what I don't know. Spencer can tell us.
Okay, Director Coyne.
Yeah, take a drive between Princeton and Summerland, take a drive down any of our roads, and you'll see the impacts right away. I mean, the work that they've done on knapweed and what's that other one, toad flax or whatever it was, it's noticeable, and it's noticeable everywhere they go. Without it, we will be overrun with these invasive species, and if we give up or we don't stay on top of it, then they reproduce at a very rapid rate. So any reduction, we will see a comeback of those species that we've almost eradicated in some places.
Director Gettens.
thanks. And just to follow up, I don't think it was necessarily that we're going to get a whole lot more. We're just going to maintain what we've had. It's the same thing, big area, cost of finding people that want to do this type of work. It's hard work, fuel, region size. I don't think there was a lot of promise of a whole lot more. It was just her being very frank that like everything else, inflation matters, trying to get staff matters, and she just gave us fair warning that she can't maintain the service we've been used to or been getting if we don't increase some funding for her.
Go ahead, Director Holmes.
So just to clarify then, so basically this extra 20,000 is to maintain the current level of service.
At least, and yeah. Okay, anything further on this one? So we've okay with that? Then am I missing, Director Coyne
Yeah,
again.
I just wanted to say, we haven't given them an increase in a number of years. And, if we don't maintain some sort of inflationary costs here, these programs fall behind. So, moving forward, and all of our programs that are contracted out and stuff like that, we should be considering this. We like to cut a little bit here and there from everything, but when we don't increase with the cost of living, then, the long-term ramifications are we start seeing massive shortfalls. And I think that's where we're at right now with this program. If we continue down the road we're going with the price of gas and vehicle costs, you just saw the vehicle costs go up. You can't maintain these services anymore. So that's all I had to say. Thanks.
Okay. Well, I'm seeing no other hands on this, so that's one more we will add to that amendment if somebody is willing to move an amendment for all of those that we just heard about. You're ready to move that? Is there a seconder for that? Seconded? So we've got an amendment to second reading. Is there any more discussion needed on the amendment? Seeing no hands, I will call question on the amendment. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. So we've got second as amended, or no, second now as amended would be the next motion, because we've got second on the floor and the amendment.
Yeah, so the motion to amend at second reading now goes back to that motion as amended.
Yeah. So what are we doing here next? Are we gonna
Make that motion.
move it? Okay. Second reading as amended. And you were seconding it? Okay, perfect. It's on the floor then, as amended. Any discussion needed? Making sure I'm missing no hands. Call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. So where do we go? Is this board think we're done with amendments now and ready to consider third reading? So give it a little bit of thought, but go ahead, Director Monteith first, and then Director Mason.
To the chair, I do have some things that I've been working on that I'm not quite ready, and I have mentioned it, so I'm not ready. So, yeah, unfortunate.
We can do third and final reading at the same meeting. So the encouragement then, if we stick with where we're at, second as amended, if you have anything, this will be your last chance to get it in before the next meeting. So everybody's under that understanding? So we do want to get this completed and not have to deal with it again if we can. So CAO?
And just a reminder, Mr. Chair, that when we start changing the budget, that means we're changing the 166 budgets. And that's, what you want to consider is, if it's an amendment of a material value, then that's fine, but we really have to consider whether the administrative cost of making these amendments is worth the value of it.
Depends how big it is, I guess, yes. So we'll leave it at second as amended right now, unless somebody's ready to move third. So. Not seeing any movement there. We'll leave it alone then. Moving on to F2, exempt employee compensation, CAO. Thanks, Mr. Safino and staff.
So at our last meeting, Mr. Chair, we talked about the exempt employee performance planning and review policy and the section in that policy that ties the annual exempt employee increase to the cost of living. And we were uncomfortable with that, with the 2022 cost of living being higher than normal. So various options were reviewed, and what we've put forward now is that instead of basing this on the consumer price index, is that we use a 5-year rolling average for the exempt employee economic increase on an annual basis, and we're recommending that, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Director Wiebe is moving it. Mover, seconded, thank you. Any discussion needed on this one? This was one that we dealt with, I think, in committee. And if we're comfortable with that, I will call the question on a corporate vote. So all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Again, motion carries. Down to legislative services. CAO on mosquito control.
So mosquito control, we've been reviewing this program from an equity point of view. And in 2022, the revenue formula was adjusted to from a very complex formula to a value-added tax. And then the second part of this is we considered whether this should be a full regional program. Right now, there are 3 jurisdictions that are excluded from the mosquito control service. And this would involve an establishment bylaw amendment, Mr. Chair. So the proposal is that we amend the establishment bylaw to add the Village of Carameus, the Town of Princeton, and Electoral Area E to the mosquito control service. That would require a public assent. So we're recommending that we use the alternative approval process for that, and that we hold that open until June 26th of 2023. And then the act requires that the board approve the elector response form. Our GIS estimates the number of eligible electors at 5,752, which would mean that the formula for the alternative assent process would be 575, which is the 10% of that number. So if 575 people object, then that bylaw would be defeated. So we are making that recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Okay, go ahead, Director Mason.
I just have a couple of questions, if that's all right, Mr. Chairman. First of all, in terms of the total number of eligible electors, is that based on lumping together the Village of Carameus, Princeton, and Electoral Area E into one mass of voters?
The 3 jurisdictions, yes.
So what if one area just didn't want it? Then they have to get a very large number of signatures that may prove very, very difficult.
They would have to get 575.
Is there a way that that can be split so that each area is considered separately?
You want to talk about that?
Sure.
Ms. Moulton, go ahead. But
So the legislation does allow in an alternative approval process for each jurisdiction to consider it separately. With municipalities, it can be done through consent, which is a director consent only. It does not allow the public to speak on the matter or weigh in on the matter. So that is an option. You know, back in last year, I guess the board, sort of the direction that was headed was towards a regional. So combining them all into one and putting it out to the public in all 3 areas, probably that's why we recommended it that way.
I guess I don't know what consultations and discussions have preceded this motion coming forward. But I will say that we really don't have very many mosquitoes in Naramata. I'm originally from Edmonton, which has a clay-based soil. And, you know, if you can emerge from the summer with less than 10 bites, you know, you're doing pretty well. It's a luxury here. And I don't really think that Area E should be included in this program. I'm just wondering if it's just in order to provide a better financial base for the program, because I don't see that we need it.
Okay, I could add a little bit to that myself. As previous to you having attended, the discussion was, and we had some presentations on this, that mosquitoes are not necessarily limited to one area, and the protection that we're doing, and Penticton is probably protecting Naramata from the mosquitoes traveling over there. So the intent was to make it a regional service. Yes, you can make a case you don't want it, but
I on it to be, honest, I don't really think the mosquitoes sort of say, it's getting a little bit foggy around here, honey, we better move to another place. It has to do with the drainage of the soils, actually, and we have a very porous soil that drains extremely well, and there's not a lot of standing water. There's not a lot of mosquitoes.
you can make that case, but the experts were telling us up to 10 miles mosquitoes travel from their water sources. So keep that in mind. I'll go to Director Bush and then Director Holmes.
Yeah, not only do mosquitoes travel, but I believe the people in Naramata travel too. And when they travel to all our districts, they are enjoying the lower population of mosquitoes. So I think they should all pay.
Touche.
Touche. Director Holmes?
Yeah, I was going to make the same point. I think if we want to think of ourselves as a region, and we all enjoy the trails in the region, it doesn't have to be within our own little areas, then this is a service that impacts all of us, and we should all contribute to it.
Okay. Director Coyne, Jr., you have a hand there?
Yeah, Princeton at one time was a participant. They, for whatever reason, aren't anymore. Area H is a participant. The mosquitoes there don't know a boundary. They come back and forth, and whatever happens in our jurisdiction crosses over into Area H. So that's why we've opted into this process, and we see it as being part of a bigger neighborhood rather than just what's in our own backyard.
Okay. So we've had some discussion on this, but no motion on the floor yet. So is there a direction, Director Bush? You're moving that long staff recommendation? Okay, a mover, seconder for that? Seconded, it's on the floor. Any further discussion needed? Giving everybody their opportunity here. We've discussed it, okay? This one obviously is a corporate vote, deals with everybody. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Director Mason is opposed.
So noted.
Motion still carries.
Better not be any mosquitoes.
Well, we'll see on that. It's never 100%, but it's got to be better than what was. Brings us over to G2, which is the board remuneration. I'll get that right yet. Expenses and benefit amendment bylaw, CAO.
Similar to the resolution that the board just passed to change the the exempt employee compensation, Mr. Chair, the board remuneration bylaw also has a similar clause that ties the economic increase each year for the elected officials to the cost of living, so the consumer price index. And the board was uncomfortable with that, and they are recommending that we amend that remuneration bylaw to be a 5-year rolling average.
The same way we did with the exempt staff.
Yes.
Direction from the board on this? Someone prepared? Mover? Thank you. Seconded? Great. Any discussion needed? Is that okay? Director Coyne, go ahead. Junior.
Yeah, I just want to, I think it was Director Watts who said that this is actually a decrease. It's not a pay increase, because we would normally get, I think it was at 6.9 this year, and we're not going to take that 6.9. It's going to be less. So just a reminder on that.
Yeah, good point. Any further discussion, Director Miller?
Yeah, I'll be voting against the motion. A lot of people are hurting right now. I'm more than content with what we're paid, so I would support 0
Okay, noted. Any further discussion on this? Seeing no hands, again, this is a corporate vote. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Director Bush, Miller, Roberts, and Monteith. Motion still carries. And then I think there was one item that was removed off the consent agenda. Director Monteith wanted to do something with the APCs, so.
Correct. Sorry.
ahead.
So I have two members to add to the list. So it's Mike Gain and Pat Walker. As well as I don't know. I have two members that were there that have not gotten back to us. So I'll probably have to bring them back later for those two, I guess. But definitely Mike Gain and Pat Walker.
Mike Gain and Pat.
Can we get the spelling on the first one, Mr. Chair?
Mike.
No,
G-A-N-E.
the last name.
G-A-N-E.
Yeah, thanks.
Gain, just like it sounds, Gain.
Yeah.
Okay, so adding those two members to the Area I APC list. Looking for a motion then on that specifically. The entire APC list is presented. Someone ready to make that? Mover, seconder? Great, it's on the floor. Any discussion needed? Now I got to think for a second. This will make it a corporate vote, will it not, on APCs? Correct. Okay. Seeing no discussion, call the question. All in favor? Perfect. Any opposed? Motion carries. I think that does it with the regular business. That brings us down to CAO reports. CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a reminder that we do have the strategic planning workshop with Gord McIntosh next Wednesday evening and Thursday. So that's for information. What we were interested in, and we're busily planning others, Mr. Chair, what we were interested in, does the board prefer where we have like a Thursday and then put a workshop on a Friday? Or would you prefer having that intermediate Thursday in between board meetings so that you don't have two meetings in a row?
We're getting two. So any thoughts? Prefer the Friday after our regular board meeting, or would you prefer the alternate Thursday? Mr. Miller, go ahead.
I don't know if anyone else feels the same way, but are all these workshops necessary?
CAO?
So what we've got planned, we think the strategic planning workshop's necessary to sort of set the plan for the next 4 years. We do have Eli Mina coming in. He's more of the parliamentary procedure governance. It went over well with the new board when we brought him in after the 2018 election, as far as rules of procedure and how to get things done in a forum of 20 people. And we thought that was worthwhile. And then the other one that that has been suggested to us was to have one on Indigenous relations. And we had a bit of a discussion with Reese Harding when he was in doing the code of conduct. With all of the changing legislation and drip and undrip and and all of the current cases before the courts, that would be valuable for the board. So that's what we were thinking of, Mr. Chair. We're certainly aware of the costs and the imposition on the members to attend a workshop.
Okay, I'll go to Director Knodel first and then Director Gettens.
Just from my point of view, I prefer to have the meetings consolidated into 1 week. It allows you more time to attend to other business if you're not spread out so much. Thank you.
Okay, so you're in favor of the Thursday, then the Friday?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Director Gettens?
Thank you. I actually just wanted to say about the Indigenous relationship meeting that we were talking about with Reese Harding. I would really like to see that one come because I spoke to him really briefly about it, and he's just got such a great legal understanding of everything that I learned a lot in about 10 seconds from him for sure. And the strategic planning we do need to do that. And Gord's really great about just doing and then we actually get something written down, which is really useful with 20 of us around a table. So these ones for sure are really, and I hope everybody in the municipalities can come to them as well, because you're a big part of making that strategic plan with us. So I just want to make that comment. And I honestly, like, as far as making it work, I always have Thursdays dedicated for regional district kind of meetings, but I can be flexible, make whatever works.
Okay. Go to Director Mason and then Director Taylor.
Director Federigo has indicated she prefers alternate Thursdays.
Okay. Director Taylor?
2 points. I think I prefer the Thursdays. Just regularly scheduling Thursday is RDOS type day. And secondly, it is an imposition on the time, but I think there's been pretty solid discussion at most of these workshops. And I think it's probably a learning curve at the start for some of us newbies. I really appreciate the rest of your time, but you seem to participate in the discussion as well. So.
Yeah, good points. Director Wiebe?
I think the Thursdays have scheduling, as Director Getton said, I kind of book Thursdays. Even when I'm not, it's easy enough to keep that in my schedule. It is at times for me problematic to have a Thursday, Friday in the same week booked. I mean, I can make it work, but it's more problematic. So if we're talking about options, I'd prefer the book a Thursday in between board meetings.
Okay. Director Coyne, Jr.
Yeah, Thursdays work best for me. Overnight is hard. I have to find childcare and all that. So if we can keep it to Thursdays, that'd be beneficial. And I don't think we have too many more of these left, Bill, just 3 or something like that.
That's all we have on the docket for right now is those 3. Yeah.
Okay. I would say the majority at the moment are leaning towards Thursdays. So are we okay with that? Seeing nods on that, so we'll try to do it for Thursdays, the alternate Thursdays. CAO, anything further?
We did have that resolution from earlier this morning, Mr. Chair, on Silga, if you wanted to move those 3 recommendations.
There is that. Was just 3 Silga resolutions?
Yeah.
Okay. Someone ready to move them? Director Knodel and Director Roberts, thank you. It's on the floor. Any discussion needed? This is just to send them off to Silga. So call question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. They will go out. Anything further there, CAO? Or
we did have that concern about a conflict of interest by the CAO on the emergency program review, Mr. Chair, and I sent that out by email, the response that I had developed for you. And I understand that not everybody would have gotten that there may be some glitch in our director member email. Did everybody get? So I have a few, I brought in a few. I thought everybody would, except Director Mason and
probably
maybe
the alternates might not have gotten it for sure.
But
as
we could
well.
certainly copy them.
Okay. So do we want to discuss this now, or would you rather take it home and read it over and then ask any questions? It's pretty self-explanatory when you go over the document, and if there's a need to.
We're going to amend our director member email address block, so we'll certainly get it out to everybody. But that was my problem.
Director Holmes?
I wonder if we could also see the conflict of interest policy and that purchasing policy that would be applicable to this, if that could be sent to us as well.
Sure.
Thanks.
Okay. Go ahead, Director Miller.
Is what was sent out today a public document?
CAO, I would assume it's nothing hiding in this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's the general timeline of the hiring of that contractor. Am I missing a hand? Oh, Director Roberts, go ahead.
Thank you, and I'd like to, to the chair, say to the CAO, I appreciate this coming out. And I don't know whether or not we want to look at, in regards to our policies moving forward. I did work in a society where I was in leadership, where two of the lead directors were family members, and a lot of things I had to deal with. I understand the processes that need to take place, and as a CAO, being the one and single only real employee of the board, I think it's important to have those kinds of information up front when these things happen, even that we trust and that the individual or the contracts that come in are appropriate and well thought of. It's just good because, for instance, I was waylaid by an agency and by some other people, and it was news to me at the time it came. So just again, appreciating the information now. Thank you.
Okay. Director Holmes?
So if I have questions on the CEO's report, I'm waiting until we're going to discuss it?
It's up to the board. Unfortunately, without everybody getting a chance to see it, it's really difficult to discuss it all at this time. So my suggestion would be is maybe deal with it the next meeting, after everybody's had a chance to read it over and think about it and go from there. If that's okay, we'll leave it at that then. Down to chair's report. The only thing I have to report on is the meetings that we were having with the provincial staff in regards to incorporation studies in Area D, or OK Falls. I'm cautious on how I say this because staff at the provincial level are working on funding to allow for those, or for that study to progress, but it's not been approved yet by the minister. So there's no firm commitments, but it's looking very promising that there will be some funding coming forward for that. And I believe that announcement would be probably near the end of March, if I'm not mistaken, because that's when that last year's funding has to be utilized by. So we will hear further on that, the amount and if it's approved. And the second point is that there was and is a little bit of concern with the size of our recommendation to the province. So we may need to revisit that, but those discussions are still going to be ongoing here. So just a bit of a heads up that we will probably need to look at that again. And I'll leave it at that unless Director Taylor had something he wanted to add to it. Okay. Board representations. Going down the list, nothing from municipal finance. Our meeting is in March for that. Municipal insurance, nothing there. Okanagan Basin Water Board, Director McCordoff.
Yes, thank you. I'll just be really quick and mention a couple of things that was brought up at our last meeting. One is that OBWB begins climate indicators project to help future-proof the valley. So looking at changes in snowpack, rainfall patterns, timing of inflows, and that type of thing, changes to the growing season, and it will help local governments and residents prepare for climate change. That's one. And the other one I'll mention is that groundwater monitoring well expansion. There are two more groundwater monitoring wells coming online, one up near Deep Creek in Vernon, and the other one, it says west of Osoyoos, but I have a feeling it's between Oliver and Osoyoos. And they will help local planners, water utility staff, and others understand water supply better and decision making. And I'll leave the rest of it for another time.
Okay.
Is that okay?
That's fine. Always busy at the Okanagan Basin Water Board. Okanagan Film Commission, Director Gettens.
I don't have anything to add from John's presentation today.
All right. Okanagan Regional Library, Director Monteith.
Through the chair, we had our orientation meeting yesterday. Yeah, things are looking good. They're just moving into strategic planning.
All right. Okanagan Sterile Insect Release also had a presentation on that today. Director Bush.
Yeah, the same. I think Melissa covered it all very well. Thank you.
Okay, Simia, anything there, Director Knodel?
Nothing there, sir.
Starling Control, Director Bush?
Yeah, no meetings so far.
And Etsy.
ETCBC.
Director McCorduff, are you gonna?
Yeah,
do
sure,
that one?
thank you. We did have a RAC meeting, Regional Advisory Committee, and on January the 20th, and we have the next one for the RAC is on June the 16th. Of interest, the Forest Impact Recovery Program provided 1.35 million in grant funding to ETCBC, and so that it would be to rural communities supporting ECDEV in the forest sector. I believe I sent that information to Mayor Coyne because I figured that that might affect them more than others. Funding, you know that grants come in from ETCBC twice a year, spring and fall. And the South Okanagan Chamber is one that just got quite a large grant, which included some of us at the table. The next application deadline is on May the 1st, and then in the fall on October the 11th would be the next one. If you're interested in learning more about ETCBC, you can go on the etcbc.ca website and find about that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. That does it for board representations. That brings us down to director's motions. And there was a quick hand, Director Gettens?
For a director's motion.
Oh, okay. Director's motions, there was one from the last meeting. Director Taylor, I'll go to you first. Go ahead.
Well, I would like to move that we send a letter, I'm not sure who the target is, expressing concern regarding. There you are. Expressing concern regarding the release on bail of high-risk individuals to rural areas without local police.
Yeah, who would that go to, just so we are clear on where the letter's headed, if we approve it?
Yeah.
Ms. Molden or CAO, would you?
That would definitely go to the agency at the province, and I'm having a loss right now. For health and safety, we'll definitely direct it to that ministry.
Okay, to the appropriate ministry anyway. All right, so you're moving that. Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded? Okay, it's on the floor. Any discussion needed? Director Gilbert, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, if these individuals are on bail, and what we're trying to ask for this letter, where are we expecting those individuals to end up if they're not going to where their bail is being sent to?
I'm not sure that Director Taylor can answer that. It's more the concern of there being no police departments in the region or that municipality or a community. It'd be the best way to put it, because OK Falls in particular isn't a municipality yet.
Thanks. Yeah, if we're saying that these people are on bail and they have to go to that location, you're telling them they can't go. Where are they going to go?
That's a question that is going to be ongoing for sure. Director Taylor?
So, yeah, I'm missing something. There's another conversation going here.
Obviously, but go ahead.
My desire is for a sentencing judge to be cognizant of the communities he is sending somebody to. He approved sending someone to bail in Okanagan Falls. And I'd like to speak to him about that.
I'll start with Director Miller and then Director Monteith and Mason.
Well, first of all, I think that's a bit misogynistic because one of our strongest judges in Penticton is a female, but I know that you were just using that figuratively. I'm not going to support it. I think we're overstepping our bounds, as alternate Director Gilbert had pointed out. I think the case Director Taylor is referencing is the person on bail is his mother is his surety. He's wearing a monitoring bracelet. And probably, again, maybe we could have asked the police when they're here, but there's probably dozens of people walking around Penticton right now awaiting trial who are on bail. So I just don't think it's really our position to do that.
Okay, Director Monteith?
And through the chair, Clayton, we've had our fair share of these sort of situations. And from my research, typically individuals are released to where they have support. So when they're out, they have that support, whether that be family or friends. So if it happens to be in a rural community, it just happens to be where it is. So I understand the frustration completely, and it is challenging, but I don't know if our voices would go far on that.
Okay, Director Mason?
Thanks very much. Well, I certainly understand the concern, you know, but I guess I have 2 points. One was the same point that Inspector Monteith is. Normally, you go to the place where you live, where you have lived, and where you have the most support, and that may not always be the best place, but in general, I think the chances of somebody being successful are higher there. But the other point I'd like to make out is people on bail have not been convicted of anything, right? They're innocent until they're proven guilty. And to start placing restrictions on where they can go and where they can live, I think is just a little bit, it's too far for me.
Okay, good points. Any further discussion on this? Director Bloomfield?
Yeah, I understand the frustration as well, but and I acknowledge that the major centres in any area are going to have better facilities and services, to handle difficult situations. But if something like this does come into being, then I think that we need to have that discussion as a region as to how they're going to fund those services in those centres as a region, not just leaving it up to the municipality to fund the services.
Director Miller?
I will also point out when a person's on bail, someone does sign up to be their surety, which, if we're thinking of the same case, is this man's mother. So she does have responsibilities within the courts. If we can all remember the very, very unfortunate Keith Ween's case or whatever, he ended up back in jail because his brother left the province after agreeing to be the surety, and when they discovered that, he got tossed in jail till his trial. But the person who does take that on, it's not like the Old West movies where they bring in a briefcase of $10,000 and hand it over and they could potentially lose that. But they do have a strong set of conditions which they are following.
Okay. Seeing no more hands, we'll call a question on this one. It is a corporate vote, obviously. All those in favor? All those opposed? Unfortunately, the motion is defeated. Director, is this to do with this? Okay, Director Weeb, and then I'll go to Director Gettens.
Well, I think we're talking about wording and possible solutions, but I think what I don't want to get lost here is the community feeling vulnerable with a lack of police presence, right? I think at the end of the day, you pick whatever, theft, catalytic converters, things going missing, that there might be a place for a letter of support for greater levels of provincial funding and support for places like OK Falls that may not have enough coverage. And it does bring up some of these issues, but rather than trying to tackle just this particular issue, is the matter of adequate policing. Would that be a fair?
That's a big discussion and hard to get adequate policing all around, but true enough. I'll go to Director Gettens first. She had a notice of motion,
Yeah,
I'm
I
thinking?
do. And Christy, you'll have to help me with the wording on this one because we just talked about it. But I would like to see the economic development budget line and the bylaw around that come back, just because I'd like to have something in place for the Okanagan Film Commission for next year. So just sometime over the next year in our business plan.
So a notice of motion on the economic development.
Yeah, to add it to the business plan for this year.
But it's mainly the Okanagan Film Commission that's dealt with in that. Okay. So that's coming at a future. Any more notices of motion? Thought I seen a hand over here, but seeing none. Any board,
Not a notice of motion, no.
not a notice of motion? Okay, board members' verbal updates. And then, oh, is that a notice of motion from Director Knodel?
Update.
An
Verbal
update? Okay. Start with you, Director Knodel.
I'd just like to inform everyone, the Nightingale Society is having benefits in both Oliver and Penticton on February 23rd and 25th in Penticton in support of displaced Ukrainian people. Last year they did a 1,000 rides out program. Actually, ARDRA did that. They were very successful in getting people out of the combat zone. This is in support of those people that are now coming here and need some help getting their feet underneath them. They're becoming valuable parts of our community, filling work spots. So if you're so inclined, Frank Venables Theater, February 23rd, 7 p.m. Cleveland Theater, February 25th, 7 p.m. It's the Nightingale, Ukrainian Nightingale project. Thank you.
Okay. Director Mason, you had something, and then the two Director Coynes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I might be out of order, but I just had a question about the provincial infrastructure funding that's recently been announced and whether or not the RDOS is eligible. And I don't know if that's in order or not.
No, it's a good question. You could probably just talk offline with staff to find out some more information. I know there has been a couple of requests that I seen across my email chains asking if individual areas or projects might be eligible. It's more up to the director to.
Well, it's for municipalities, and I don't know where the RDOS fits.
So, and I do think it said and regional districts in there.
Yeah,
So
we just received an email.
yeah, I'm probably right. Okay. We'll get, you can find out more, just have a quick chat with staff. Director Coyne Senior, and then go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, so last weekend, we had on Sunday, we had our first meeting over here in Princeton to do with the emergency management review program. I'm going to go a little off the rails on this one a little bit. When this all started, we asked for a independent review. So I've said publicly, and I did not attend the meeting, and neither did any of our staff. It was just the contractor that was at the meeting, trying to keep it as arm's length from either political interference or staff having input at the meeting. So this was quite a difficult decision to make for me. I tossed it around for quite a while before I made that decision, and I don't know how other directors are going to deal with that. I really think that this is something that's going to, have to be an ongoing program. There was a lot of questions raised. People didn't really understand what the meeting, how the format of the meeting was going to go. I've got some pretty awful feedback on some of it that I won't share with you this time. But people are really vested into this. And I really think that all the directors that are going to get, when it comes to your area to do this, you'll have to make up your own minds of whether or not you're going to participate. I was always afraid that if I went to the meeting and did a little preamble and introduced everybody, that I may or may not sway the mood of the meeting. So I want everything to come from the general electorate. I don't want things to come from me or from staff. I wanted it to come from the general public. And I talked to Bill about this at quite a length, and he totally agreed with me on that subject. So I just putting it out there that, you know, everybody's going to kind of have to wrestle with this themselves when it comes down to your areas. And that's how I dealt with it. And I just wanted to share that with everybody.
Okay, thanks for that. The other director coin.
Yeah, on the weekend, we had our first ever volunteer fair, and it was well attended. Director Monteith came as the South Okanagan Similkameen Volunteer Center. Is that correct? Yes. And I thank them for coming. It's the first time we've seen them in our community. So thank you. Thank you. I apologize for being late today. I was at a youth summit hosted here at our school, our high school, put on by the First Nation support workers in Merritt and Princeton. It was a great morning. Unfortunately, I couldn't finish it, but yeah. So thanks, everybody.
All right, Director Miller.
And Wednesday is Pink Shirt Day, so wear pink like I am today and don't bully anybody.
Good points. Any other verbal updates from the board? Seeing no hands, you had something? I just got an email that.
Maybe that was just offline after. Sorry.
What's that? No, I wanted to talk to you, Christy.
Okay. I'll ignore that. I was under the impression that you wanted to say something.
No.
Okay. We're looking for a motion to adjourn, so moved, seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Folks, thanks for your patience and hanging around as long as you did. Well done. Oh, she'd sent me an email